Angie Nixon, Democrat, arrested after she did an illegal sit-in at his office because of the 2026
Hey,
Florida
what's
House
up?
map that adds four seats to the
I'm doing
GOP.
all right.
Right, so she goes in there, she starts screaming, and he has her arrested. Absolute cinema.
I'm
Forget
okay,
about
I
it.
guess.
That's melted down.
I
Chifafo.
was going through my numbers
Florida's
this
awesome. It
morning, and
really is. DeSantis is the best governor in our country. Not even close.
I might
All
have
right,
to
so
stop
yeah,
doing this
Democrat
at the end of the
representative. She
month.
goes into bitch, which is what most Democrats do. It is ultimate, pure feminism at its highest form. The ability to bitch, unstoppedly,
Yeah,
unstopped
if I don't
bitching.
make partner
And you're
by
like,
the end
oh,
of the
so what
month,
do
I
you
won't be
what do
able
you
to do
talk
this
to her?
anymore.
Really?
I'll have
Did
to
they
go out and
blow
get a real
things up? Did
job.
they light shit on fire? Did they go to war? They bitched. All right, and they still do. And to this day, all right, I'm kidding. I'm joking. I'm joking. Obviously, it's not the only thing they do. It's just most of their fire
So
drive.
yeah,
Now,
it's
massive
been
voter
fun,
fraud was
but there's
uncovered
a
in
good chance
Illinois.
at the
This
end
is
of this
everywhere.
month,
Newly reappointed
I'll be
non-binary head of
done.
the Illinois Department of Human Services, Dolce Quintero, was born in Mexico.
I'm
Reportedly voted to send out
reloading
pre-filled voter
Schedule 1 because I
application
don't know
forms
why it's
to
not
illegal
working.
aliens. What is going on?
Hey everyone, it's Mark Hessman, Illinois Insider. I just left State Senator Steve McClure's office. I sat down with him to get his thoughts on why he voted no on the appointment of Quintero as the head of DHS here in Illinois. He was a vocal opposition to that appointment yesterday on the Senate floor. Of course, the Democrats pushed that appointment through. Here is why Senator McClure voted no
Yeah,
on the
but that'll
appointment of
probably be
Quintero as the
few and
head of
far between because
DHS.
I'm going to
Well,
have to
one of the
work a
main
lot to
concerns
make
is
up
that
for all the
he
shit I
discovered
lost
about a year
trying
and
to
a
make
half
this
ago
work.
that
So I'll
DHS
probably
is
only do it once or
reviewing
twice a week. I mean, yeah,
non-citizens
I'm
who
gonna,
apply to the
whenever I
state
play video
legislature
games, I'll probably stream, but I won't have a
to register
schedule
to
and
vote that are already
it'll be
pre-filled
few and far
out.
There you
between. It'll
go.
be only when I have free
Look,
time.
understand how insane this is. Non-citizens are getting pre-filled out voter applications to vote. They'll just sign at the bottom. They probably get a little bit of a check, which is illegal anyway, and then they just vote, and then they steal elections. Understand, the leftist policy worldwide is the rape of your country. It quite literally, they want power, and they don't care how they get it, because it's not like they
The
have any
problem is
moral,
there's a couple other people that are gonna be out of
backbone
work
to any
too.
of the things that they stand
Hey,
for.
how's it going?
Understand,
I was
this is
just
an ad
talking about
campaign
how
from the Philly sheriff
I'm
that
probably only gonna be
costed
doing this until
taxpayers
the end of the month.
$600,000.
I've
Playing
tried.
music,
I'm
obviously,
not
but
making partner,
this,
so
a
if I
bunch
don't
of
make
old
partner by the end of
fat
the
women
month,
in their jobs
I'm going
dancing
back to
cost
work.
600,000 taxpayer dollars. All right, I'm not even exaggerating. This is a real thing, and it
I'm
should
just
make you
looking over
angry.
my
All
numbers
right, just
today.
understand.
Actually, to tell you the
Not
truth, I
only will
really
they
can't
rape your
afford.
country through stolen elections, through fraud, through shit like that, they'll
I
rape
was
your
just looking at
culture.
my
And all
numbers,
the people
man, and
screaming, "What?
I
It's an activist
kind of
lives
even can't
matter."
even
They
really
rape swap
afford to
every
do it till the
taxpayer.
end of the
Okay,
month,
now
but
imagine that they did this.
I'm gonna do it
Now
anyway.
imagine that this happened. All right, let's be honest. I don't think that Ryan Gosling starring Martin Luther King, Martin Luther King starring Ryan Gosling would work.
But yeah,
All right,
yeah,
but
I'm probably not gonna
just
be
the
doing this
slightest
next.
with white actors. I don't
I'll
know,
be
man. I feel like
back
that
to
wouldn't
work in
work
June.
actually. Now, this is systematic white erasure. It is not a mistake. It is not an accident. It is done on purpose. There is no other
I mean,
explanation
it
for
does
this
suck
other than the
because there's
fact
gonna
that
be
they
a
hate
couple
your
other
culture
people out of
and they
work,
want it
but
removed across the West. And it's very obvious
oh
that it's
well.
not working
I
anymore.
mean, I
Nolan's
tried.
Odyssey, all right, everyone's talking about this now. We'll talk about this a little more right now. Nolan's Odyssey problem, diversity without Greeks is not diversity. So focused on diversity in the Odyssey, there's no Greeks. Understand, it's a systematic erasing of your culture, and the
So I just
reason
wanted to
is
let you guys
simple.
know,
It's because
so
they hate you, actually.
when the time
The
comes,
left
you're not
wing worldview
completely
is
caught off
constantly at
guard.
war with reality. They want to break reality down in front of you. They want you to sit there and tremble and be like, yeah, actually, men could be women. Of course, men could be women, and women could be men, and murdering babies is actually awesome and incredible. And
Oh,
women shouldn't get married
OBS.
or have families or children or husbands, and they should be a girl boss. And yeah, they're not going to be happy, but they're going to be fulfilled if they get
I can
cats.
tell you here in a
Importing
minute.
infinite retards from the third world with sub 80 IQs is totally going to make our country better, actually. It'll
It
make us
does,
more American than even before. Yep, that guy, yeah, he raped a goat 2 days ago, but well, now he has paperwork that says he's
BMP,
just as American as you
DTGA,
and I. This is
PNG,
a systematic
JPEG,
strategy set.
JPG,
Race, culture,
JXT,
identity,
JIF,
ethnicity, none of it
GIF, GIF,
matters. None of it's
PDS,
important.
and
People are
WebP.
just little economic units of carbon whizzing through a nihilistic hellscape.
And
And the moment they
the
convince
file
you
you
that
sent
nothing
me,
matters and there is no God and there's nothing to fight for, and there's nothing to be proud of, well, then the only thing that
Is
actually
WebM.
matters is your own personal happiness. Enter the era of
If it was
infinite
WebP, I
orgies
could
and
use it.
retards. So we got to talk about this because I think it's all
But
part
I
of the
can't
same
use
strategy.
WebM.
The woke Jews in Hollywood worked overtime on this Christopher Nolan Odyssey movie. Before getting too deep into
If you're
the
gonna
chaos,
work for
Free
streamers,
Cash was
I
promised
suggest
to me
you
3,000
download
years ago. One thing I
OBS
recently added to my
and
daily
learn how to
routine
use it.
using Free Cash for a few minutes
Yeah,
here
I
and there.
suggest
If I'm gonna
download
make it through the
OBS and
time
learn how to
slump,
use
I'm
it.
ready to
Find
get
out
some
everything you can
money
about
out of it.
OBS
Free
because
Cash is a
that's
fun
what
and
most
easy way to
streamers
earn real
use.
money by doing simple tasks while already on your phone. Play games, complete surveys, do simple tasks, and turn your bathroom break into an investment. I've been enjoying playing Call to Dragons on Free Cash, a high payout strategy-based building game. You get instant payouts with a really easy process through PayPal, Amazon, or Visa. There's already over 250 million.
Yeah, if I go to my analytics,
60 million.
see, I'm 1 day away on my 30 day, but I'm 5 away on my 60 day. I'd have to do it for another month just to, and I can't afford to do it another month. That's all there is to it. I just can't. Well, it doesn't matter because I'm probably only going to be doing this for another week or so. So you don't waste your time with it.
Cranked up a couple of notches.
The most orange man alive made the following tweet, and people around the world, cryptids, are trying to discover exactly what he possibly could mean by this one. I'm not exaggerating. There was an entire, think piece on CNN discussing what could he possibly mean by this tweet. Now, I am no decipherer of codes, so I'm just going to leave it up to you if you could figure out what he possibly could mean by this. Now, free run, the clock is ticking, and they better get moving fast, or there won't be anything left of them. Time is of the essence.
Well, I might as well
President
puff while I'm
DGT.
waiting.
Now, the actual truth
But
is that
yeah, I had a lot of fun doing it. Don't get me wrong, man.
Right now.
I love fucking streaming, but I just can't afford to do it anymore.
Refineries are all backed up and overflowing because they can't actually get anything out because they are.
I streamed 11 hours yesterday. I streamed 11 hours yesterday.
Fucked. They are so cooked. The blockade has cooked them. They are overflowing.
This is yes. No, this is the. Here, this is today. This is today's. I'm averaging 17 viewers right now. Yesterday, 11 hours, I averaged 73. The day before that, I got 76, one over what I needed. 83, that was a good day. But see, 47, 45, 44. Fridays I do all right. I'll probably stream on Fridays. Those are decent. No, not really. Look at that. This day I got zero average viewers. 71, 0 on that day. I mean, I'm not pulling in the audience. I can't afford to do this anymore. I mean, it's sad, but it's fucking the truth, man.
The left is losing everywhere. Absolute shambles. They're losing domestically. They're losing in England. China absolutely got cucked by America, right? That was supposed to be the communist utopia, just getting absolutely curb stomped by capitalism. Right?
But, I mean, I don't regret trying. I mean, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. So, I tried it. It didn't work, man.
The one-sided beef he has with Shoe on Head, all right?
This is exactly what it's like with my fucking haters. In the very unbelievably rare occasion, come up to me. I
leader. Because he's so beloved. He surrounds himself with terrorists, and they fucking love him.
They're like, oh, I got him.
True.
One of them came up to me at the fucking.
He's going to jail, by the way.
At the web summit, he's like, I'm an Asmongold fan. I'm gonna. I was like, okay, do you want a photo? Like.
Man, he was so unbothered.
Yeah, yesterday. What's your beef with shoe on it? I was like, I don't have any fucking one-sided.
So one-sided,
As I've
bro.
said over and over again, in the real world, where we can be in
Where
each other,
Hassan Piker is going to jail.
there's physical spaces. The situation doesn't unfold in the way that you envisioned it, right? On the internet, you can be like, I have portrayed myself as cool, calm, and collected. The interlocutor is angry, emotional,
Bro, your
and
cortisol is
therefore
spiking
losing
right
the
now,
argument. But in the fucking real world, it's very different.
Bro.
I noticed your 20-second mentions of some YouTubers.
Yeah, I mean, when I'm online.
Crash outs, yeah, that they all.
Yeah, he watches all of them actually, which is why me. Right, there's this guy that's in like a doxing server.
But
all right, on Discord,
I guess I'm just gonna.
dox me and dox all
I
of
mean,
the
I'm gonna
sons
fuck
of
off the
enemies,
schedule and
the
just
son
do
is
what I
signal
want to do
boosting
on
the
stream
doxer.
now.
I'm not even
Because
exaggerating. Right, it's insane how tuned in he is.
Yeah, there's no
to the
point.
fact
I
that
mean,
everyone fucking hates him because he's
before
a
I was just playing games trying to get an audience, but now
so
it's.
Shoehead responds, spend 3 minutes of
Well, there's no
30-minute
point
video
to it.
responding to his awful pragmatic take. He embarrasses himself, whole internet laugh at it with my friend. She crashed out, one-sided beef, 555, come on now. Come on now. Just absolute fucking evisceration, bro. And by the way, Shoehead, I very much appreciate the shout out.
All right, it's almost downloaded.
Hassan Piker. That's very fucking awesome, actually, because Hassan Piker sucks, actually. He's a terror-supporting retard. And his awful pragmatic take, by the way, that everyone's making fun of him about, bro, his awful pragmatic take is him being like, you should not have children, actually, and not have a family. You should go commit domestic terrorism instead. And the funniest thing is, like, he spent 6 minutes talking about, I'm not crashing out.
Yeah, I don't know what was going on. I couldn't get it in. I would.
For your sanity, but like, dude,
I'd load it up. I'd get the studio promo.
And now that I've
and then it would just
like an hour-long
go black,
being like,
and it wouldn't do anything. And if I clicked the screen, it would say the program wasn't responding. I did it. I don't know. I tried to load it 3-4 times last night. It didn't do it. I tried loading it twice this morning. It wouldn't do it. I verified all the files. I did everything else. The only thing I didn't do was delete it and reinstall it.
All of these people are like, yes. You're fucking destroying him, my queen. And it's so funny because it's like, okay, yeah, I've been
signal boosting doxers, Hassan. That'll help you from your inevitable arrest and deportation.
Then it would do this.
Anyway, so Hassan is crashing out on the whole China situation.
Okay, here we go. It's loading up now. Hopefully it kept my saves, and it did. I think. Yes.
Please, Democrats, you must let China take Taiwan, please. Hassan's pending community note. Hassan supports Chinese imperialism and pushes for militaristic takeover of Taiwan. Saying 97% of Taiwanese oppose, according to a 2025 national poll, showing 63% of Taiwanese identify solely as Taiwanese and only 2.4 support unification. All right, but he doesn't care. He does not care about the people of Taiwan or Tibet, which, by the way, he's already in the past supported the rape, capture, and concentration camps that China made for Tibetan people. He already said he supported that. All right, you know, long before he even got his Chinese Communist Party endorsed tour of China.
I don't remember where I was in this. I think I got my meth lab set up.
Do whatever the fuck they want in the world and support them. Translation: this is from a transgender leftoid, I'm pretty sure, right? Because you don't understand.
Yeah, I
this
got
is
it set up.
Civil War. They fucking hate Hassan. Everyone hates Hassan. You know, everyone's like, wait, actually, I don't want terrorism and shit. Please, please, please. Just let China invade and annex Taiwan without protest. Please, please do that. Hassan gets back. Why don't we send you to the front lines right now? There's already one war America started that isn't going too well. Actually, it's going really well, which is why we killed so many of the terrorists. It's awesome. Hopefully we'll kill some more. Anyway, I'm sorry if they're friends of yours somehow. So, and possibly the most diabolical community note of all time, Hassan actively pushes Chinese imperialism, denies CCP involvement in the Uyghur genocide, promotes militaristic takeover of Taiwan. 2025 National Survey says that Taiwanese identify solely as Taiwanese, etc., etc. And then it has like a whole bunch of sources of Hassan just straight up supporting imperialist China. So when he
I'll
says
miss
that he's against
streaming.
American
I
empire,
had a lot of
against
fun
America,
doing
it's
it.
not because he's
Don't get me
anti-imperialist.
wrong.
And I've said this so many times.
I just can't afford to
So
do it
many
anymore.
times. It's not that he's anti-imperialist. He just supports the other empire. All right. None of these people actually have ideological follow-throughs on any of their ideals because their ideals are rooted in nothing. Their morality is fake and gay. They don't actually believe in anything that they espouse. All right, they are little nebulous retards wandering around rooting for their fucker retards to defeat our glorious American civilization. That is Hassan Piker's political stances on everything. His political stances will always be the downfall of Western civilization, particularly America, because we are the GOAT. Pay attention. That's why he'll support the cartels. All right, that's why he'll support Venezuela and Cuba. That's why he'll support every single Islamic terrorist organization on the fucking planet, like the Houthis bombing our ships, or Hezbollah bombing our Marines, or Hamas that have killed dozens of our men.
I got a new litter robot
It's
for
why
my
he'll support
birthday. That
Russia
was pretty
taking
cool.
Ukraine, and it's why he supports
The old one was a
China,
piece of shit.
Inevitably, irrevocably, pure 100% China. He has stated directly in the past that if China
Let me guess,
would
you're
attack
fucking out of money
America,
too, aren't
he
you?
would defect to China. Understand, none of the actual values he claims to believe in are something he actually supports. His actual ideology is the destruction of the West, and he's not alone. He's just retarded enough to make it really obvious. And that's why he hates me, by the way. That's why he will never bring up my clips. He'll only slander me without actually showing my video. He'll just slander me. He'll shout out people trying to dox me and shit. But the reality is that
No,
this
this one's a cheaper one.
I got it right.
I can't. It's like
he called me out, by the way.
I remember the name was a
challenged
lot
him to
like
debate,
Timu,
and then
but
he
it wasn't.
ghosted.
It was like
All right,
TU
just
or
saying,
something
to be
like
clear, I
that.
understand the level of retard
It's pretty basic thing. All it is it's a big round litter box
right now, then. Like, that's literally his argument.
that has a
Literally.
sensor on
That's
the
literally his
inside that
argument.
when the
This
cat
guy's like, why do you
enters
support
and
China
leaves,
invading and taking Taiwan
it
without
waits
protest?
like
We should check
30
the diet
seconds
of
or a
war.
minute, and then it rotates.
Now, Hassan
And
claims he's
it has
completely
a
numb to
thing it'll catch the litter but separate all the clumps, and then they fall out a hole into a little catch basin, and then the whole thing it switches back and it puts all the clean litter back into the thing. I gotta hang on. Let me pause it so time doesn't pass.
What I'm saying here, like,
oh, it's just context, so that when you're like outwardly supporting China and criticizing America for being adversarial to China, it's just so like viewers might have a perspective that you might possibly be biased because you want infinite Chinese century.
I got something in my cart. What do I got in my cart?
Are supposed to be meaningful about the thing that
This was very meaningful.
Oh, my
Very
little
meaningful.
bit thing.
Your entire
Okay.
personality would be against the pretendicide in Gaza and hate the United States and support China, and then it turns out you're just a Chinese imperialist cum-rag tanky who just more than
Why
happy
didn't it
to
sign
sit
in
there
my
and
account?
gobble and slurp whatever propaganda you possibly can in order to push for infinite Chinese takeover of the world. So it's very relevant, actually.
I'm talking about.
Oh my God.
Notice how he doesn't deny it.
I fucking
I'm
hate
not
when they do
making
this
an
shit.
Assessment on support for unification here at all. I mean, okay, man. Great. Yes, I'm a Chinese
I love
imperialist,
how we can't even deny it, so he has to make believe he's sarcastic about it.
dude. Totally.
Yep, true.
That's what this is.
Yep. True, he doesn't even deny it. Oh my
God,
God.
it
So
just-
cucked.
I hate that the most.
Well, I try to fucking keep all my
the most,
information like
uh,
always
annoying
logged
thing
in,
that has
because
happened
one,
beyond Twitter. being a
Oh
fucking
my
meme
God.
Nazi shithole, which is the ultimate most annoying thing.
Which is
that-
true, because Hassan Piker, a guy who advocates for basically every single...
well, I can't get in there right now because fucking Amazon is gay. It's gay and lame. So, but anyways, it's just a simple, cheap. I think I paid like 200 or it's like 200 bucks. So yeah, I bought it for myself for my birthday because I was getting sick of the old one. The old one was even cheaper. I paid like 100 bucks for it. It only lasted about a year. Fucking, I hate the, dude, you're just Amazon. It's not like somebody's in there stealing my shopping information. Fucking retarded. God, I hate fucking, I hate
the
nerds.
entirety of the liberal and left coalition united on Twitter.
All right,
Everyone
anyway.
has knives out for one another.
Knives out. In other words, you criticized me. And all I wanted was China to take Taiwan
But yeah,
and
the
genocide the people.
automatic
You
litter
criticized
box
me.
is way easy.
It's
I go in there every other day. I empty the little garbage bag in the collection bin, and I throw a couple handfuls more litter in there.
Such a good mood, and now he hates everything.
When we first started,
The only real complaint I have is when I first got it, it was kind of hard to get the cat to use it.
Retard with low impulse control.
Because it was kind of, I guess the cat thought it was weird.
Please, just end it all.
I only have 14 of those. Give me my gun.
bro, the libs on Blue Sky are just as bad.
Oh, they don't even like me on Blue Sky.
Look, I'm no stranger. DGG is super active on community notes, and they've effectively taken over the community notes subreddit.
It's
Great.
destiny.
Fantastic. Good for them. I don't know what else to say. Nobody gives a fuck about community notes on Twitter.
Clearly you do, because you're in a terrible mood right now by your own admission.
Other than the people who are making the community notes on Twitter.
Yeah,
that
clearly
little
you
chick
seem
is a
to care.
deorbiter, by the way. That's why they're hitting you so hard. No, I know.
I know. I'm only getting criticized by bad faith people. Yeah, so anyway, this is pamphlets. This is a communist Islamist news site, by the way, all right, saying, no, China has no democracy, yet every city has a subway. That's right. Democracy is when subway. Community notes, that's actually not true. The largest Chinese city without a subway in 2026 is Linyi, population of 11 million, no subway. So it's like, A, not true, B, retarded as fuck. All right, now, Hassan Piker, you know, he actually got an LA mayor candidate, who's losing miserably, by the way, an LA mayor candidate on his stream, which he is promoting, by the way. Of course, he promotes the foreigner every single time, in every single election. Every single time, Hassan Piker will, without fail, vote for the foreigner. The one that wants infinite communism, to take money away from the people that earn it and give it to the people that don't deserve it, and bring in complete fucking retards into the country. That will be 100% of the time exactly who Hassan endorses. So Hassan does endorse her, but the craziest part is, first, he makes sure she passes the purity test, and it's insane. It doesn't stop.
Yeah,
It's
give
really
me a
long.
sec. I wanted
Basically,
to
it's an
find at
entire
least 4 more
interview about
mushrooms
Palestine.
to complete a stack.
She's running to be the mayor of Los Angeles, bro. And this is what
In your 2020
his own audience, by the way.
Let me at
turned
least
on
get
her.
out of the
Now
sewers.
his audience doesn't want to vote for her because she didn't purity test enough. I guess.
Get to a safe house or something, just so nothing happens to my character.
Israel's right to exist. Has your stance changed since then? And do you believe Israel has a right to exist in its current form?
I love how this guy has a mayor candidate for Los Angeles on his stream, and he's like, so your thoughts on Israel's right to exist?
It's an international court that's currently being investigated for genocide at the International Court of Justice.
You know, yes, I do believe that Israel has a right to exist.
Alright, I got nothing going on, no money, so I might as well wait until it's done. Alright, let's spark.
Any other country on the planet. No
Yeah.
country on the planet has a
Get this
right
thing
to
out of my eye.
fucking anything. The reason why Israel does exist is because the infinite
you know what?
retards that
I'm
keep
just
trying
gonna
to
light
kill
up a new
the
one.
Jews in Israel keep losing their fucking wars. Alright? No one has the right to exist. Alright? So again, immediate retard response.
want to see countries that are operating without apartheid, with equality in their
Just
borders.
to be clear, when he says apartheid, he specifically means non-Islamic apartheid. Because you do realize that in China there's apartheid, not Islamic, but in China there's apartheid, in Turkey there's apartheid, in Pakistan there's apartheid. Every single Islamic country there's apartheid. In Qatar, in all these countries there's apartheid. In Israel, ironically, there isn't apartheid. You know, a fifth of the Israeli government are Arabs, not even Jews. So that's bullshit. That's one. And two, in regards to ethno-state, Japan is an ethno-state. Korea is an ethno-state. All right, China's an ethno-state. But no complaints about any of those ethno-states. All right, like, you have to understand exactly the game that this retard plays, because words mean nothing to him. He uses them as weapons.
I come from a country, from India, which is
Ray,
now
Ray, let's get an Indian mayor of Los Angeles, ladies and gentlemen.
Operating through Hindu nationalist principles, and I'm deeply critical of it, and I'm critical of that when it happens everywhere.
Wow. I love how she says
God
my
damn.
country. He's running for mayor in the United States of America and refers to India as her country. Just understand this, man.
Yeah.
Not even
that,
half.
that Israel is an apartheid state.
I think that it is, I think that they're not treating people fairly, that they're treating people unequally. I do
Holy shit, could you guys be further away from each other?
But
Not enough. It's not enough.
In February 2024,
Uh-oh.
the Senate sentenced you for accepting the endorsement of Democrats for Israel LO, the group that is opposed the Gaza ceasefire. Knowing what we know now, and seeing the videos of Gaza in ruins, do you disagree with that endorsement? Would you still ship it out at this point? What's your
He doesn't stop, by the way. Security testing goes on for like another hour.
yeah, I wouldn't seek it out now. And I'd still be
So sad.
violence in Gaza. As the co-author.
By the way, you want to hear a really funny statistic that'll immediately rape your mind? Did you know that according to the United Nations, 70% of buildings in Gaza were destroyed?
Put a shirt on.
Only 1% of people in Gaza were killed. Those buildings were supposed to be full of people. Why aren't they dead? That's so weird. Didn't you know 70% of the buildings only killed 1% of the people? That's so weird. It's almost like they specifically evacuated the people to prevent them from dying. Literally the worst genocide ever.
The ceasefire resolution at City Hall that was voted on. I co-authored it.
I co-authored it. I do virtue signal for Palestine.
Violence against Palestinians in the building.
No!
I remain deeply concerned.
Okay, sir, I have so much concern in my heart. Anyway, by the way, for the record, this is how much time he spends on the virtue signal LARP, and then after 50 minutes of this bullshit, he's like, oh yeah, she's better than you. At least he's like an open borders communist Indian, and you know, gonna fucking destroy our country at least. So that'll be awesome, right? And he still endorses her. So this is just absolute cinema. Lumphao has found an LA mayor candidate on, asked a bunch of Israel-Palestine questions. He responds that the
He
LA
should have a
mayor
stack
LA
of cash
won't
for me.
really affect the issue, and the chat has to go,
Oh,
no,
God damn it!
The hate and vitriol. This is the ultimate psyop. You won't care about anything. Anyway, heartbreaking news for Hassan Piker. Israeli military confirms the killed the leader of Hamas's military wing. Just literally terrible fucking news. Terrible news for Hassan Piker. Guys, Hassan is going through a lot right now. It's just miserable. His best buddy was killed in Gozan. We get some heart emojis in the comments for Hassan Piker's best friend that was just killed. Anyway, we got Sam Harris, a libtard, by the way, says that Hassan Piker is like the same as Nick Fuentes. It's not true. Nick Fuentes is infinitely better than Hassan Piker.
The left, unlike the right, has captured mainstream institutions to a remarkable degree. So you have, in recent months, the New York Times not only platforming, but really celebrating Hassan Piker as though he were the new face of progressive politics in America.
Oh, my.
And they gave him a glowing profile on the style section. They gave him his own op-ed. Ezra Klein embraced him as, quote, not the enemy. He was on another podcast and anchored by a New York Times writer with a New Yorker writer, and he and the New Yorker writer were agreeing that looting was now micro-looting was now an ethical strategy of protest. Just steal from corporations that you think are too rich or that you don't like. This is obviously morally deranged, and you would not get the analogous right-coded derangement celebrated by any kind of mainstream.
I don't get it. The left are embraced. That's crazy. I don't even get it. That's libtard extraordinaire, Sam Harris. Pretty good stuff, honestly.
News outlet. Right? So,
wow.
The fact that Hassan Piker is not
You mean to tell me that the left is inherently a psychopathic, morally deranged party based on barbaric principles and child sacrifice? You mean to tell me that your on time is an absolutely morally devoid shithole? Wow. Self-reported a century.
Hey, sorry I punched you earlier. I was going through some stuff, man.
But here's the irony. Nick Fuentes is infinitely better than Hassan Piker. I have never seen Nick Fuentes endorse violence or incite violence or directly call for people to kill Jews. Yeah, he doesn't like Jews. Sure. Yeah, he doesn't like Israel. Absolutely. I never see him calling for terrorist attacks. Hassan Piker does it almost every week. Okay? You can't compare them. Now, of course, Mayor Zohran Mamdani does exactly what the mayor of New York should be doing. Today marks Nakba Day. Just invented a new holiday, guys. An annual day of remembrance to commemorate the expulsion of more than 700,000 Palestinians from 1947 to 1949 during the creation of the State of Israel in the year that followed. Does anyone want to know why they left? Why did they leave? They didn't get expelled. They left themselves because 5 Arab armies declared war on Israel. And they were like, listen, Palestinians, you leave, you join us, and when we destroy the Jews, we'll give you your place back. But they lost miserably. And the Jews were like, no, actually, you guys left the country to join Arab armies to kill us? No, actually, we don't want to let you back. And that's actually kind of, again, really sucks for a lot of those guys, but kind of based, if you ask me. Again, I'm really sorry for all the people that lost their houses and suffered through this, and they were innocent, and they just kind of didn't want to be in the middle of a war. I'm sure that'll happen to a lot of them. That sucks, but anyway, life moves on. All right, so Ainea is a New Yorker and a Nakba survivor. I love the term survivor, because no one died in the Nakba. The Nakba was just a lot of Palestinians left their homes to let Arab countries kill the Jews, and they failed. All right, and then they didn't get their homes back. All right, Nakba survivor. 99% of people during the Nakba were Nakba survivors. All right, and also this Nakba survivor is a European settler. In the late 19th century, Muslim Bosnians, including Ainea's grandparents, fled Bosnia to Ottoman Syria after Austria-Hungary took control of Bosnia. All right, and then boom.
I need to get to open up the other dealer. How the hell do?
This is literally a European settler crying about the Nakba. Like, that's insane. So this guy,
Alright, bitch better buy my weed.
Is a Palestinian being like, narrative violation warning. Elders in my Arab village in Israel told me the richest Palestinians sold their land and left first. 80 years later, their grandkids now claim to be displaced victims. I'm so allergic to victim mindset, it boils my blood. 15 million displaced Hindus and Muslims in India, Pakistan around the same year. No one is trying to be a victim there. It's time to move on. You only get to be a victim once. After that, you're a volunteer. But this is a Palestinian, by the way.
Alright.
A Palestinian saying, what are you doing? Stop. Comrade Mamdani says Nakba survivor, as if they survived the Holocaust or something. The only difference is the Nakba survival rate was 99%. 99%!
I have not.
Crazy. The Gaza genocide, by the way, is roughly 97% survival rate. I just understand. Everyone discusses the Nakba. No one mentions that Jordan's expelled 40,000 Palestinians. Libya expelled 30,000 Palestinians. 21,000 Palestinians.
Do you know what you call a lesbian dinosaur?
Kuwait expelled 300,000.
A lick a lot of puss.
Right, just understand. Also, the Arab states told them to leave. The Arab states told them to leave so they could kill the Jews. They lost the war, like Arabs do. Arabs lose all their wars because they're retarded, inbred people for the most part. And now they're crying about it. Now, it's just miserable. This is what's going on in Gaza right now, by the way, as you can tell, because of the genocide. They're having parties. This is men-only parties. The women slaves are still in their houses doing what women slaves are supposed to do.
I'm hoping one of these two.
They're arming the children of Gaza. It's like, oh my God, children are dying in the genocide. Well, I mean, what do you
What is the cop doing here?
Like, let's be honest for a second.
This better not. You better not be narking on me, bitch.
With,
I'll stab you right in the face.
With their children, carrying weapons. Like, bro, what are you expecting is gonna happen? What are you being serious for like a second? All right, like. It's so sad. The slopaganda that people are eating is
parkour.
Insane. All right, this is a father who lost a child 3 times, the same child. All right, Israel killed the same child in Gaza at least 3 times, and they all push the same bullshit again and again. All right, and here we have the mayor of New York. Now, I want to tell you my incredibly nuanced opinion on American politics. I really only wanted to focus on America. I don't want to be funding foreign countries. I don't want to be sitting here and defining our politics based on how many times Palestinians could start wars and lose. I actually don't care about any of that shit. But you can tell that this emotional diarrhea works wonders for the retards in New York.
Through the bank?
Retard leftoids that basically let emotions dictate their entire worldview. Understand, we are not up against a succinct, logical enemy that has different ideological values as us in regards to make America the best country. These people just hate America and want us to fucking die. And that is why the Palestinian movement exists. It exists, ultimately, as a political movement designed to psyop and emotionally manipulate the retards into hating our country and destroying our civilization. It's not about the Palestinians that keep starting wars and losing, just like they don't care about any of the actual genocides that are going around, all perpetrated by Muslims, suspiciously enough. The jig is up. This blue retard is calling it out for what it is, and people need to wake up and notice. A lot of people are so scared to say it.
Hey, buddy, what are you doing?
The children are dying, and I'm gonna look mean. I don't
Did
care
you want
about how
in?
I look.
Is that
Your booze
the
me
cut of your
nothing.
jib?
I've seen
What are
makes
you doing?
cheer. We gotta get the pussies out of politics, man. We're literally getting mind raped by the lowest IQ slopaganda, and the feminoids are just slurping it up because they have absolutely zero emotional defense mechanisms. Groomed into SSRI-addicted retards in colleges funded by Qatar. This country needs strong men to stand up and fight for ourselves, because we cannot leave ourselves in the hands of these demented feminoids. And we're not doing that, actually. Actually, we're winning.
Cuba is apparently a total shithole. It is awful. And people living there are living in total, absolute poverty. And Nick Shirley went to Cuba to try to raise awareness to this, and another country that has been the victim of communism.
What percentage of people do you think are suffering here in Cuba?
La mayoría.
The majority.
La mayoría.
What's your thoughts on communism? ¿Qué piensas de comunismo?
The worst thing to ever exist is communism. Because in reality, no one is a communist.
In operation right now because there's quite literally no gas.
And we stand out like sore thumbs here, so they're wondering why we're here with cameras, interviewing people. They want to know what's happening and what people are saying. That's why people are not talking to us much.
They're asking why are we trying to leave the hotel early.
Cuba right now is facing one of the largest humanitarian crises in the world. Cuba's government is a one-party communist-ruled country, and they're facing massive food shortages, daily blackouts, and a lack of medicine. And right now, a U.S. blockade is restricting oil and gas from coming inside of the country. With communism and socialism on the rise in the West, I wanted to see what life in communism is really like.
Well, the reason why communism and socialism is on the rise in the West, one of the big reasons, is we keep importing people from communist and socialist countries. We need to send them the fuck back.
And
that's what I
Cuba
think.
has been living underneath communism for over 60 years. Upon arrival, I completed all required documents and had received a visa for journalistic activity. However, once I landed, all my camera gear was seized, and within 24 hours, I was planning my escape out of Cuba after their intelligence followed me all day, and a 2-star general came searching for me at the hotel.
That is insane.
Now let's go see the reality of Cuba and eventually plan our escape out of Cuba.
Holy shit.
Did I lose him? I guess so.
La calle, no hay nadie aquí en estas casas. ¿Dónde está la gente?
The problem is that there's no gasoline. It's not easy to move.
I do have to say, one of the best ironies of all this is the fact that Nick Shirley seems to be more fluent in Spanish than he is in English. It's so fucking funny.
We have a lot of limitation for work.
None of the gas stations are even in operation right now because there's quite literally no gas. When the United States captured Maduro, their main supplier of gas and oil was
Venezuela.
shut off. So the country right now has hardly any gas, and if you do want to get gas,
You chased me down for one?
Oh my
God damn, you're a dick.
His position to get gas is $1,200 in line, and gas from the government costs around
$1,200
What is
in
this?
line,
Big
and it's
Bud.
$4 a gallon. And that's Cuba.
Oh, that's my explosive stuff. Where's Home Slice?
Costs $10 per liter.
We're gonna have to follow him.
Per gallon if you
Oh
buy
my
gas
God.
here in Cuba.
I didn't realize this was my explosive stuff. So
Always, it was easy. Nowadays it's really bad. But it was easy to get gasoline.
And for you,
every day you can go to the gasoline station and buy it normally. It was normal.
Yep.
But nowadays,
hey, dude, you all right?
it's really bad.
Didn't Hassan tell us Cuba's awesome? Well, he got
Ooh, he had a
into
sewer
Cuba
key.
so he could do propaganda for them. Like, I mean, they're literally like, you have a lot of Westerners that are literally cooperating with authoritarian communist governments that suppress and kill their own people in order to try to own the United States.
¿Cómo está sobreviviendo la gente aquí en Cuba?
Just imagine the reality of it, with 1,000 sacrifices and 1,000 daily struggles. The average Cuban citizen is the one really going through absolute hell here in this country.
It's so interesting being here in Cuba because everything is just like empty. It's almost very like North Korea-like. When you come into a massive plaza,
I don't understand why he's calling me.
There's nothing there at all. Yeah, it's just nothing.
You can't even hear a car in sight. And they have all this other portraits of people and past leaders of Cuba, yet there's hardly anyone even here.
Oh my
it's
God.
Very strange
Slimy
here.
ghost.
They're saying that this is even more quiet than during COVID, during the pandemic. Less people are even leaving the streets than during the pandemic. That's how bad the crisis is right now. And the Cuban people simply just don't have money, and they also just do not have the resources, like gasoline, to be able to go out.
So nobody can even go outside.
Normal lives right now.
Holy shit!
Headed to a nearby hospital.
And like, look at this place. It's a complete shithole. Oh my God, this is awful. Look at it.
Going on, we noticed we were being followed by Cuban police and their intelligence after the word got out. I was asking people about communism.
And also, by the way, to say that this is the United States' fault is like the most retarded thing that you can possibly say. The reason why it's this bad is because the government's making it this way. There's nothing about the United States that tells Cuba that they have to put people in jail for speaking out against the government. Cuba does that all by itself. So this concept that somehow Cuba would be some kind of coastal paradise, as long as the United States didn't come in and ruin everything, this is pure libtard delusion slop. The place is a shithole. It's a shithole ideologically, it's a shithole mechanically, and it's a shithole politically. It's a complete shithole. That's it. And if the thing is that if there was only one thing that they had wrong, which was like, for example, they were really poor, but everything else was okay, then I think you could make an argument that, well, maybe the U.S. is making things a lot worse for them. But the reality is that they're making things bad for themselves.
Communist country, there's no such thing as freedom of speech.
Yep, there it is.
The press. In fact, if you speak out against the current regime or against communism, your neighbor can then report you to an area inside of the neighborhood where the government or the police will then come after you, and you have the risk of being imprisoned for speaking out against the regime.
And what's the reality of living inside of communism? ¿Qué es la realidad de vivir en comunismo?
Son presidentes todos.
They're presidents of everything. They're bosses of everything.
Así que funciona.
Hay mucha gente que está muriendo.
This is one of the things that I think is really funny, is that these people that are talking about, like, I mean, this is basically, like everything that they criticize Trump doing for being fascist, these countries do 10 times worse. There's like no logic or reasoning for this at all.
Pro comunismo.
Por eso mismo, porque
Dude's
no hay
paranoid.
pastilla, no hay nada para darle a la gente.
And what would be your last message to the people about living life in communism?
Bueno, el último mensaje que daré es que lo más malo que hay aquí en Cuba es el comunismo.
The worst thing in Cuba is communism. To live in communism is the worst thing now in Cuba.
El comunismo.
Wow.
¿Qué piensa ahora de su propio presidente?
What do you think about your president?
Bueno, yo
I don't think he's capable to be president.
No tiene la capacidad para ser presidente.
Damn. Because we are dying of hunger.
Si no trabajamos, nos morimos de hambre.
Yep.
And do you believe that it's the responsibility of the government to give food to the people? ¿Crees que es la responsabilidad del gobierno para dar comida a la gente?
Yep.
Sí.
They're the bosses and
son los
support the
jefes,
people.
tienen que abastecer al pueblo.
¿Qué piensa de lo que está haciendo Donald Trump con el
What do you think about Trump letting oil or gas into the country?
Dejando gasolina para entrar. See, like people are very scared to answer and even give questions and responses here because of communism, and because when you say communism, when they say that they control the food or they control the jobs, they also control the freedom of press here. So a lot of people aren't used to talking on camera. And ¿qué piensa eso de?
Yeah.
Que se cinga ahí a Canel.
Fuck the president. That's the only thing he's trying to say.
Que se cinga ahí a Canel.
Security had noticed that 2 random individuals had appeared while we were doing these interviews, and they decided it was time to leave.
So what happened while we were conducting some of those interviews?
Right now, while we were finishing one of the interviews, some undercover cops, you could just tell they're undercover cops. They came out of nowhere.
Yeah.
They got on better used phones than the average person here, and they were right away communicating with each other, and they were trying to corner us out, so that's why we had to get out of there.
Oh my God.
So you do have government spies going around making sure that certain things aren't said.
Of course, and we stand out like sore thumbs here, so they're wondering why we're here with cameras, interviewing people. They want to know what's happening and what people are saying. That's why people are not talking to us much.
That's also why you don't ever see any videos come out of Cuba.
That's 100% why you don't see videos come out of Cuba. It's very limited, the videos that you see come out of Cuba. Because
did the United States make them do that? No.
Control everything.
We headed into downtown Havana with the hopes that we'd shake off the two.
Look at this. This is awful. This is terrible. It's just a complete shithole.
Spies that were telling us.
Yeah.
And I want you to notice the pure decay
Look
here.
at that.
The streets and the buildings
could be out of
look like
Africa.
they're gonna fall apart, and this is due to 50 years of
I'd
no
say Africa is probably even better.
innovation inside of a communist country.
Oh my God.
We then went into one of the local markets to exchange some cash for some Cuban pesos.
And here in Cuba, their inflation has hit really hard here, so their peso does not really go that far, so the dollar does go a lot farther here. In fact, the average salary of someone here for the month is $14 USD. So right
$14 a month. Holy shit.
now we're exchanging here on the streets of Cuba, and you get a lot
my
more
God.
price for your dollar versus if you were to do it at the airport here in Cuba. How would you say life is here in Cuba?
La situación está mala.
The situation's bad.
Ustedes que vengan para acá.
You're gonna come here. USA is gonna take Cuba.
Claro que sí.
Of course.
Claro, tú ven para acá.
¿Y te gustaría que los daños coman
Would you
Cuba?
like the USA to take Cuba? Of course.
¿Y por qué?
Porque que vengan.
Why not? It's bad here.
Claro, para trabajar con ustedes.
Man.
What's your opinion about communism?
El comunismo es malo.
Communism is
¿Por qué
bad.
está mal?
No está malo, no hay comida aquí.
It's
¿Qué
bad
fue el
there's no
cambio
food
después
here.
de Maduro fue capturado?
Holy shit.
No me entregues.
Yeah, they can't talk about it. It's kind of interesting asking about these political situations that you could talk about in the United States completely freely, but a lot of people are timid, and you have to respect that because you don't want to put them in a bad situation. But people are very timid to talk about stuff politically here in the streets of Cuba. I mean, look at this one. You have coming down the street right here.
Yeah, these are all old cars. Look at this. Like these are like cars my dad would be like, oh, I remember when that one came out.
This is just
Yeah, look at
normal
this.
here in Cuba. It's kind of weird.
Off
the
in the
reason for
50s,
the
yes.
old cars here in Cuba is because in 1959 is when communism took effect, and the United States then later put an embargo on Cuba, which stopped new companies from working with Cuba. So all they had left was cars from the 1950s and earlier. Innovation tends not to take place in communism because there's no
Look at all that.
incentive for an entrepreneur to go out and create something because he'll receive no benefit because the state,
The government
or the
takes
country,
everything.
The government controls what goes in and out, and also how much money you take from that underneath communism. So it completely kills entrepreneurship.
It's going all right. I'm
Kills
starting to catch
innovation,
up again.
And then you come up with a stagnant society like this one here in Cuba.
I'm having trouble fucking opening Molly up. I don't understand why,
Since around the
man.
1950s, all these buildings here are still standing from the 1950s, but they have not innovated or there's nothing new here inside this country.
I'm
It's
taking
actually
care of
kinda
my
sad to
overhead.
see.
This man right here will explain just how dangerous it is to speak out against communism inside of a communist country.
How's life in communism? ¿Qué es la realidad? What's the reality of it?
El comunismo. Ya. Esa parte ahí
I
no,
can't
no,
talk
bueno,
about
no te
that.
puedo contestar esa
All
parte
right, all
porque
they gotta do
no-
is go
Vaya, no sé qué decir.
I don't know what to tell you.
The people here no pueden hablar
fill up the locker of
hablar en contra del gobierno.
my
Si tú hablas en contra del
chemist
comunismo,
and
te desaparece.
all my overhead is done, and I'm gonna start looking into profit.
What's bad about communism here in Cuba?
How you doing?
You're taken into prison and you'll just disappear.
Te pueden meter
They put you in
días
jail for
preso.
days.
¿Me entiendes? Te dan golpe y todo.
Es imposible para hablar.
It's gonna be so crazy when
All
you go to
right,
Cuba
I
and you
got
just pack
600 bucks left.
Like, I wonder if it's even gonna take a week. I wonder if they're gonna just do what Maduro did, what they did with Maduro, where they just get the main guy and then put him in a box, like in the U.S., or like if they're gonna go and like go all the way in. I don't know.
sobre comunismo?
No tengo nada que decir.
I don't have anything to say. Yeah, I bet.
What's super interesting about talking about communism is they cannot speak bad about.
I'm gonna have to buy more pseudos soon too. So
oil inside the country, there's constant blackouts that are taking place each and every single day inside of Cuba. It's even affecting the education of the children. In fact, right now, inside of Cuba, the main university, the university that Fidel Castro attended, is currently shut down. And so right now,
that's the university.
Children and the
that looks like a fucking zombie map.
University students of Cuba are having a hard time getting education.
This is the National University of Cuba. I mean, this is a huge stadium. They have tons of seats, a track, and a football pitch, but it's all just has not been.
Yeah, the grass is fucking dead. It's a shithole.
Are all rusting.
Oh my God.
¿Qué tal la vida aquí en Cuba? How's life here in Cuba?
It's all right. There are problems with transportation. You have no idea. The biggest problem for the youth? The biggest problem, the lights? Damn.
¿Cuántas veces al día se cortan la luz? How many times a day do they cut out the lights?
Almost every single day for an hour. So it's like yesterday for me, but every single day.
I start this one?
How do you live through that as a young child? ¿Cómo se vive eso mientras que está un joven?
Not very good. The lights, it affects studying as well? Yeah, you can't even learn anything? Oh my God.
So the lights are affecting your entire life. Entonces los luces están afectando toda tu vida.
When it comes, sometimes it doesn't come back. Until the morning? Oh my God.
We left the university and did the most touristy thing we could do, and that was to hop into a 1950 Chevrolet and tour the city of Havana.
Man.
With one of the local guides.
That's insane.
We did this in the hopes that we would have less people following us. However, it just brought even more attention to us when we got back.
I don't see how you can look at something like this and then not come to the conclusion that obviously communism is garbage. Like, I mean, very clearly this is garbage. Very clearly this isn't working. Duh, it's not working.
To the hotel.
How come here you guys still use old cars from the 1950s?
These are traditional cars from before the revolution. 1950, 1959, we worked for the government.
So you guys work for the government still?
We work for the government.
And this is kind of a random question, but do you know what a Tesla is? ¿Sabe qué es una Tesla?
No.
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 Man. That's sad.
Nunca he escuchado de un auto que se
Never heard of a Tesla.
No. BMW? Right now in Polymarket, there's a 45% chance that there's a clash between the U.S. military and the Cuban military. Do you think there will be a clash with the two militaries in 2026?
Like a clash? Like, I feel like that's such a broad term.
Eso es lo que pensamos muchos cubanos.
That's what a lot of Cubans think, yeah. Because we want the best for our country. For the kids, the schools, the hospitals, humble neighborhoods. Yeah. Want better? Yeah, I bet you do.
So do you think it would be good if there was some intervention between the two militaries?
Sí, pienso que sí.
Damn.
Starting a new strain, or a new, strain of weed, so
I don't think it would be a total error. It would be an improvement for the people.
I'll be getting new mixes again.
Because what's happened here in Cuba has not been good for the general public.
No está pasando bien. No está pasando, no la estamos pasando bien. Es normal que tengamos muchos problemas económicos.
And what do the people of Cuba think about Donald Trump and Marco Rubio?
Bueno, no te puedo decir exactamente qué piensan las personas porque cada cual tiene sus distintos pensamientos. Pero bueno, si es para bien para el pueblo y para nosotros los cubanos, que para bien sea.
Do you think it's necessary to happen in Cuba? ¿Cree que es necesario que hay cambios aquí?
Sí, pienso que sí. Pienso que sí, muchos años. Y todo el pueblo quiere que cambie la cosa.
And what would you say the reality of communism is?
Bueno, la realidad
the reality of communism is high and the other isn't.
Y pienso que
communism should make everyone equal. Yeah, well, everybody is equal. Everybody lives in a shithole now. There you go. Perfect.
No uno sí, otro
no one's rich, nobody else.
And it's not like that. No, es así.
Y no es así.
Right now, they say 7 out of 10 people here in Cuba.
The reason why it's never going to work is because it is in direct opposition with the nature of humanity. the nature of humanity is that people are not equal. So operating under the principle that people should have equal outcomes is a flawed principle to even begin with. So if your ideology is that everybody should have the same outcome, you will always create a system that fails because your system is being made in opposition to reality. That's the reason why.
Are going without their necessary meals here. Would you say that's true?
Es real, es real.
You think communism managed by AI would work? No, because people manage AI.
El aceite, el arroz, los frijoles, la carne, el pollo, muchos problemas, todo se está yendo.
People are naturally committed. Communism kills it. It's not even that. Not everyone can buy food. Jesus Christ.
Para poder comprar los alimentos.
And was this happening before the blockade, or is this just now happening?
Sí. Sí, pienso que sí.
Maybe one speaks about universal income. Just because I support a lot of social systems and other forms of social policies that can help people avoid going hungry and, you know, like losing housing and stuff like that. I support a lot of that. But I think that if you are equating that with the way communism works in a country like Cuba, you have a fundamental misunderstanding of what it is.
So it's not new that this is happening.
No es nuevo, no es nuevo.
For how many years have the people of Cuba been suffering?
Bueno, pienso que hace rato ya, pienso que hace tiempo ya que el pueblo está sufriendo por el tema del
alimento. They've been suffering with food and other things. They don't want to express it. We suffer because we fear the freedom of expression. Yeah, true.
Miedo de la libertad de expresión. Porque algunas veces podemos expresar algo que no nos puedan entender y nos perjudica.
That's how we feel, then we get judged. Yeah, I bet.
Hay muchas personas que no hablan.
I'd be afraid.
And that's something I have noticed when we have been talking to people is a lot of people are scared to talk about the current situation here in Cuba because of communism, essentially.
Hay muchas personas que no quieren expresar lo que sienten porque tienen miedo a cualquier tipo de situación, a que puedan ir presos, a que le puedan quitar las casas.
I want that. I want that.
Hay personas que han expresado lo que sienten.
There are people trying to pass the problems with the government. Yeah, I bet.
And how much does it cost right now for gas?
Ahora tenemos $10.
$10 a liter.
Y la estamos comprando en
we're buying on the black market.
And how much?
Holy shit!
Por eso que ha subido los impuestos.
Did they actually raise the prices on taxes?
What would be your message to all the people in the world about what's actually happening here in Cuba?
Queremos una mejoría. Necesitamos una mejoría para que el pueblo esté bien.
And this is where things began to get really weird. As we arrived back to the hotel, this man began following us. He was all
and look at see, this is the thing. Look at how nice it is for all the Westerners. It's like this is like your traditional, you know, Mexican villa, right? Everything is nice, the lights are on, all of that. The moment that you leave this, though, it's just a total shithole. Yeah, he's got Jason Statham after him.
As we moved, security noticed him telling us. We played it cool and left the hotel a few hours later, and after one interview on the street, we caught the web of spies following and monitoring everything I was doing as this man exposed the raw reality of Cuba unfiltered.
What happens at nighttime here in Cuba? ¿Qué pasa aquí en la noche?
What happens at night?
En la noche tú la ves así,
At nighttime, there's nothing.
No hay nada.
There's nothing.
No hay diversión, no hay nada, no hay luz, no hay agua, no hay nada. No hay comida, no hay medicamento, no hay
food, no medicine,
Yo no sé hasta cuándo vamos a seguir así.
How much longer we're going to go on like this? Yeah.
Have military intervention here?
Claro, para
Could
salir
we
de esta
leave the
situación.
situation?
Por supuesto.
Yeah.
Para salir de esta historia.
To leave the country? Holy
Que
shit.
no hay nada, no tenemos luz,
No power, no
tenemos
food, no
comida,
medicine.
no tenemos medicamento, no tenemos
We lack even the
la
most
primera
basic
necesidad
hospital necessities.
de un hospital, no hay nada, no tenemos nada. No hay un ser humano que pueda vivir así.
live like this? Oh my God.
Es demasiado.
And what would be your
And like
message to the rest of the
also
world about the
just look
reality?
around him. Like everything is decayed and just complete. It's just a shithole. I mean, look at this. It's awful.
What's happening here in Cuba? ¿Cuál sería su mensaje a todo el mundo de la realidad de lo que está pasando aquí en Cuba?
Te estoy diciendo cuál es la verdad. El que me diga algo que no sea lo que yo te estoy diciendo es porque tiene miedo. Pero es lo que está pasando todo el mundo. Mira esa vieja.
Begging for food with her dog.
Mírala ahí.
Oh my God.
Que no tiene gas, mírala ahí.
Look at her, talk to her.
Mírala ahí. Mira ahí.
What is this?
Mira. Mírala ahí. Pregúntale ahí.
Hola, señora.
What are you going to?
Todo lo que tú estás pasando.
Not with the camera?
Sí, la gente no quiere.
People don't want to be on camera.
Ese es el problema, que la gente no
Yeah, I
quiere
bet.
video porque la meten presa. Ese es el problema.
It's the problem, they put you in jail? Yeah. You post this video, I'm going to jail. God damn.
What's your thoughts on communism? ¿Qué piensas de comunismo?
The worst thing to exist, there it is. Holy shit. In reality, none of them are communists. Exactly. They get rich and exploit the people. Isn't it crazy how the same thing happens every single time? Like every single time the same thing happens. Wow. Surely there must not be a... Surely it's the United States' fault.
Para ti como no hay ninguna comunista, como que
no, porque no hay, eso no existe. El comunismo es la igualdad del hombre por el hombre, aquí eso no existe.
Equality for man doesn't exist here? Holy shit. They're the ones with everything. They have electricity, they have the nicest cars, they have oil, they have gas. Yeah. There it is. The majority of the companies are theirs. Why do you think they defend communism?
No funciona.
It doesn't work. The only ones defend communism are with the Castro family. For someone who's afraid of them, someone who lives off the government. Who gets rich off the dictatorship. Many such cases.
A lot of people think that communism and socialism is the way to go. What would be your message to them? Because they think capitalism has failed them. Mucha gente en los Estados Unidos ahora creen que comunismo y socialismo es la manera de donde deberíamos ir.
No.
¿Qué sería su mensaje?
The worst thing you can have happen in life is socialism. Yeah, no.
Pasar al socialismo, al comunismo, porque
oh my God.
La gran mierda. No existe el que te vea la miseria, la hostigación, al hambre, a la hostigación, a todo.
Imagine your salary, you can't even buy cooking oil. It's pretty bad. How can you live like that? They're dying. How can you live with a ration book that gives you 3 pounds of sugar and 1 of salt? Wait. You get 3 pounds of sugar every 15 Each year they give you a chicken and an egg. Eggs haven't arrived in a year. What, nobody can figure out how to grow chickens? What the fuck is going on over there? This is insane. What the fuck do you mean? Eggs haven't arrived in a year. You have to go to buy the eggs from the private grocery stores. The ration book the government gives you nothing. I don't know what it's for. It brings. Oh my God. The shipments you send to humanitarian aid. Wait a minute. The shipments that America sends for humanitarian aid, they end up selling back to the. What a shithole, man. Oh my God. The aid never arrives to the people. By the way, do you see the reason now why so many of these people want us to give aid to these countries? It's because they support the governments and that they know the aid will enable the governments to continue doing this, that will feed their worldview. That's the reason why. Gaza stuff? Well, the thing is that, like, whether it's Sudan, Gaza, Guatemala, like pre-Bukele, El Salvador, Cuba, Zimbabwe, they're all the same. Every single one is the exact same. They all do the exact same thing because
I'm in a different room. The other room I had was my bedroom. That I was in my bedroom, and I had the window covered in the bedroom so that it was dark for sleeping. This front room, I have a bunch of windows, and I have the blinds pulled down on all of them except for one that my plants are in front of, and I have one covered.
See if we can live like people.
I'm sitting right below the camera for the cat cam. That's my hand right there. The cat tower is behind me. It's getting direct natural sunlight.
Oh my God.
That's why it looks different. Before it was just getting fake light. Now it's actually brighter and it's getting natural light.
Would end up like this if they can't import anything. I think no. Why did the blockade cause them to put their own people in political prisons? Why'd they do that? Why can't they grow a chicken? And also, like, let's be pragmatic here for a minute, okay? Let's just be realistic here. Is it worth the suffering of all of your people for you to keep your ideology on life support and then take your entire country into a total fucking, like, a ghettoization of the entire country? Millions of people displaced, millions of people starving, living
what they need to do with Cuba,
like animals, so
hand it over to a gamer
communism alive.
Or a group of gamers and have them make the island self-sufficient.
Its position. They're not going to be able to stop the United States. What they should have done a long time ago is just do whatever we said. That's what they should have done. They should have immediately rolled over, and everybody else in the country would be better off for it. But they don't want to do that, and it's because of ideology. It's more important for them to maintain this ideology and get all of their people killed than to admit that maybe they did something wrong. That's it. The blockade was basically no communism or starve. Well, then why would they choose communism? Who chooses communism? And who chooses the decision of, well, let's see, do I want all of my people to be killed and starve and live in absolute poverty, or do I want to change the government? Who does that? I'll tell you who does that. People that don't have to live like that. Because they're not the ones living like that. The people making that decision to continue this, aggressive, antagonistic relationship with the United States, where they're backing our enemies and everything, they're living in nice houses. They're rich. They're totally fine. So they have no problem sacrificing the well-being for all of their people so they can maintain this power structure. That's it. If communism's so wonderful, why aren't they self-sufficient? Because they're a shithole. Like again, nothing about, like, look at the social laws they have. Look at the laws on expression that they have. We didn't do that. They did that.
Que la intervención, que van a matar a la gente, no. Ya ellos saben los puntos claves, que saben que hay comité central, que hay punto cero, que saben, todo el mundo sabe dónde están los catos. Ellos saben dónde están los catos.
The gas is probably don't even live in Cuba. Yeah. America bombed Cuba and helped the people. Hopefully they bomb some of the main leadership. Are you taking our photos? Man.
Wow.
He's getting roached out.
And film that lady. Get a shot of her. Wow. And
she's trying to roast.
This lady had spawned out of nowhere and began spying on us. For instance, look at it. She comes into frame right here, and then she hides behind the lamppost, and then all of a sudden she starts filming us. And then when she goes to the other side of the lamppost, she then begins to act like she's on a
Give me 20 donuts and a bottle of anything.
She maintains the camera angle directly at them. Yeah.
Towards our direction. The guy I'm interviewing then notices that she's filming us. He goes and confronts her.
Yeah, I'm sure this is also because of the United States.
Runs to the other side of the street. She then turns the corner and my security guard follows her to see where she goes. And who does she meet up with? She meets up with the man who was following us inside of the hotel. And after we had confirmed that we were being followed by Cuban intelligence and their spies were spying on us, we hurried back up to our hotel room and made a plan to escape Cuba.
She makes her way through the woods to him, and then he goes, no, Maxine, don't sit here. Boom, sits there. So they're together, 100%. Come back to the hotel. Buddy's there. they're 100% watching us.
Damn.
Option 2 is
What are we watching here?
there's no more flights out today. They're 100% on.
So you think we gotta leave tomorrow morning?
If we're gonna deal with the pressure,
See
at
this?
one point, which I think we're going to anyways, we do it.
This is your daily dose of cats.
Guys, I got a new cat and he is unhinged. Get out of my pan.
We found an abandoned kitten on the highway. Hi. Hi, dear.
Say hi. We just gained sentience. We just figured it out. Step 2 is breaching containment. No, I don't think so.
I think this might be another explosive one.
The way up those stairs. Turn around. Turn around. Thank you.
I gotta see the cat.
To the way up those stairs. Turn around. Turn around. Thank you.
Buddy does that. Just sits there with his tongue sticking out.
Gramps. You're facing.
Oh, that cat ain't happy.
Good girl.
I should do a day of just watching cat videos.
Nick Shirley made a video about the big protest. And people have asked me a lot to watch this. We're going to take a look at it. You're going to see it.
They've imported hostile, violent men into
Yeah,
our communities, and then
explosive.
they've tried to smear us as racist or extremists for wanting protection of our women.
Like, this is the revolt. This is the peasants revolting.
Uh-huh.
He needs to stop branding hard-working Brits as far right. We just want to be heard, and he's ignoring us.
At the end of the day, do you think a civil war is inevitable here?
Yeah, it's been going on for years. I don't recognise my country no more. Keir Starmer is like an actual traitor.
Today we're here.
I agree with that. See, you got.
Now here's the question about the explosive meth.
Yeah, that's my guy.
Streets of
Should I give it away?
Right behind us here
Or
today,
should I just have my dealer sell it and just have the random explosions?
People are set to come in from all across the United Kingdom to come into the
in
streets
the
of
bag.
London today. Right now, over 4,000 police officers have been deployed into London, and they're using new facial recognition cameras to track who comes in and out of the protest.
Facial
It's something that has
recognition,
never happened before, and at all the major stations like King's Cross, they have new cameras that have facial recognition, and they're tracking quite literally everyone
Wait,
that
look
comes
at all those cameras.
King's Cross. That is something that has never happened before, and at all the major
I wanna see
stations like
this.
King's Cross, they have
1, 2, 3, 4 cameras. Oh my God.
new cameras that have
hell
facial
is going
recognition,
on?
and they're tracking quite literally everyone that comes into this protest, and they have even banned
Holy
journalists
shit.
from entering into the United Kingdom to
Why don't they
cover
track the
this event.
stabbers?
Keir
They do, they just don't
Starmer,
go
the
after
Prime
them.
Minister of the United Kingdom, has been outspoken against those that are attending this march, saying that this march is led by convicted thugs and people that are spreading division and hate here inside the United Kingdom.
Yes.
He called it racist, actually.
Tomorrow's march in London is a reminder
I'm gonna
of what
put
we're up against
that
on
in
the
there.
back of our values.
Our
The
values.
organisers,
Hang on.
including convicted
I know what I'm gonna
thugs
do.
and racists, are peddling hatred and division. Plain and simple.
So today we're going to be speaking
That's
with
simple.
everyone
Damn,
here in the
okay.
streets of London to see what's going on and what they have to say about what they are fighting for, as this is called the Unite the West march here in the streets of London. How do you guys feel about what your Prime Minister said about
Alright, this is my explosive shelf.
Disgrace. He's an absolute disgrace. So he is. I'm not far right.
Fucking base.
Don't have a criminal record. I'm a pensioner. I fear
I'm
for
a
my
pensioner.
grandchildren.
You're Irish as fuck too, man.
Because of all the illegal immigrants that's coming here, and they're getting everything going. I have 2 sons, can't even get on the property.
That's all right. Ludwig's a good kid. He shouldn't be doing drugs anyway. I don't feel bad about missing that appointment.
He's frightened. He's on his way out anyway, and the sooner the better.
Your message to Keir Starmer?
Resign for the country's good, you tyrant.
He's calling you guys racist for being out here today.
Well, he's full of shit, as we all know.
Now he's made it here to the start of the march. You can hear the chant already. Everyone's yelling, Keir Starmer is a wanker.
Damn.
Look at this, thousands of people in the streets right now.
I don't see how, like, the messaging isn't more obvious when you have one group of people
It's going
that are
good.
flying the flags of that
Mushrooms.
country.
Right now I'm in the sewers looking for mushrooms.
Flags of foreign countries. I wonder which group you should side with if you want the best interest for that country. It's insane that people can't see this obvious distinction and recognize it for what it is.
I'm getting a lot down here today.
Is a wanker. We have Keir Starmer on top of a right now. How are you doing? Keir Starmer on top of a.
He's a
Do you feel like this is the Great Britain you grew up in?
No. Do you think it's a Great Britain we grew up? No.
No.
Not so great.
No.
It's an embarrassment to the world what this government's doing.
What do you guys think about Keir Starmer blocking journalists from coming into the United
It's
States?
disgusting, isn't it? Yeah, it's only for one thing, because they say things you don't like. You say things Keir Starmer don't like, he likes to block you. I'm surprised that you managed to sneak through, to be fair, mate. I'm just doing
True, actually, yeah.
In Cuba.
I'm a bit surprised as well that they let me in.
I know, you managed to sneak
And how
through.
come you think here they're attacking freedom of speech?
Well, I know why. It's because they've got their own narrative, haven't they? I mean, I don't go all into it, but it all stems from after the war. They started implementing all these systems of anti-racism, and it just come to a point now where a white man is not listened to. It's not about black or white, but native people are just not listened to in the country anymore. And it's just, put it this way, there's a Sikh guy stabbed a white kid the other day.
Damn, he even knows about the same thing I talked about.
And the police arrested the white kid because the Sikh guy said he said something racist. They handcuffed him, he sat on the floor, bled out and died a couple of days ago. Somebody Novak, his name is, young college kid, look it up, mate.
And what brings you guys out here today?
Wow, you know what it's like, mate. It's tyranny in this country, absolute diabolical. They're against us English.
My friend, you can't keep pouring one country into this one. Expect it's going to turn.
The thing is that, like, going to Britain and interviewing people like this is exactly, dude, this is, look at this guy. I mean, there he is. I mean, dude, his family's probably been living here for like 1,000 years. I mean, most British guy you can imagine, I know. John Britton, yeah.
We've got different cultures, different ideologies.
John Britton.
We want to keep our culture. I've got a granddaughter. When in 30 years' time, when she grows up, I want her to recognise the England I was born in. And if we keep pouring into this country, there's going to be nothing left.
In what ways is the England that you grew up in different than the England that your grandchildren are growing up in?
Because we keep pouring in these different cultures, these different religions into this country. And we've seen how Islam goes. You spread Islam across the world, you spread Islam across Europe. It destroys everything on its path, on its way. I've got nothing against refugees coming in, as long as they're vetted. And we understand who they are and what they are. Come and respect our culture, come and respect our people. That's all we ask.
And Keir Starmer has called the organizers of that thugs and racist, and has said that you guys are pushing division and hate here inside the country.
Keir Starmer shouldn't even be there. He's hanging on by
Shouldn't
a thread,
even be
and
there.
He knows he is. It's his last chance for his last chance to stand against us people. He's been calling us far-right fascists and Nazis. Can you see any far-right fascists and Nazis around here? I see grandparents, I see parents, I see soldiers, I see everyone else. It's my grandson. We're not far right, we're not fascists, we're not Nazis, we're just people who want a future for this country, and that's all we're after.
Yeah, I'm gonna mix the crap. I'm gonna mix the crap out of these mushrooms before I sell them, man.
He's cooking, he is, man. These guys really know.
Here where people have to actually defend the country and bear up arms.
Yeah, because nobody's listening to anybody. They're just doing what they want to do. They're not asking us what we want.
How are you doing, sir?
I'm all right. I'm here for the love of Christ.
The march has
Jesus, man.
officially begun. Tommy is right behind us now, leading the march.
hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people are out here in the streets of London.
He's got a fishing pole? Yeah, I don't know what that was.
I want to see all the interviews that he had to edit out because you couldn't understand what the fuck the person was saying.
A very big component of this is absolutely racial and religious, and I think that fundamentally,
like, there's,
you know, Britain and Europe as a greater whole.
I don't know if it's as much as England, but like I know in Scotland and in Wales, there are people that have accents that are just,
and they're doing things.
They're like Cajuns, dude. They're like almost impossible to understand.
You're gonna have a lot of problems, and fundamentally, I think this is also like there's like, you know, there's a Venn diagram with this and race and ethnicity, right? I mean, very clearly, because the countries that they're coming from were shaped from Islamic ideology, and so the way that they do things is going to be basically the same way that, you know, like Muslims do things, because that's the way that the laws are written. And so the problem is that you can't have a society, for example, that allows people to, let's say, be gay, and also it allows people to that you should kill people that are gay. Like, one of these things has to overrule the other, or you're going to have constant conflict and constant problems. Like, you can't have these things that are diametrically opposed, that are just, like, completely opposites of each other, put them together, and then assume that to go wrong. Like, it's engineered chaos. Well, they did? Yeah, apparently not. At the same time, we've had tons of culture clashes. It's been fine. The reason why culture clashes have been fine is because there is a resounding residual culture that there is no real culture clash. It's somebody, you know, is able to do like some little piece of bullshit in like some area that doesn't really matter. Like, there's not really a culture conflict. It's just somebody is able to exist inside of another culture. It's a very big difference.
It's a Britain print.
Good to hear you. Oh my God! Take your photo. Come here, quick. Yes.
Ma'am,
my God.
They're calling people like you a racist for being out here today.
I was an NHS worker. I worked for the NHS. I was a medical emergency nursing assistant. I lost my job for showing a post from the government website how much asylum seekers get when they come to the UK.
Wow.
I was sacked for gross misconduct straight away. Never had a complaint about me ever in my life. So I'm here to support my nurses.
So you've been attacked by the government for speaking out against mass immigration.
Yes, I was a NHS nursing assistant. I was a medical emergency, and I lost my job through freedom to speak. And I'm going to be here. I'm going to show freedom to speak. In the
What's
UK,
going on?
And we're going to show it today.
So you have the march coming
Good
right
for
here,
her.
and then you
This
have
machine ate my stuff.
People, a whole other sea of people.
I couldn't call it banana.
Very well. Could be a million.
She got fired for being a whistleblower. She got fired for saying something that they disagreed with. It's slightly different.
Here in the streets of London today. You have the police on the outskirts of the march, and check this out. They have these cameras right here surveilling each and every single one of the protesters. See those cameras right there? They use those to survey the people.
Somebody says it's not just.
I feel older,
Islam,
guys.
It's Sikhs, Hindus, and Jewish. They all want to implement their way. You do not integrate. Yeah, and I think that's another big component is that Islam is probably the largest group. That's a secondary group. But you're right that it's fundamentally, like, I mean, this is really what it comes down to, and I think that people should become more comfortable saying this. Like, just don't want that there. Like, whatever you're gonna do that in your country. Don't come over here and then expect to be accommodated to do it here. That's it. And like, you can call that whatever you want. You can make up whatever justification that it's okay for you to say that. But at the end of the day, I think that's the way a lot of people feel. It is overwhelmingly. That's where I think a lot of people feel. Cultures being imported into our countries, yeah. I don't think that people want to live in a country that is fundamentally different than where they grew up in. So, like, for example, whenever you bring in a bunch of people from another culture and they're adding in their religious traditions, they're adding in the way that they do things. Like, I've always used the example, right? I mean, you don't go to Turkey and then say that the prayer, you know, calls or the prayer bells are waking you up in the morning because they do the 5, you know, prayer bells because of Islam. Like, you don't go to Turkey and do that. If you don't like that there, then get the fuck out of Turkey. And I feel like the same thing is true with Western countries, but for some reason we've been poisoned into believing that any sort of conservation of our culture or our religion or our identity or anything, any type of cultivation or conservation of it is seen as evil. I don't think that's true. I think
Where's
a lot
my
of people
garbage
are tired
grabber?
of being told that they're evil because they just simply want to live in a country that they grew up in. It's racist. Well, you can call it whatever you want, right? I mean, that's my mentality on it. Is that like, if you think that it's racist, that's totally fine. That's your prerogative. But at the end of the day, this is the opinion that I have, and it's the opinion I think a lot of other people have too. Like, you have whatever opinion you want.
And then they have the body cameras as well. They have those cameras right there.
Oh, Christ.
Any evidence, or any footage that they may need. Mass surveillance here in the streets of the United Kingdom.
Your sign says...
Ooh.
Hello.
Hello, Nick Shirley.
Nice to meet you. Your sign says, we did not vote for open borders, digital ID, higher taxes, two-tier policing, loss of free speech, files in politics, higher cost of living, Starmer out, restore.
Got a lot in common with them.
What's your message to Keir Starmer today?
Keir Starmer's a wanker. Everything in the mandate is backtracked on, is added things in that wasn't mandated. Like,
I think that these people, one of the things that it seems like they're doing is that they're really attached to Keir Starmer. Keir Starmer is simply a symptom of a disease. Well, eventually, Keir Starmer will leave, and this problem will remain. So, as much of a negative aura, retard, loser he isn't really the problem. It's the idea that's the problem. It's the policy.
Digital ID. It doesn't listen to the British public. He's just had a landslide vote, and he's still...
The reason I'm saying this is, like, I don't want to see somebody like Keir Starmer step down. These people think that they've won a false victory, and then the policy continues under a different person, which is, I think, possible.
He needs to go.
Oh,
he
shit.
needs to stop branding hard-working Brits as far right. We just
Chemist's a hard worker.
How do you feel about the mass surveillance here of your government?
I feel like if you can do that to your own people, why can't you monitor more closely the people you're letting in who are abusing our women and children, who are
I might need 2 more mixers.
Who are living better lives than the people who are working really hard in this country, who live here, who are proud of where we are. We don't oppose immigration. We just don't want to have them prioritised above us. We're losing our culture and identity. It's not fair. We've had enough.
And why do you think Keir Starmer and your politicians are calling people out here racist, saying this is pushing division here inside the United Kingdom?
I wish I knew the answer to that question, but I really don't. I ask myself this all the time. All I know is he's not serving the British public, and these numbers prove it.
The march continues to get bigger and bigger. Right now we're in Trafalgar Square. It's completely filled, and all the way down to Parliament Square is completely filled as well. We're going to go interview Tommy in just a moment, but I want to tell you guys about the sponsor of this video, and that is Opus Clip. What used to just be an AI clipper has now become the most powerful AI growth tool for creators. And
you can't just focus on him.
Opus on my own, and I've received over 50.
It's the same thing I said about Trump, right? With like Democrats, their entire ideology is built around being anti-Trump. Like, I mean,
million views
after
on
Trump's
a single
gone, the same
Facebook
problems
page
are going to be
just
there.
from using clips from Opus. What you do is you upload your YouTube videos or your videos in general into Opus, and then it'll go through and clip those.
So by your logic, people who are Europe originally and converted to Islam should just leave? I don't think that they should just leave, but they shouldn't expect the culture to cater to them. Does that make sense? So, like, for example, like if you have a religion and your religion says that you can have multiple wives, that doesn't mean that now the country has to accommodate your religion. So I have no problem. You can think whatever you want, do whatever you want to do privately. But the moment that you start doing things publicly and you start trying to change things and make them more suitable for yourself, then this leaves the realm of you doing what you're doing, and now you want other people to do what you're doing. That's a big difference.
Videos using the power of AI, and then you can then bulk schedule those videos onto your platforms like TikTok, Facebook, YouTube Shorts, and then those videos go ahead and get posted to all of your platforms. And they just came out their new AI editor 3.0 that comes with smarter auto framing, better virality scoring, and brand new captions. I love Opus. It makes it super simple to post your videos and get your content to go quite literally everywhere. And right now, for you guys watching this video, they're going to hook you guys up with 4 months at 50% off. All you have to do do is go to the link in the description down below or in the pinned comment down below. 4 months.
Well, and it's not even keep your religion to yourself. It's that there is a dominant religion in these regions. And in Europe, the dominant religion is Christianity. And in America, the dominant religion is Christianity. In India, the dominant religion is Hinduism. In Saudi Arabia, the dominant religion is Islam. If you have a problem with that being the dominant religion, leave. Get out. That's it. Like, it's that simple. Like, and if you have a problem with that or anything else, then go to a place where they're okay with you being that way. That's it. It's super simple.
% off. I promise. Give Opus a try. It is well worth it.
Telling me to leave Israel?
To the protest.
Tommy, you've done it again. We've done it. March. We're leading a revolution in Britain, right? From here in the middle. You had your revolution through the election ballot box with Donald Trump. We're not enough right now on the street.
Yeah.
The entire streets of Whitehall, all the way to Trafalgar, are full of people. And what does this say about the current state of the United Kingdom? What do the Britain people want?
It says that the public.
Yeah, no shit. All I did was accidentally walk out my front door. Oh man. Get in there.
And what you're witnessing now is a formation and an organisation. We're going to spread this through every town and city, and we're getting ready for the Battle of Britain in 2029. Our next election is the most important election in this country's history, because the enemy are no longer invading on the borders where they are, but the enemy's here. They're here. They're here, and they're betraying us.
Why has your government betrayed the people of Great Britain?
They've tried to replace us, just like they did in Minnesota. Why do you think Somalia is the hottest place in the world, yeah? They're living in Minnesota. They didn't choose there. They were put there. They were put there. So think what they've done there, and think of what you exposed, and think that they all knew it was happening, but they turned a blind eye.
This guy knew.
Well, they turned a blind eye to them raping their way through our country. Because they're importing voters. They're replacing us.
Damn.
They have 6, 7 kids. We don't. They're bringing people in to replace us that are loyal to them, that want to be dependent on the state. But we
That's
don't.
Right.
The far left have had
It's
their
exact thing that I've said.
Revolution, yeah? They've had it. Open borders, breakdown of the family, attacking nationalism, patriotism. They've had it. A successful revolution. You're witnessing today the counter-revolution.
The counter-revolution, civil war come 2029 if nothing happens.
We need to win at the ballot box in 2029. Now, to do that, you have to get the 50% of non-voters. You need to captivate them, electrify them, and give them back that sense of identity and belief that they matter. Today, everyone here knows they matter.
And your message to the rest of the West, for those that aren't here, that don't see what's happening every day here in Britain, what would you say the reality of life is?
The reality of life is women are scared, they can't walk the streets, our daughters are being raped, they took the safety of our nation. They've imported hostile, violent men into our communities, and then they've tried to smear us as racist or extremists for wanting protection of our women. And to the rest of the West, unite the kingdom, look at that, read that on that side. It says unite the kingdom, unite the West.
This will have to do for now.
It's a civilizational problem, they're attacking us.
He's correct about this. This is a problem that's happening inside of Australia, it's happening in Canada, it's happening in the United States, and it's happening in a lot of these European countries like Germany, France, the UK. Not all of them. It seems like Poland is more resilient, but in general, it's happening inside of the West, and it's happening. There was a little bit of it that was happening in Japan, and then the far right party won like a super majority in the parliament, and I feel like that kind of just disappeared. But you know, that's at least my understanding.
All of everyone out here is racist today.
Yeah, no one cares what they say. Right? Look around you. Look at the diversity. This is a lovely crowd, man.
You guys are out here. You're raising up the
All right, hopefully tomorrow will be a better day.
Oh, Starmer, he needs to go. There's something dodgy about him.
What's dodgy about Starmer?
Everything.
Something dodgy about him.
And what's the Britain you hope for your children? Your 2 daughters right here.
At this moment in time, the whole country's in dire straits. The government are not putting the British people first. There's no housing. There's no doctor's appointments. There's nothing like that.
What the fuck?
Yeah. Keir Starmer, I mean, if we were far right, how many people can you spot of all different nationalities here? We've got Iranians, we've got...
I think that the mistake that they, like, one of the things is that trying to remove the label of far right is still operating inside of their optical frame. It doesn't really matter what they call it, whatever you want, right? I mean, trying to prove them wrong means that the accusation has value. You have to transcend that. You have to go, obviously, beyond that.
Black people, Asian people, get to will you, Starmer? Just resign.
That's what I would say.
Resign. And Christ is king. I would like to claim refuge in Poland if possible.
Should the rest of Europe be more like Poland?
I think so, yes. Yes, absolutely.
And with the grooming
I
gangs,
think one of the really big components to this that I think has changed and it's made a lot more of the support of it normalized is that there has been a huge amount of women that have taken part in these protests, because generally, like I would say like 5 or 10 years ago, and I think this is primarily because it's mainly on the internet, and the majority of people, guys on the internet that are doing politics are guys, right? The people that are doing it. But I think that now you're starting to see a lot more women that are out there doing it as well. Because I think that many guys, this is just the reality, is that generally women do trend to be more liberal and more, you know, open to the, you know, open borders and, you know, everybody's the same and, you know, like that kind of stuff. Women overwhelmingly are more open to it. And so because of that, I think that a lot of guys would be less willing to express that because they think that it could, you know, like mess up their chances, like clearly, right? And so once now you're starting to see more women that are doing it, it creates a cultural
That's all that one is doing is it's
there is no longer the female consensus
turning your hair red and making it fall out.
And now people are free to think for themselves. Because I think that people really don't respect and don't appreciate how
Might as well
sheepish
bag
a
it
lot
up.
of people are. It's shocking whenever you see it. It is truly shocking. They've done studies on this, and it's things that like you wouldn't even believe, but it can be recreated on a regular basis. So yeah, I'm very glad to see this the case, and I think this is a big shift that's happened in the last, like I would say, even 5 years.
took place here inside.
You've got the grooming. I've got 2 daughters at the end of the day. Even when I was a child, my younger sister, it happened with these Afghanis. Like, I'm sorry, but if you're having people coming from all different corners of the world that are not brought up with the same morals and same values, there is going to be a clash of cultures. And this is what Starmer is listening to. He doesn't give a fuck about
You
that.
can't import people in that think that they can marry children into the country. This is crazy.
I could
Like, how
probably
do you,
add this to one of these.
People in, you don't have them integrate, and they think they can marry kids.
There you go.
What do you think they're gonna do?
We're just meant to like pipe down, shut up, and just get on with it. No, we're sick of it. Like, this is the revolt. This is the peasants revolting.
And we want to keep our next generation safe for our little girls and our children. We want them to grow up in the country that we grew up in. And at times, diversity is not our strength. Unity is our strength, and that's why we're here today, to unify and say that we're not having it anymore.
Starmer is saying that your diversity is your strength. You would say it's not.
No. You go to the other march. That's the diversity side of it. This is unity. This is British people coming together to say we love our country and we want to keep it our country. We don't need all these open borders because it's not the best thing.
Glad to see more women waking up. I think that what really woke a lot of women up is the rape gangs. Like it's
I think that's what they don't care
where
for.
Is the misogyny coming from? Who's doing the raping? Who are part of these gangs? Where's the sexual harassment coming from? It's that when these people now are, like you are the victim of this, it ceases to become a concept, and now it's real. Survival instinct kicked in? Yeah, more so, right? And I think it will continue to be the case. And I think also, like, some girl gets violated, and then the guy that does it doesn't face any consequences. I think that's one of the big reasons why a lot of women hate men, by the way, is that, like, guys will do something bad or weird or something creepy, and they'll face no consequences for it, and other people will make excuses for it, and yeah, it's going to make them hate. And so, like, logically, this would happen for everything else, too.
For us.
Right here it says the rape of Britain. Would you say Britain has been raped?
I'd say 100% it's right. This isn't a flag, it's a true story. We've had it under the Conservatives and now Keir Starmer. It's ridiculous what this man's doing.
In what ways has Great Britain been raped?
Well, look at the
girls are being raped on the streets. Throughout the country, it's covered up by Sadiq Khan.
Enough's enough.
Through the government, complete cover-up.
What's your guys' message to Keir Starmer? Wanker.
Keir Starmer's a fucking wanker. Keir Starmer's a wanker. Keir Starmer's a wanker. Keir Starmer's a wanker.
And why do you think Keir Starmer is such a wanker?
The way he's absolutely destroying our fucking
look at him.
Oh, shit.
What's happened over the past 10 years here in the United Kingdom?
I've seen my country change in 50 plus years. I don't recognise my country no more. But not only that is, I'm seeing how things went in a different country in the 30s, and it's happening here. And
it's the same thing I said.
Pardon my French, to piss on the veterans the way they have and persecuting them.
What do you think?
Hey, Benji. Oh, yeah. You're my boy.
Turning over in the graves.
Oh, yeah, he is.
Literally turning over in
I
the
was
graves.
wondering where he was. I was just about to start slapping his
For
pillow.
this country. My cousins, my relatives, my uncles, my aunts.
Boom, boom.
Friends,
All right.
Friends have died for this country. For what?
I'm going to come in here and...
For these rich arseholes over there.
Over in Parliament. And you think those that are in Parliament, you think they represent
They are the
people?
most hated Egypts this country's ever seen.
And why do you think they continue to get elected?
Because I think they like it. I think they want the division. Look
I
at
don't
this.
know where Shoujo is.
Every race,
Oh,
creed,
you know what?
colour, sexuality, people
She
all
likes
over
to
the
lay
world,
in the
different
bathroom. There's a
This is
window in the
united.
bathroom that
This is
sunlight comes in. She likes to
This
lay
is
in there in the
everyone,
morning.
brothers and sisters in arms for one cause. Freedom. Freedom from that tyrannical
So that's
bunch of
probably where
bastards
she
over
is.
there. That's what it's about.
I'd say probably maybe in about a half hour, 45 minutes, she'll be up meowing around the apartment.
It's blood-soaked. Of men and women and children of this country that have fought for thousands of years. For what? For them bastards. F them.
At the end of the day, do you think a civil war is inevitable here?
Yeah, it's been going on for years. I don't recognise my country no more.
So what will a civil war look like here if you guys...
Yeah.
Like any war.
And she just recently started that because,
My friend died fighting for this country.
nah, she just likes laying in there. I guess so. Because sometimes she'll lay between my legs. She like snuggles up in my crotch when I got a blanket in my lap.
Are going to be listened to.
So yeah, she does like to be warm.
If that process is painful or not. I think that's really what's going to happen. I mean, like, you're going to have this happen regardless. Look at Ireland.
All right, let me get on the phone.
Such a big problem that I think that
I got Molly going.
That you try to stop this and clamp down on it and stop dissent, stop discussion, the more that you do that, what ends up happening is that that's going to radicalize people even more. And so the counterbalance is going to be totally different. You're wrong. I'm not interested in people just telling me that I'm wrong in chat. This is not, you're not adding anything, you're just simply disagreeing. Like, if you want to express a counter argument, you can do so, but just simply telling me that I'm wrong, I don't want to hear that. So, anyway, yeah, that's the way I feel about it.
To be pissed on by Keir Starmer and his lot. Looking to take you all to court for war crimes. No one wins in war, I'm afraid.
Yeah. What would be your message to the rest of the world that doesn't live here inside of Great Britain? They don't understand what's going on.
Open your eyes, see what's going on, because if it's happening here, it's going to happen everywhere. Look at Ireland.
All right.
God bless the Irish.
I got 2 dealers going now, so now I got to save up and
You guys lean one way or the other, but there's going to come a time when you guys need to choose a side.
Oi.
That guy that lives at number 10 is a
Keir
traitor,
Starmer.
and he should be
I still don't know where my...
as such.
There it is.
That's
Oh, I got a couple things hiding in there.
That's what I think.
Any other ones? What is this one?
Like an actual
I'm gonna
traitor.
take that.
I
All
believe
right.
that he is committing treason
Let me,
against the British people. I actually believe that, you know, we should drag him out of number 10 and we should put him on trial for treason, because what he's done to the British people is it can only be defined as treason. He's opened the borders, he's made a career out of protecting people. He's made a career out of dissolving our borders.
You're a black man here at this event. They're saying this is a racist event. What's your message to them?
No, it's not.
Your sign right here says British.
No, it's not.
No, it's not. End of interview. There it is. And I hope you're right. I think you're wrong. People are so complacent without rising up against this. Well, the quality of living is going down. Do you think Starmer should be charged with every crime committed by the migrants? I think that's up to the British people to decide. But if it was up to me, and I think that we should, like, I'm definitely for, you know, serious punishments for people that do things that are problematic, like politicians that do that.
Christians awake.
Yes, yes. We're sleeping. We've had our language has been numbed by thought processes to self-censor ourselves, and now we've become so liberal we don't know what truth is, and now we've got to wake up to how far we've slipped. Our children are now being aborted one day before birth.
What?
We've now made this massive imbalance, and into that imbalance we put Islam.
Yeah, I already got on there. Yeah, that's already done.
That's the reason. We're in a hell of a mess. A hell of a mess.
I think that he's right about that, by the way. I do think that there is a huge religious component to it, and the attack on the religion is something that's done in order to make it easier to bring in other ideology instead. It's like they're not getting rid of their religion, they're replacing it. That's why, like, for example, a lot of, like, the super leftist people, like, you might notice that they treat their values like faith. They don't treat it like a political opinion.
You can have an abortion up to the day of?
The day before birth. We've now voted for abortion one day before birth. There's one case where a little baby girl, a girl, 15 years of age, she got hold of the mifepristone tablet. She aborted.
I love what you're doing, mate. Keep up the good work, brother. Absolutely love you. All right.
Thank you. She aborted the baby. They cut the baby's head off, arms off, legs off, put it in the food blender, hit Frappe. The police did nothing.
So here in the UK, apparently this man, you can have an abortion up to the day of birth.
I'm not crazy.
Trump, come and save in England, son.
Now everyone is gathered here at the stage. I've been invited to give a speech, so I'm going to go on just a second. We have hundreds of thousands of people right there. We got these lovely ladies right here, and then I'm going to be going on stage right now.
Boy, all right.
All right, now it's time for me to go on stage. Here we go. We got 100,000 people out here.
Oh,
and
boy.
Here we go.
100!
USA! 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 Today I've walked with some of you here, and as I was walking, one sign really crossed my mind. There was a sign today that said we did not vote for open borders, digital ID,
you wrote it down?
two-tier policing, higher taxes, loss of free speech, in politics, higher cost of living. Now your media will call you far right, and your prime minister will call you guys dangerous. But the ideas of freedom of speech are not dangerous, or the idea that you want to know who your neighbor is does not make you dangerous. It means that you have common sense. We live in a world where common sense is becoming somewhat abstract to have. A lot of people don't.
The reason why they want to destroy common sense is because they want to replace it with their own hyper-reality. Is that the thing is that if you even think about a lot of these concepts for more than 3 seconds, you'll realize that it's retarded. But the reason why they don't want you to do that is that they have to replace, this is what I was saying before about it being like a cult or a religion, is that it requires you to give away your critical thinking. It requires you to give up your rationality and for you to replace it instead with their ideology and with their dogma. And that's what they do.
Have it these days. In the United States,
a lot of cults behave this way intentionally.
State commit billions of dollars in fraud because we were afraid, our politicians were afraid of being called racist or Islamophobic for speaking out against the fraud. Here
hey, what is up?
Kingdom, you guys had young women be raped by
welcome to the stream.
And your politicians allowed it because they're afraid of being called a racist or Islamophobic.
They want the votes.
Do you stream too?
For speaking truth.
It's going all right.
No one should have to worry about where their tax dollars go. No one should have to worry if it gets spent into fraud or not, because we should have the confidence in our politicians. We shouldn't have to worry that our daughters are having to be careful who they go around.
I just started a few months ago.
who is 12 years old shouldn't have to walk with a hatchet at the playground. I've been coming here.
I will do that after I'm done streaming.
You had all of the typical, the usual suspects that were coming out, and they were trying to tell the story about how
this
these
guy's a
two
fucking
12-year-old
slob. Look at
girls
this.
were actually harassing the migrant, and the migrant was the victim. And then recently, this was like it was definitively proven that it wasn't true. By the way. Like, this is the reason why I've said that you should never try to engage any of these people in any debate or reasoning at all.
I do have a schedule
you
that I try to stick to.
They didn't reason themselves in. If you see two children,
to tell you the truth, my schedule might change at the end of the month if I don't make partner by the end of the month. I have to go back out to get another job. But normally, until the end of the month, I will be streaming twice a day.
So this is an ideology.
From 7 o'clock in the morning till noon, and then
you can't just tell them, you know.
And then in the evening, I usually get on about 4 o'clock.
The goal that I like,
and I go until I get tired.
The goal should not be converting those people.
If I do make partner, I'm probably just going to do 10-hour days, 10-hour streams.
Consolidating enough power to invalidate them.
Usually in the morning, but if I don't make partner,
somebody like that, because they're just going to lie and make things up.
What kind of?
It's like you can't play chess with a pigeon. So the goal really should
what kind
be
of?
figuring out ways
4 p.m. to 7 p.m. What kind of audience do you get, and what are you doing? Are you like?
And then oppress them so they can't get back in power. That should be the
yeah, I do. I just made a Discord
to, like,
server.
Argue or debate with them. It's never going to work.
My Discord's at the bottom of my screen.
United Kingdom for some time now, and each and every single year these marches.
All
get
my
bigger
the
and
Facebook
bigger
I don't
and
really
bigger.
do, but
I think it is time
Twitter,
for the Prime
I'm a
Minister
Twitter troll,
your government
and
to your words,
I do Discord.
Caution that you guys are giving them, because change is inevitable.
I don't have Discord open right now because I'm streaming, but I do check in on it periodically. I don't get a lot of traffic on it right now, so I don't linger around too much. But once the traffic starts picking up, I will pay more attention to it.
Wrestling in the mud only makes a pig happy.
We need you, and we need Trump in the UK.
That is the end of this video.
I got it at the bottom of my screen. It's Angry Lugan.
An anti-fraud taxpayer hoodie. Go ahead and get yourself a hoodie in the link down below. And remember to check out Opus in the pinned comment as well. See you guys next time.
I think it goes without saying, but I'll say it anyway. I'm a huge supporter of Nick Shirley. I've been watching his videos ever since the beginning, and I'm really, really glad to see how well he's doing. And, you know, again, he's really putting himself out there, and I mean, I totally agree.
I'm trying.
Completely agree with what
I actually like it.
I think it's a great thing.
Because I actually have ad space on there, so when I do make partner and I can start selling ads, I actually have ad space.
I don't think Trump is extreme enough.
So that's
to be honest, like I'm
that's a plus. That's something you should consider.
But I think that Trump is like a 7.
All right, I will get it when I'm done here. I'll be streaming probably for another couple more hours, but I'll accept it when I get it.
Right? Like I would want to have somebody that would be a lot more aggressive and more open and also like more action. Like Trump also, like there are a lot of things that I'm not a big fan of, right? Clearly. But yeah, other than that, sad really, but it's true about talking on stage. Yeah, true. And for Ajit Trump, we need Rupert Lowe. Yeah, exactly. No, I think that's probably accurate. And
do you play Schedule 1?
Sag. Well, apparently they didn't, and that was like misleading.
Like what kind of games
right
do you play?
Now, it just seems like it's very hard to tell what's actually, you know, like is this? Oh my.
No, actually,
I might have to look at this. I don't know. That might be a good one. And anyway, Trump, do you think Vance Rubio would be? I don't think so. I think that
I stream in the morning.
Vance Rubio would be great. It would be a good improvement.
Yeah, that's kind of what I do. Like usually I have a morning game that I play every day that I get up, I can play, not much thinking about it, and then I let my viewers pick my afternoon game. So I end up playing a variety of games.
What needs to happen. I mean, like very clearly, it's good to see that some people are starting to realize that. But I think that you need to go even further, and you need to be even more extreme,
but I started
right?
streaming 7 Days to Die, and I was thinking of doing a collab in that, because that's one of my big games that pulls in a lot of viewers.
What the hell is this? Because like
This
Dollar
pulls in a lot
Tree
of viewers.
Shit, there is still $1. You can buy like a toenail clippings there for $1 for each one.
Yeah, we should collab on that.
There are over $36,000 stores across
sometime.
the US. That's more than one store for every
I'm a
10,000
big base builder.
These companies have long been Wall Street darlings.
I'm really big at building bases. If you go back and look at my VODs, I have some of them where my bases are like extremely huge. They go underground. Like
That's really good. Holy shit.
Far outpaced the S&P 500.
God damn.
All right, no problem.
100% between 2008 and 2022.
Wow.
But over the past 2 years, the stocks of both companies have plummeted, and the outlook, at least in the near term, isn't showing promising signs of recovery.
They ruin communities.
This pretty good growth over a period of decades, but in the
No,
last decade, we've added about 50%.
I gotta check up on everything.
That's brought a number of challenges.
Dollar General and Dollar Tree have both cut guidance recently, which set off alarm bells for investors.
No, I don't want the 12. Put that 12 back in there.
What do these companies
All right.
need to do to get back on track?
You know, I tell you what the fuck happened is that I go to the dollar store and it's not $1. Straight up. Like that might sound stupid, but like if I go to the dollar store and something's $7, it's like back in the day you go to Dollar Tree.
That
you
is
try to
true,
find
man.
Something that's more than $1. Now you go to Dollar Tree, you try to find something that is $1. It's crazy.
But dollar stores were falling off before they started raising their prices, dude. You'd go into a dollar store and there was like straight up garbage in there.
Pull a page out of the Wendy's Wendy's cookbook. Go ahead and rename the Dollar General.
I don't
to
have
Dollar
a
General.
server.
And that way you can charge $3.
I usually just open a game when I play, but if we're gonna collab, I will get a server.
Yeah. I blame Bob.
But usually I just play off my computer. I used to have a Hightail server.
In fiscal 2023, the two companies brought in nearly $70 billion in combined revenue.
But Hightail kind of fell off, man. And well, my God, what was that other one that?
Dollar Tree sells a lot of seasonal and discretionary items. Think wrapping paper.
All right, I will check all that stuff out.
Suburban strip malls. The Family Dollar chain, which the company acquired in 2015 for $9 billion, is generally found in more urban areas. Meanwhile, Dollar General focuses on a primarily rural customer base.
The roots of Dollar.
God damn. Bro, imagine living here.
No, I won't. I have a routine. I go to Discord before I start streaming. I go to Discord after I'm done streaming. And yeah, pretty much. And then I usually check it before I go to sleep. But yeah, I do a lot of communicating with other people through Discord too, so I'm not going to forget. I will go there. So if you sent me the friend request, I will see it. I'll do all that shit.
About dollar stores is that their main goal is to be an affordable place to shop.
It's the Facebook I don't pay attention to.
Not necessarily the best value for your money.
I've done routines my whole life, so I done it. But yeah, that's pretty much. Do you stream for a living? That's the thing. If you don't, it's hard to do a routine if you don't.
This is exactly what I fucking said.
I've been doing the Facebook and
what it is. People can't
the people that use Facebook don't really watch streamers.
$10 is your entire budget for the trip to the store. It makes more sense to go to the dollar store.
I'm just saying that's the way
On
it
the
is.
outside, these types of stores may not look so bad. From 2019 to 2023, sales have increased by about 30%.
I don't want to call them boomers, but
for Dollar General.
That's real good.
In the same time period, these companies
they're kind of
have added over
boomers.
5,000 stores. New stores will naturally increase revenues, but that can mask slow sales growth at existing locations.
I post stuff there every so often just so my family knows what's going on.
Saturation point. It's not like,
But
I remember
pretty much other than that, I don't. Facebook isn't a big one. I'll probably end up where I have my Facebook thing. I'll probably end up using that as advertising space if I make partner.
They're taking market share, and these are all true statements.
I haven't even made partner yet, so.
Where you're taking share like at a per store basis, and that's where you would suggest that they are. They're losing some share.
Yeah.
High inflationary times disproportionately affect lower income consumers. Dollar General's core customer base, which is households earning less than $35,000 per year.
I'm getting close, but I kind of feel like I plateaued, man.
We're in a strange time where the job market is still relatively strong, and that means middle and upper income households don't feel that.
Maybe you made affiliate yet, or whatever they call it, because I made that a while ago.
Dramatically different than their everyday habits. At the same time, the core customer, those lower income customers that rely on dollar stores, are getting even more selective and are tending to buy needs versus wants. Things like food that just tend to be lower margin.
Lower margin?
Yeah, people can't afford to buy.
But once I make partner, I'll be able to rack. Yeah, I've been actually getting affiliated was really freaking easy for me.
So many people that are like in the working and lower class don't.
But the partnership, man, oh my God.
Try to vote in their own best interest. Being poor is expensive.
All right, man, take it easy.
It's actually, like, and here's the thing: is like now that I have money, there's like all of these things that I get for free. Like there's tons of like advantages and opportunities and little incentives that you have if you have money. And you guys know this, right? Like any of you guys.
Well, once I make it, I'll be able to relax at least a little bit.
PCs, yeah, you know, get a free PC.
All right, I'll talk to you later.
You get free stuff, exactly. And so like you see where that comes in, and it's not just like, oh, it's because you're a streamer. Like if you're making a good amount of money, there are a lot of things that you just simply do not have to worry about. A rich person has more disposable income to invest into.
And I will accept it.
Yeah, exactly. And so because that money is being invested and it's keeping up with the inflation in a better way, their wages are not. So it's like the more money that you're spending out of your wage on direct prices and direct things.
I'm trying.
It kind of falls into the same category of understanding why a sales tax is actually a tax more on the poor. It's a progressive tax on the poor, which is a whole different conversation. But if you've been broke and you haven't been able to like afford stuff, you'd know that things like, you know what it's like?
Take it easy.
If you're broke, when you're trying to run, it's like you're playing quap. You have to
I will give you a follow, man.
Every shin and every finger and every foot, and make sure you don't move too far or too up. Same analogy. Have I used this one before? I don't even know if I have. But like, yeah. So you're playing quap. Is it? Is it? That's it. Yes. And so every single thing, it's like playing a survival game. Everything matters. Like you have your, instead of your hunger gauge, you've got your, well, you have your hunger gauge, and then instead of your water gauge, it's your gas gauge. Like, how many of you guys have experienced anxiety with basically having to drive somewhere that's far away and the financial strain that will put on your money because of gas? Yeah, you're playing solo self-found. It's nuts. Every day? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, will my car make it? That's another really big factor, too. It's like being able, and that's another thing, is that there's a lot of like health anxiety things that like people that are poor have, that like people that are even middle class or well off don't even know exist, right? So like, for example, if your car fucking like the absolute fucking stress when your car stops working and you're broke.
Dude, that's when your car stops working, dude.
Fucking now what?
It either breaks when you're broke or when you finally got that last fucking bill paid.
Some grocery store, and I remember my car stopped working.
That's when your car stops working.
Stressed out, I walked all the way home. I didn't even ask anybody to pick me up. I just walked all the way home.
No doubt about it. Your car hates you.
It was fucking bad, man. Car doesn't start immediately, heart attack. Yeah. How many of you guys like have had your car do something weird and then panic attack? Fuck, right? Absolutely, a shit stressful. Yeah. really bad.
All right, I got to get up and get more coffee.
They're less profitable, but food and household items have become increasingly important to the dollar store customer.
Yeah.
In its 2024 second quarter earnings call, Dollar General said it's decreased its non-consumable inventory by 13% versus last year. The effect of inflation is also apparent at Dollar Tree stores whose long differentiated strategy was
exactly
a
a dollar.
store-wide $1
Yeah.
price point.
Yep.
In 2021, that changed.
Even if
It's no longer Dollar Tree, it's Value Tree.
if you just take a step back and you think about
Value Tree, that's
sort of
great.
the magic around a retail box where everything is $1.
Yeah.
And if you have 8 items in your basket, it's going to cost you
$8.
$8. And now you move to $1.25. It reduces some of that magic overall, and
It does.
sounds silly, but
It does, because it's not $1. It's called Dollar General. It's $1.25. It's not $1.25 General. It's not $1.25 Tree. It's Dollar Tree. False fucking advertising.
it confuses the shopping experience, makes it a little more complex.
Real bad.
Some of the dollar store's lackluster financial results can be pointed to the conditions of its physical stores.
It's just a less desirable
Oh,
place.
these places are shitholes. Like,
Yeah,
I'm
they are
telling
the
you, I've
worst
been to the
grocery
Dollar
stores
Tree.
ever.
I've never been to a single Dollar Tree that wasn't a shithole. Like, every single one of them are. But, like, that's fine. Like, you go to the Dollar Tree, you going into a shithole. That's just the way it is. They're getting all of them. Absolutely they are. Yes. There are boxes everywhere.
Oh, yeah,
like
but...
like, you got, like, they've got, like, soda in the back that, like, when did this...
Yeah, but if you need 55 gallons of generic soda, that's the place to go, man.
I mean, the whole idea is that dollar stores are convenient, but if you go there and there's only one cash register open and there's 8 people in line, it takes 10, 15 minutes.
Y'all ever seen the videos of the people getting in fights at Dollar Tree lines? Oh my
Check
god.
out, you're losing your convenience angle.
Yeah.
Or sometimes there's boxes in the aisles you can't even get down the aisle because it's blocked.
So my stock room is literally overflowed and look like this.
Does your Dollar General look like this?
Yes. Absolutely. Yep.
Customers notice
Mine
when a
does.
company is not minding the store. They see that there are boxes that are cluttering aisles. They notice that the item they want is out of stock, and so they may decide to go elsewhere. And Dollar Tree and Dollar General have been.
I'm gonna be real. If you're broke.
Oh,
you're
that's
not
what
gonna go
happened.
and
They
be
were.
like, there's boxes everywhere. I'm not gonna Target instead. I don't see anybody doing that. Like maybe I'm sure like somebody does that. Somebody's
shit.
done that. But like as like a user behavior, customer behavior, I don't see that.
There was only 10 of something.
Having execution problems that have contributed.
I understand how I
to a
fucked
tough
that up.
economic backdrop.
Inventory challenges were especially apparent during the pandemic. These
Wow, what a surprise.
smaller-sized, more affordable products normally found at dollar
$1.
stores were deprioritized by manufacturers.
Customers that are then going into the stores, even if they found a store that was operationally okay, the assortment was now very different and didn't have some of the items that were the reason that they went to the discount channel in the first place.
Understaffing?
Yeah, those items like those items are effectively like loss leader items. Those are the ones that get people in the store. Those are the ones like, yeah, I want to go there for detergent because I can't afford to pay like $11 or $12 for Tide.
Also became
Yeah,
more apparent. The dollar store playbook has historically operated on a lean labor model. That has long created problems for both companies.
What they mean to say
It's-
by
it's
lean
going
labor
all right.
model is that there's only one checkout
There's
line
only 10 of
available,
those?
and it's
All
the
right.
person who started working there last week.
I'm gonna take these and
But during the pandemic,
I can't put them on that shelf. I want to put them on these shelves here for a sec.
Was paying out subsidies, and there was a situation where lots of employees just opted out, didn't go to work, they didn't need to. And so then you got into this situation where, the stores started to fall over.
Dollar General and Dollar Tree have also faced
49 people have been killed at Dollar General stores since 2014. That doesn't really tell me a lot. People have been killed at KFC. Probably more than that. What about McDonald's? That's not that many people. Like, we're acting like this is a big deal. It's 50 people. That's like what, 2 people a year? 5 people a year.
numerous worker safety violations in their stores over the past decade. In the beginning of 2024, Family Dollar was fined.
Nah, bro. Employees have been stabbed, fatally shot, held at gunpoint, punched, and pistol whipped on the job. This is such bullshit to blame this on Dollar General. Get the fuck out of here. Like, Dollar Generals are going to be popular in low-income areas. And in low-income areas, crime is going to be more popular because people don't have the money to afford the food. So, of course, you're going to
Yes, I am having fun. I am getting a boost in views here.
It's the community, yeah, so they need security. I agree that they need security. I do. That's not what causes crime. You think that not having... You think people rob? Why aren't there a bunch of rich people breaking into Walmart and stealing everything out of it? They don't do that. It's poor people that do that because they don't have the money. Were you fucking retarded?
No, well, I mean, I got a bag of chips here that every so often I'll eat out of, but it's not like I got a plate in front of me.
Burden for the Dollar Tree brand ever since its acquisition back in 2015.
It was really supposed to be sort of the Dollar General fighter. The challenge was that Family Dollar had always been the weakest of the dollar stores. It was never as profitable. It never grew as much.
Well, because it fell off, bro. Like, it fell off. Like, I remember back, like, Dollar Tree started popping up in, like, 2005, somewhere around there. And I remember my mom and I, we would go to Dollar General, or like, you know, Family Dollar, and both of them were dog shit compared to Dollar Tree. Because even in 2005, Family
Oh, are you
Dollar
talking about my model?
up there for $3.
Those hands, what my hands do aren't accurate.
Everything's actually a fucking dollar. So yeah, that's the big
Like,
difference.
sometimes if I move them too far forward or too far back, yeah, like, right there, my hand is on my mouse. I'm not waving it like that. The tracking on it's a little weird, but I don't mind it because it makes my model a little more animated than I actually am. So
Have air conditioning, HVAC systems at stores that are falling apart. So these are long legacy issues.
Can you fucking imagine that? Like, you're like working there, you're dealing with like people trying to fucking kill you, and then you can't even get AC.
I think it has to do with
Oh god.
I sit very far away from a low-grade camera. If I had a better web camera watching me and I moved it closer to me, I would probably have better animation on my model.
Because it's not a Family Dollar, it's Family Dollars.
But
like, that's the reason why.
I do not. I've never heard of him.
And now,
why is he another streamer?
But aside from the internal struggles that these companies are grappling with, Walmart has also become a major problem for them.
When you go back to the Great Recession and the dollar stores were doing well, Walmart was not putting up strong same-store sales growth. I think that's where there was trading away from Walmart and moving more to the dollar stores. The opposite seems to be happening today.
Well, yeah, because the Walmart prices were higher than the dollar stores back then, and now they're about the same. That's the problem. Anybody that's been to these places knows that.
Growth. They're gaining share of that lower middle income wallet, and they're bringing in newer middle and upper income consumers.
Walmart is keenly aware of how good these dollar stores have been for a long time, and have learned a lot from them as well.
90% of Americans live within 10 miles of a Walmart.
I know him.
To put the impact of Walmart into context,
I have recently made several streamer friends, so I haven't quite learned all their names yet, but I might.
General's total sales last quarter, and about 60% of Dollar Tree's total sales.
Yeah, Walmart's fucking
a big
massive.
part of the retail giant's recent success.
Or he might have just been one of my lurkers and just mentioned me. I don't know. I do have a lot of lurkers.
Another really big component is that like online shopping has become way more popular. And so like now, like we have a local grocery store, it's called HEB, and at the local
I mean, I try to interact as much as I can with my audience, but
is you just put in an order and then they deliver it to your car.
I can't really talk to people that aren't talking to me, you know?
Because like, I don't know, know. Like, I wonder if like when I'm like 70
So a lot of the
years
time
old,
I'm just talking to myself.
That like goes in, it's like, oh, I don't have a cell phone now, right? Something like that. Am I going to be like a, you know, the Luddite or something like that person? But either way, shopping remotely, yeah, I like to go in, sure. And but we used to have you know, food delivered, right? My mom would have it delivered as well, but I don't really do that. Anyway, point is that a lot of people are doing this, and Walmart also offers it. Like, but at your Walmart, do they have like that area? Usually it's like on the side of the store where they like take the food out and they'll like give it to you. Because like that's what they have for us. Where like if you go nearby, they'll like, yeah, exactly, the pickup. And like Dollar General and like Dollar Tree don't have that.
Legacy brick and mortar companies like a Walmart, Home Depot,
That's a really
Best
good point.
Buy.
Yeah.
I like to say they made about 5 years of e-com and digital investments in about 12 to 18 months during COVID. So the digital capabilities of a lot of companies have also gotten a lot better in recent years.
Dollar stores.
Well, they're adapting to what consumers want. Consumers don't want to have to go inside to the store.
I will.
Because people value their time differently now. And I think time is seen more as a currency. And I think that what's caused time to be seen more as a currency is the amount of apps that allow you to save
put that
time.
on. Oh.
Like things like Uber Eats, DoorDash, stuff like that. All of those things give you the ability to like realize that I can spend a little bit more money and then save that time.
So the investments you have to make to pull off a larger online business have not been able to move as quickly in those ways.
Dollar General says that the middle and upper income consumers have become more engaged in e-commerce. And
I don't want to go to my new business. I want my
dollar stores like they used to. Beyond
And
baggies to show up.
This too, that some people might not know about is that Amazon has something, I think it's called like Amazon Pantry, where if you order enough food from Amazon, that they will ship all of that food to you for no delivery fee directly to your house. I think it's like over $100 or $200 or something like that. Amazon Fresh, yeah, I don't know. I remember I thought it was called Pantry. I'm not sure, but and so it's not just from Walmart. It's also from the online retailers as well. It used to be 100. Yeah, that's what it was. My mom would do it before.
Another consideration is Dollar Store's heavy investment in its grocery offering.
You know what? I'm just
At the
gonna
same time,
get these in
discount
there.
grocery companies like the European
Mix them up in there.
Aldi are growing rapidly in the U.S. Its location count has increased by about 1,000 stores over the past
I've never
decade.
even seen one.
I think Aldi and Lidl are a lot more important.
Hey, money for me.
Financial
Thanks.
media tends to think they are because they're privately owned and they're small stores and they don't have the profile that Walmart or Amazon has. But
I shouldn't be running around without a gun.
and those are almost always in the same markets that the dollar stores are.
Even as inflation normalizes, dollar stores are not well positioned to benefit.
We have lower interest rates and the consumer is...
Well, they're inconvenient. That's another thing. It's like you go inside to the store, you can't order online, there's no AC, there's crackheads, boxes are everywhere, you get the stuff, it's basically the same price as Walmart, you go to checkout, self-checkout's closed, there's only one person in the line, there's 8 people in front of you. Fuck that. And there's one employee. Yeah.
That or next year, the consumers will be buying more discretionary.
It's a PvP zone?
Goods. So
yeah.
The fundamentals
Dollar
get a
Tree
little
is.
bit better for the dollar stores with consumer spending, but you'll see other retailers outperform because they're more exposed to the discretionary merchandise.
Yeah. Look at the merchandise breakdown for the 3 major dollar store brands. Dollar General and Family Dollar are both about 80% consumable items. Dollar Tree has far more discretionary products.
Dollar Tree has all kinds of bits of bullshit. So much random
Alright,
bullshit.
I could probably...
Like if you want to find like a blue pineapple, like it's made out of plastic, you go to Dollar Tree, it will be there. If you want to get like a thing that has like like deer antlers on your head, you will go to Dollar Tree, it will be there.
President-elect Donald Trump ran his campaign pushing for higher tariffs on goods imported from China. That will affect Dollar Tree especially, as the chain imports over 40% of its merchandise, mostly from China. That's much higher than its other brand, Family Dollar.
Hey, hang on, I'll be right
Its
back.
competitor, Dollar General. Plus, its fixed price $1.25 model means margins would be squeezed even tighter. The chain is focused on introducing more multi-priced items to increase spending at its...
Are you fucking kidding me? Ups the mass price to $7. $7 fucking dollars. Are you kidding me? That's insane. $1 equals $7. Why do they even... Yes, why would you go here? Might as well go to Target at that point? Yeah, bro, like, that's Target prices. Not even Walmart.
That core Dollar Tree model has a really nice niche. Everything's $1.25. So you get smaller pack items, you get special deals from suppliers. You start selling branded items at $2, $3, $4. Those are the same items.
Who the fuck goes to Dollar Tree to spend $5 on Valentine's Day bullshit? Of course, this is insane. Fuck, you get it at Walgreens for less than that.
At grocery stores or at Walmart, and so maybe a sales lift, but also maybe longer term competition.
The minimum salary threshold to qualify for overtime pay is set to increase on January 1st, 2025.
The dollar stores, store managers, small box, oftentimes in rural, lower cost of living locations, oftentimes make less than $59,000 on a salary basis. So,
well, that's what they do is they have somebody, they put somebody from hourly to salary, and they say, we're going to pay you a lot more money, and you have to be here 85 hours a week.
If this rule change goes through, it would cause expense pressure on the dollar stores for both banners.
Another consideration for future success is leadership. Dollar General's CEO is on his second stint running the company. Dollar Tree CEO announced he was stepping down at the start of November 2024. A Dollar Tree spokesperson told CNBC Dollar Tree and Family Dollar play a vital role in providing high-quality, low-priced items that help our shoppers do more for less. With new leadership, we are continuing on our journey to transform the business and position ourselves as a leader in the workplace and associate safety through meaningful investments. Dollar General declined CNBC's request for an interview or comment. With succession planning and economic uncertainty a question mark for both companies, it's increasingly clear that getting the dollar store businesses back on track is going to require a multifaceted approach.
Dollar stores are
They have to be cheaper. They have to be cheaper and more convenient, and right now they're not. Like most people, and not most people, but a lot of people have like something like Amazon Prime, or they can get like, you know, food delivered or something like that. And having Amazon Prime, it might seem like a luxury thing, but if it's $100 over a whole year, there are a lot of people that are, you know, working class that have that.
With a mix of self-inflicted problems and also problems that they're contending with because the macroeconomic environment is just a lot tougher. You know, people who shop at dollar stores tend to have less income, and so they are going to feel
food stamps, by the way.
Every push and pull of the economy. But at the same time, these retailers have to get their stores back in line, and to draw back shoppers and build more loyalty, they need to mind the store.
Yeah. You can go on Shein and AliExpress and get the same junk at better quality. Yeah, I think that's what happens. Like, in my opinion, I think this shit's just too expensive.
All right,
because
I'm gonna
what's
at least bring the
happening to
bat.
Dollar stores is what's happening to fast food restaurants. Is that back in the day, you could get a meal at a McDonald's for $6, or you could get a meal at Chili's for $15. Now, you can get a meal at McDonald's for $12 or a meal at Chili's for $18. The fact is that, like, the difference and, like, the competitive advantage that, like, fast food used to have doesn't exist as much anymore. And I think that the same fucking thing happened with dollar stores. That's so expensive. Yeah, I'm being serious. That's what it is.
This is Marshall and his mother, Alicia. Just feet away, inside the trunk, lies the dead body of Marshall's girlfriend. He has cut her body up and plans to discard it in the remote mountains of the Sierra foothills. Over the next several weeks, a series of small mistakes in Marshall's cover-up would bring him face to face with local police and the FBI. Watching detectives unknowingly walk past his murder scene and slowly discovering the monster he truly is.
Brother, I'm keeping a buck with you. Don't know.
Have you guys thought about maybe she was trafficked?
Yep.
It's approximately 6:30 p.m. in Antioch, California, when 24-year-old Alexis Gabe is seen at a Chevron gas station. While filling up her car, she receives a message from her boyfriend. "Are you still coming over?" She replies, "I can only come by for a bit." After paying, Alexis gets back on the road, and by 6:37 p.m., she's seen arriving at her boyfriend's house. He doesn't know it yet, but she's there to break up with him. A decision that will carry far greater consequences than she expects. 2 hours pass. Then Alexis's car is seen leaving Marshall's house, but something isn't right. The vehicle takes an unusual route, one Alexis never uses to get home, and just 12 minutes later, roughly 6 miles away, it pulls into a quiet residential neighborhood. A masked figure steps out of the car, noticeably larger than Alexis. Moments later, her phone pings, "Did you make it home?" And as the figure disappears into the distance, Alexis is never seen or heard from again.
Sheriff's Department. Is this a family member or friend?
Family member.
And how long did you last talk to her?
No one's heard from her since she went to see her ex-boyfriend last night at 8:30.
And she's not answering her phone or anything?
No, it's going straight to voicemail.
On the line is Alexis Gabe's sister. Her tone is urgent as she insists on filing a missing persons report immediately. To better understand the situation, dispatch sends Officer Rod Coutney to the family's home. And that's where he learns why Alexis's family is already fearing the worst.
Good morning. How you doing? I'm a detective with the police department. I'm gonna get some info from you guys, and I'm gonna start looking for Alexis. That's okay. Does she ever make any sort of statements?
No.
Okay. Is she generally pretty happy?
Yeah.
Okay.
She's always out. Every
She's always out? Do you know where she goes a lot of the time?
with her friend, E and Ria. She's with us yesterday too.
Does she have any mental health issues? It's generally an antidepressant.
Yeah, I know. That's what she said. That's why she's looking out for the doctor. She's seeing the doctor.
Okay.
But they have accident with her boyfriend, car accident. She said she have a chiropractor appointment.
Who's her boyfriend?
The one that we know is Marshall.
Marshall.
Jones, yeah.
Okay.
And we just found out yesterday. The friend said Marshall are threatening Alexis. If they're gonna broke up, he's gonna kill Alexis.
Oh, okay. And this is Marshall?
Marshall.
Okay.
Needless to say, the officer knows exactly who they need to speak with next. According to Alexis's mother, Marshall Jones is the boyfriend she went to see last. But even more troubling is her claim that he had threatened to harm himself or Alexis if they ever broke up. As Coutney wraps up his initial search, he relays the information to his sergeant. From there, requests are made for street CCTV footage, a real-time location warrant for her phone, and most urgently, another
I gave you a
officer
gun.
is dispatched to Marshall's address. Later that afternoon, the officer arrives at the house. Knowing Marshall is one of the last people to see Alexis alive,
I did give her a
the
gun,
officer
didn't I? I'm
expects
pretty
to
sure I
gather
gave you
more
a gun.
information about her whereabouts. But he's about to get much more than that. But before we get to that, I want to talk about something else that's important too. For almost a year, I've had this discomfort with my ear, and every time I thought about booking an appointment, I saw the long waiting times and just told myself it would probably go away on its own. But it never did. I know we've all been there, it's easy to do. But that's where today's sponsor, ZocDoc, comes in. ZocDoc is a completely free website that makes booking your next doctor's appointment fast and easy. Just select the specialty you need, your area, and your insurance. ZocDoc then shows you few doctors near you that will fit. With more than 150,000 providers across all 50 states, from primary care to dental health to urgent care to mental health, you'll always find the right one. Check their reviews, pick a time slot, fill your details, and just like that, you're booked. Usually within 24 to 72 hours. Sometimes even the same day. Look, I spent almost a year ignoring my ear problem. Don't make that same mistake. So if there's something you've been ignoring or putting off, make it easy for yourself.
Don't sweat
Head
it.
to ZocDoc.com/DrInsanity or simply click the link in the description to instantly book a doctor today. I know it may seem small, but just clicking the link in the description is a huge step towards prioritizing your health. Thanks so much to ZocDoc for sponsoring this video and for helping us all take better care of our health. With that said, let's get back to the video.
How y'all doing? Hey, is Marshall home?
No.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. How y'all doing today? Okay. Y'all be safe, be careful now, okay?
Hey, Tom.
Hey, I'm here. You know Alexis?
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah. So, Gabe.
I'm sorry, Gabe.
Yeah, no, but, her mom told me that she didn't come home.
So yeah, because I spoke to her brother and friends and they're concerned.
Oh, I'm concerned too.
When was the last time you spoke to her or saw her?
You know what, I can...
I'm the same way.
Yeah, well, so, show you my call log. I talked to her throughout the day yesterday. I want to say 6:38 is when she told me that she was outside. She...
Here?
Yeah. I let her in. We hung out for a couple hours. She left around 9.
Did she say where she was going?
Yeah, I can show you text message. She said that...
the more you give me, the better, man.
I was about to say, I remember her saying, this is from today, it's not delivered, I've been trying to call her. I was like, you still coming over? You must still be asleep. She's like, I can only come by for a bit today. I was like, okay. Because she was doing some other stuff for her job that she was doing some running around for.
Okay. Do you know idea where she may be?
You know, brother, I'm going to keep it a buck with you. I honestly thought she went to go smoke with her friend Rhea when she left here.
Maria. Oh, Maria.
Yeah.
Okay.
I thought she went to go smoke with her because usually she won't tell me, you know, what she's doing until she's already doing. So I thought she went there, but then when I kept on home by like 11 and I wasn't getting anything.
Okay. Did she seem out of sorts when she came over yesterday? Was she her normal self? Whatever that may be?
I mean, she came in, we hugged, we kissed, she watched me, do my little heist on GTA, play my game and whatnot. I mean, we had watched Family Guy.
Okay.
It was fine.
When she left, did you see her? Did you see her leave?
Yeah. And I say yeah because I opened the garage door and she left. So
okay. Also, she opened the garage door.
Yeah.
All right.
At first glance, Marshall appears far more willing to help than Alexis's family hinted towards. But as he recounts his last encounter with Alexis, his demeanor is oddly detached, at times even attempting to make light of the situation. It's the kind of behavior that doesn't go unnoticed. But before wrapping up the interview, the officer would ask one of the strangest questions possible at a moment like this.
Do you have a car?
Yeah. How long you guys you dating?
Yeah.
How long y'all been together?
Like 3 going on 4 years.
Okay. All right.
I showed you my call log, text message.
You ain't got to strap down in the house like a slave or nothing?
No, I don't. I know you have to ask.
Yeah, I have to.
Situation.
Yeah, exactly.
And I appreciate you trying to make light of it, but no.
Okay.
I do not.
All right.
On that strange note, the interview wraps, and the officer calls his sergeant, only to learn that, while this conversation was taking place, a major discovery had just been made a few miles away. On a residential street in Antioch, Alexis's family comes across their daughter's car while organizing their own search and spreading the word on social media. Police are immediately informed of this discovery, and the car is towed and seized for forensic analysis. Inside the car, some troubling details quickly stand out. The keys are still in the ignition, the door is unlocked, and personal items are missing. After removing and analyzing the car's infotainment unit, investigators are able to track Alexis's precise movements before her disappearance. And just 12 minutes before the car was abandoned, it had been at Marshall's house, not her friend Maria's, as he had previously implied. These findings, along with the alleged death threat, prompt investigators to move Marshall from a person of interest to the primary suspect in Alexis's disappearance. The following day, 2 detectives arrive at Marshall's house, suspecting he is the last person to see her alive and may have been withholding vital information. However, they're also here for something else, something that will catch him completely off guard.
Hey, I'm a detective minister. Okay, are you Alexis's
yeah.
boyfriend? Okay, what's your name?
Marshall.
Marshall. Okay. Yeah, we're still looking for her. Have you heard from her at all? Or?
I have not. I've been trying to call her. I've been texting. My text messages aren't getting delivered. My phone calls are going straight to voicemail.
Gotcha. Okay. Huh. Yeah, basically at this point, like, I think this is the last place that we know that she was at.
Right, and
so we're just, obviously that's why we're kind of keying in on this area, you know?
I understand, and like I was telling her mom, like, hey, I saw her, this is the last time.
Yeah.
You know, and I'm worried.
Right.
You know, and she's missing, and that just means that she's missing. It doesn't necessarily mean something happened to her, so I'm really trying not to let my mind wander. Her friends have, I'm not going to say they've been putting me under scrutiny, but they're making me feel like I did something and I didn't.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, anytime, and boyfriend, right?
And that's what I'm saying. You know, everybody handles stress different, you know, and so we
just want to rule everything out, anything weird to happen here. So, you know what I mean? Then we can move on to, hey, let's go look another area and see where she's at, you know?
I understand.
Are you cool if we go inside and look around real quick?
It's not my house, it's my stepdad's, so...
Right.
I could call him really fast and see.
Yeah, that's fine. Go ahead.
Clearly uncomfortable with the request, Marshall agrees to call his stepfather the homeowner of the house. And as they wait for his approval, detectives would slowly begin to suspect there's something inside the house neither Marshall nor his stepfather wants them to find.
Hey, Dad. Alexis went missing, and the police just want to go through the house really fast just to make sure that everything's fine. Is that okay? Okay. He said that one of you could go in, but he would like the other one to stay out here.
No problem. Sure. You got a plus or anything?
I don't.
Yeah, me neither. You want to go in? Sure. All right. Hold that phone. All right. What's your dad's name?
Leslie.
Leslie? Okay, and that's the one you were talking to on the phone? All right, you said one of us would come in? Cool. Thanks, man.
Do you want me to leave the door open?
Yeah, that's
for sure. For sure. I'll come around.
Anything of hers that's here?
I mean, there might be some clothes that she left over.
Okay.
It's gonna be in my room. My room's a mess.
That's fine. This your room?
This is my room. I know. Like I said, it's a mess.
It happens, bro.
Yeah.
You guys drink together, I'm assuming?
Yeah. At the house.
As the officer moves through the house, Marshall's room quickly stands out, left in complete disarray. And as he inspects the room further, little does he know, this very place holds subtle clues and will soon become a crime scene.
Is there upstairs?
No,
Just one story.
Just one story.
Thank you. Appreciate it. I'm sorry. You're good. And then this is other people's rooms?
Yeah. Did you want to go in the backyard?
Alright, I'm gonna close this door. Nothing out of the ordinary. His room is an absolute mess. He does.
Focusing on the mess, the officer overlooks the attic, a place hiding a terrifying secret. And it's no accident. Marshall has been guiding him through certain areas, carefully steering him away from others. But despite the search turning up nothing, officers aren't done with him just yet. There's something else they want to ask.
No contact from her?
None whatsoever.
Okay. Phone's been off. You tried to call her, I'm assuming?
Indeed.
Okay. Do you mind hanging up with him real quick so we can... I'm going to ask you something. Would you be willing to give us your cell phone for a forensic download?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So I'm able to do all that stuff.
What's the forensic download again?
It just shows me all the information on your phone for a certain period of time.
Oh, okay.
It shows like, hey, was your phone here the whole time?
Oh, yeah.
Stuff like that.
Okay.
Okay.
For sure.
And then I would just have you sign like a consent form.
Okay.
And then you can bring it down, sign the consent form down at the PD. And then I'd take your passcode, and then I would do it that way.
Okay. They want to do a forensic download just to make sure that, you know, my phone is where I said it was, i.e. where I said I was.
Yeah. But she was still here when he got home?
Interestingly, detectives not only gain access to Marshall's phone, but also learn that his stepfather was allegedly at the house at the same time Alexis was there. So they make a note to speak with the homeowner as soon as possible to see if his account aligns with Marshall's. Shortly afterwards, Marshall gets into his stepfather's car and follows the officers to the station. As he drives, officers ahead notice something strange. He appears anxious, swerving slightly with something large in the back of his car obstructing his view. In reality, Marshall isn't just nervous. He's just realized he's driving straight to the police station with a car full of incriminating evidence. About 10 minutes later, Marshall arrives at the station, trying to steady himself, quietly questioning why he brought this car in the first place. And the second he steps out, he realizes the officers are onto him.
You know what you all have? Yeah, blankets and whatnot. Wait, do you actually have to search it, or can you just look around? Because it's my dad's car, and
No,
I don't...
I mean, I kind of just want to lift the gate so I can see inside, you know? If that's cool.
Again, it's not my car, it's my dad's, and you have my phone, so I'll open the gate for you, though, so that way you can look inside.
That'd be great.
We went to the drive-in, so tried to give Rumi some water. I mean, you can look in the bag, that's our Philly cheesesteak.
Any of this hers?
No.
Because we would like to collect the DNA sample from her, right? So we have a reference on file. So was she back here?
Yeah, like, I don't...
So is any of this, like, would it
None
have
of
her
this is
DNA?
her. I don't know.
Would you mind if we, like, took a blanket to test it?
I would, because, yeah.
Alright. And does she normally sit up in the front seat?
Yeah.
Okay, well, let's start a photo.
We're not, you don't want us to look under the blankets or what?
She would like to look under the blankets. I don't want you to think I have a dead body. Or
No, I was just, because you were being all...
Yeah.
Okay. So this is your stepdad or your real dad?
My stepdad.
Gotcha. Alright, cool.
Naturally, Marshall's unwillingness to show what's in the trunk immediately raises red flags for the officers. Once it's opened, they find multiple blankets, pillows, and food waste, with Marshall insisting that he and Alexis used the car as a bed at the drive-in. With suspicion mounting, they get Marshall to sign a consent form, download the data from his phone, and then return it to him. And as they let him go, detectives believe the contents of Marshall's phone may finally reveal what he's been hiding, unaware that this entire investigation is about to start going downhill. The next day, as investigators prepare to review the data from Marshall's phone, they notice the download process has failed, leaving them with nothing. Realizing Marshall's willingness to cooperate may already be reaching its limits, detectives decide not to push any further for now and instead turn their attention elsewhere. There's still one person they haven't spoken to yet. Marshall's stepfather, the homeowner who was allegedly inside the house the same night Alexis disappeared. If something happened to her that night, he may have witnessed it. With that in mind, they drive back to the house to speak with him, where they'll begin to suspect that not everyone wants them to discover the truth behind Alexis's disappearance.
Hey, Mr. Clark. Hey, we're just trying to follow up on everything going on with Alexis. We haven't talked to you yet. Marshall had said that you were here when Alexis was here on Wednesday night.
Did you see Alexis here on the 26th?
Yeah, honest with you. I come, she's here, she's not, you know, I see her, don't.
You don't recall seeing her car here?
No, I do not.
And you don't remember seeing her talking to her that night?
No, I didn't see her there that night. No Wednesday.
How's Marshall holding up with all this?
She's upset.
Well, for sure.
I mean, just now finding out that his girlfriend's coming up missing. I found out yesterday with the note coming in, the flyer.
Oh, yeah.
Flyer and stuff. Saying that she's missing. I'm like, what the hell is going on?
What was she like as just an everyday person? Like,
she's
good?
sweet.
Yeah.
I mean, she's a good young lady.
She never brought drama to your house or anything like that? I mean, aside from couple drama. Yeah.
I mean, they never argued in front of me.
But, like, she never brought any outside BS to your house or anything like that?
No.
Is Marshall around? I know one of the detectives was trying to reach him and he had to return his phone call.
Marshall's not here. I say he said he's going to go talk to his mom. Me and his mom don't really, conversate like that.
With this information, police now know where to look for Marshall next. His mother's house. What catches the officers off guard, however, is Leslie's refusal to confirm being with Marshall and Alexis the night she disappeared, directly contradicting what Marshall had previously told investigators. Now faced with more questions than answers, officers leave to figure out their next move. From this point forward, the investigation into Alexis's disappearance quietly begins to shift in a much darker direction. During the next several days, police visit Marshall's mother, Alicia Clark, looking for her son. But suspiciously, she claims she hasn't seen him since the night his girlfriend Alexis vanished. By now, investigators begin to consider a troubling possibility. Marshall may be on the run.
Yeah, I'm just running around doing graffiti right now.
But their biggest piece
So
of evidence
I got
is
nothing
still
better
to
to do.
come.
Let me get
Just as
some of
the
these pillows off of
investigation
me.
seems to stall, CCTV footage is recovered from the route Alicia's car took
right.
the night she vanished. For roughly 12 minutes, the car is seen speeding from Marshall's home to the residential area where it's eventually abandoned. A masked figure is seen stepping out of the car, noticeably larger than Alexis, with a more masculine build. As detectives begin tracking the figure's movements through nearby cameras, they watch it move calmly for over a mile until it arrives somewhere completely unexpected: Marshall's mother's house. This development makes investigators certain that the masked figure was none other than their prime suspect, Marshall. And with that, an emergency search warrant for his home is secured immediately. On February 1st, more than a dozen officers arrive at the house convinced there is far more inside than Marshall originally let them see.
Oakley PD search warrant, open up! Yeah, hold it till it's down and press record. Yes, we need that fry. You have the fry? Fry bar? Oakley PD! Come out with your hands up! Hands up! Check the left, check the left. I got a door on the right. Check that door. Left's clear.
Oh, I'm out of spray paint, so.
Oakley PD, come out with your hands up! Search warrant! Check that. Clear.
As officers officers move through the house, neither Marshall nor his stepfather are anywhere to be found. But then, as they prepare to enter the garage, it doesn't take long for a vile discovery to emerge.
Smell it? Smell like dead body? Yep. In the laundry room. Okay. Yeah.
Gotta go a couple on the point.
Right here, yeah? Yeah, right in here. I got a big whiff. Yep. Put up the backyard. All this? Yep.
Multiple officers begin to notice a distinct smell, believed to be the odor of a decomposing body. The scent appears to be coming from the laundry room and leads up towards the attic. So officers prepare to investigate and brace themselves for the worst.
It looks undisturbed. Are we agreeing?
Must have been opened before. I don't know.
It's right here, dude. Yeah. Just point straight out to the garage.
Yeah.
So that's the thing, is like, we gotta check the crawl space. Anybody check inside that SUV or take a peek inside?
I didn't see anything, it's locked. But I'm gonna have this door. I mean, there's pathways where they walked for electrical, but I don't see.
No footprints, no drag marks.
Yeah, I mean, it's just you can see where they're walking,
Okay.
doing something.
Like there's a vent, it's coming from the vent kind of.
Yeah, once we hit this area and start walking to the garage is where I smelt it.
Does that look like blood and hair?
Yeah.
You see?
Black hair.
Look it.
Paint?
Could be blood, could be
Like brown paint, but that can also be blood.
Alright, let's
I can't tell what the hell the symptom is on this.
clear out.
Something gray.
Following the scent, officers come up empty-handed, but they do uncover what appears to be dried blood. After clearing the entire house, officers are still unable to locate the source of the smell, so a canine unit is called in.
Sneaky, that's what it is. All right.
Are hidden somewhere on the ground. This dog may be their best bet on finding them.
I don't know. I got a big whiff right in the laundry room. It smelled like this dead body.
Ooh. Oh, let's see what we get.
No worries.
That had none of the other behaviors that we can for. Keep checking. Okay, good girl.
Yeah, that's the attached garage.
Oh, can I go in there?
Yes.
Okay, good girl. Did you guys do that or did?
Oh, I don't know. We didn't bring that in.
That's fine. You saw her go up the wall here?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So it's just checking odor. As I said, you've worked with cannons, so we didn't get final. And that was the kind of thing where it's like, I have some weird odor, but it's not all of her behaviors, which was more what we had there. And of course, you and I both know that could be, you could have vacuumed up a tissue that had bloody nose. Yeah. And that could be. Okay, good girl. You want your toy? It's not saying to get your toy. All right, that's all we got.
Somewhat surprisingly, the handler isn't fully convinced the dog has detected human remains. However, several indications suggest it has picked up on something suspicious, as it repeatedly returns to Marshall's room, sits in one spot while staring at its handler, and most alarmingly, begins clawing at the wall, a sign the odor may be coming from the attic. But even after multiple additional searches, and with more canine units brought in, officers are left with troubling yet inconclusive results. Small traces of blood, the presence of bleach and other cleaning supplies, and a missing shower curtain. Following these discoveries, officers secure the scene and begin working to obtain real-time location data for Marshall's phone, now fully suspecting they have a homicide on their hands. Over the next several weeks, officers are seemingly no closer to finding Marshall. Neither his mother nor his stepfather appear willing to cooperate any further. But every time the investigation seems like it's losing momentum, Alexis Gabe's family keeps pushing forward.
While there's many disingenuous left-wing people, and let's be honest, foreign third-worldist accounts that are giving Zorhan Mamdani credit for somehow balancing the budget without getting his significant tax increases, and of course without cutting spending, which should seem to be impossible, because guess what it is, as we talked about in a previous video, the way that he achieved this balanced budget was by actually delaying mandatory New York City pension allocations, which essentially sets the city up for a downgraded credit, and of course more money to be spent in the future.
Yeah, he's been there for a while.
To another administration, exactly what he accused Mayor Eric Adams of. But in addition to that, what Mamdani is also doing is figuring out ways to essentially extract more and more money from regular, ordinary New Yorkers and small businesses. And a perfect example of this is that Zorhan Mamdani, the guy who was in favor of defunding the police, is now announcing that they will be enforcing at the New York City level a rule or regulation requiring all these different New York City small businesses to install
I did order a delivery, didn't I?
security gate, otherwise they will face fines and fees for not doing so. And in addition to that, of course, this is meant to generate more
I'll be here in
expenses
30
from them,
seconds.
which will be paid in savings to the city of New York.
We don't have
And
time
yeah,
to switch
it's
these up.
obviously a scheme, and it's a rather disgusting one, because Zorhan Mamdani and his fellow ilk in the New York City Council don't want to crack down on the people who are robbing these businesses, but now they're going to go after them for not installing the proper security gates according to a 15-year-old rule that has never actually been enforced, because they need a little bit more money from these small businesses. They have to bleed them dry. This is exactly the goal and the intent, and this is what we're going to talk about today. But
There we
before
go.
do,
Perfect
I wanna thank everybody
timing.
who supports this channel via actualjusticewarrior.com/join.
Give me the money. Give me the money. Okay?
A 17-year-old law known as Local Law 75 is finally about to be enforced in New York City, requiring storefront security gates to be at least 70% see-through instead of solid metal by July 1st. City officials say the change is meant to help first responders see inside businesses during emergencies, while also improving the look of city streets. But many small business owners say they're frustrated they're only now hearing about the rule.
So look, obviously there's a lot of outrage, and again, the outrage should be directed at the mayor's office, because a guy who doesn't want to enforce anything against actual criminals has decided that he's going to target these businesses and is intentionally giving them extraordinarily little notice in order to comply with this. Now, many people will say, well, this is a 15-year-old regulation that was passed by the city council, but the thing is, it wasn't enforced, and it was well known that this wasn't going to be enforced throughout the whole course of that 15 years. But suddenly, almost out of nowhere, the buildings department announces that these businesses now have 90 days to get within compliance, and while they do give a reason that sounds legitimate, a solid safety reason, which is emergency responders need to see through these gates in order to know if people are inside in order to save people, the fact is the instances where this is going to benefit people on the inside of these buildings and help emergency responders are few and far between. And obviously this is something that it's not going to make that big of a difference if you gave people 6 months or a year to get within compliance versus the 90 days that is being offered by the buildings department. Now, of course, they say, listen, we're not going to go out and fine people just for the sake of fining them. We're not going to send out enforcement. What we're going to do is ask you guys out there in the city of New York to snitch on your neighbors. You're going to have to call this in 2311 when you recognize businesses are not in compliance. And essentially what this is going to lead to is the worst type of people, the nosy people, your Karen energy type of people that are going to be calling in these enforcement code violations against these businesses. And guess what? They're going to take significant hits. And again, these storefronts are small. The businesses don't have huge profit margins. And the idea that you're suddenly expected to shell out thousands into the tens of thousands of dollars in order to change your gate, that probably actually serves a less solid security function, because I've actually seen videos where the very gates in and the gaps are actually utilized by the criminals in order to pry them open, in order to break into these businesses. Again, all for a marginal improvement in safety, a brief window where firefighters, if they need to respond to this business, will be able to see inside the business just a little bit better in that moment in time, if that happens. Again, you're not really doing the trade-off here in terms of safety versus the cost that you're imposing on these particular businesses, but that's because this isn't about safety. This isn't about analyzing trade-offs. This is about ratcheting up enforcement of fines and fees, which, by the way, the New York City budget is full of these little petty taxes, all while Mamdani is pretending that he's actually all about taxing the rich. But again, anybody could do the math for themselves. They had a $5.3 billion budget deficit. The state raised taxes on those second homes, that Peter Terror tax, that Mamdani did that creepy-ass video where he doxed somebody, the head of Citadel, even though he lives near where Luigi Mangione was murdered, thus putting him at risk. That's only going to raise $500 million from the state. That's nowhere near the $5.3 billion that was needed. So the other revenue options that are available to the city of New York are all petty tax increases and petty fine increases on regular ordinary people. And by the way, we've already seen another proposal like this masked under the guise of safety that, of course, is meant to produce revenue generation. We already have these speed cameras that ticket you for going over 25 miles an hour in certain zones in the city of New York, and they claim it's school zones, but a lot of them are set up right on the exit when you get off the highway, so that way they can maximize revenue against you. And guess what? The Mamdani administration wants to lower that to 15 miles per hour. Again, this is a guy who wants faster flowing traffic, everything to move more smoothly, because again, they're trying to raise fees on regular ordinary New Yorkers, and this is a perfect example of them doing so against small businesses, which people pretend Mamdani, the communist, was actually interested in helping.
Some store owners say they may wait until they receive a violation before paying for the upgrades.
The cost is so high that we will just wait for someone maybe to file a complaint. Then when we have to do it, then we have to deal with it.
So the local news media ends up interviewing a lot of Chinese business owners from Flushing, Queens, which, by the way, if you guys are unaware, is a second Chinatown in the city of New York that's actually larger than the Chinatown in Manhattan.
Why am I wanted dead or alive all of a sudden?
These business owners are essentially saying that based on the cost of the fine versus the cost of these particular gates, what they're probably going to do is wait until they get a complaint about them, and if they get those complaints, essentially they're going to assess whether or not it's worth it at that moment in time, or if they should just pay the fine to the Department of Buildings. And again, this might seem like they're not actually following the law, and it doesn't actually produce the safety outcomes that the city of New York wants. But the thing is, this is actually the outcome that the city of New York wants. This is essentially yet another tax, yet another cost of doing business in the city of New York that they're imposing on these small businesses that, again, don't have the economies of scale to offset a $10,000
Dude's right on my ass.
purchase and installation. And again, this is all part of the plan. And while you have some members of the city council, like Grace Meng, who represents this particular district, that are trying to push back against it because she doesn't want these people who are her constituents to pay these particular fines, the fact is, this is a part of the strategic plan of the New York City budget, which of course,
I don't know what I did, but man.
Again, I've talked about this so many times already, and it bears repeating that the New York City public school
Go after that
budget
glowing
is
guy out there.
completely out of control. It is over $42 billion.
They came down on me
it's
like
averaging $44,000
holy crap.
per pupil, which is insane because some of the top private schools that kids that were rich and spoiled, that had parents provide everything for them, like Zorha Mamdani went to, actually have a lower tuition than that. But the thing is, the student population in the city of New York has been dropping dramatically because the people that are leaving the most and the most quickly are families with children under 5. Families with children under 18 are the second biggest group that are following that, because New York City is becoming incredibly hostile to raise your kids. But do we get the funding reduced in response to the fact that New York City Public Schools has lost about 10% of their student population in the last 5 years? No, we
get to work.
Increases for them. It is considered something worthy of celebration, even though, again, this obviously is blowing a massive hole in our budget. It is the largest budget item, and if you just kept spending the same as it was in 2020, you would solve the budget deficit and actually have a per pupil student increase because the population of students has declined so much. But again, I will remind you that the public school system is not about educating your kids. By the way, outcomes are absolutely terrible in New York City public schools, while we've seen nearly $10 billion more per year being spent on them. But it's not about outcomes, it's about the people who work in public education. It's about making sure they get paid as much as possible, because teacher unions are a core constituency for the Democratic Party, and you got to make sure your people get paid off. Small business owners, they might go rogue. They might actually vote for lower taxes and lower regulations at some point in time. Asians in Queens, and specifically in this area, Flushing, Queens, actually shifted significantly right. They did not support Mamdani as much as other demographics, and guess what? This is their punishment for that.
Other longtime business owners say the added cost simply isn't realistic right now.
Almost $10,000. How can I afford? Because everybody business not too good, and then price high.
This is the consequence for defying the great leader, and again, it's all so disingenuous because you're going to put all this time and energy into enforcing this against small business owners that produce, while at the same time retail theft that these businesses are dealing with has skyrocketed. And guess what? Mamdani and none of his ilk actually want to address it. All the different reforms to New York State bail reform, Mamdani voted against those reforms, against those fixes, to hold repeat offenders accountable when he was in the state assembly. And in terms of being the mayor, obviously he's trying to shift police resources away from that because he doesn't care if these people get victimized, because he's trying to extract as much from them as possible, while at the same time he has active disdain for the organism to which he is a parasite of. But you know what? Those are just my thoughts. I want to know what you guys think down in the comments below. As per usual, if you like the video, show them by leaving a like, subscribe for more content, follow me on the social medias, support me via the support links in the description of this video. This has been me talking about Zoran the Moron targeting small businesses. Till next time.
Sometimes I don't want to come home.
You at home, imagine feeling trapped in your own home with a person you can't get to leave. It is a nightmare. An elderly homeowner in Dorchester says that she has experienced for more than a year. And instead of paying a dime of rent,
see, he fits inside there.
Trashed her property and put her health and safety at risk.
So at the time that I'm recording this video, it's actually Mother's Day. So happy Mother's Day to everybody out there in the audience, and your mothers, obviously wish them well. But unfortunately, today's story out of the city of Boston is not exactly a happy Mother's Day kind of tale, because we have a woman who's 75 years old. And I just want you to imagine if you're this person, or if this person was your mother, and they only have two sources of income at age 75. The first is Social Security, often referred to as social insecurity, because especially in inflationary times, it's actually extraordinarily difficult for somebody to live off of Social Security, especially if they're in a major metropolitan area with a soaring cost of living, which of course the city of Boston actually is. But the second one is actually something that normally would put you in a good position. See, this woman actually owns a two-family home. She lives on the top floor, she rents the bottom floor to a tenant, and for 11 years before the tenant that we're going to talk about today, they had glowing reviews as a landlord. But that person eventually, after paying on time every single month for 11 years straight, decided that they were going to buy their own home, so they moved out. So of course the property gets listed, a bunch of different people end up showing up to view said property, but then a woman, the villain of today's story, ends up showing up, and she tries to make a connection with this elderly woman. She has her own daughter living with her, who originally was reported as a child that was in school, but turned out to be an adult and a criminal, by the way, a little bit later, which we will get into. And essentially she pitches this as a situation where she views this elderly black woman as her mother and a grandmother to her daughter, and of course she wants to be a daughter to her and have a happy, wonderful kind of scenario going forward in this particular apartment. apartment. So then she comes in. The rent is paid. The initial deposit is paid. Now, we will find out later that this was actually financed by the taxpayers.
Saunders had her rent subsidized by a state program called Homebase, which kicks in taxpayer money up front, then gradually requires a tenant to pay nearly the full rent amount. That's $2,700 per month in the case of Jackson's apartment.
And while everything seems like it's going to be okay, while this woman who had no problems for 11 years straight appears to have secured a wonderful new tenant that will enjoy the place, that's when the complaints start coming in. All of a sudden, there are roaches, there are rats, there's all these different various reports about the poor condition of the apartment, and this requires the landlord to actually send inspectors. But then this person refuses to let the inspectors in, let the repair people in, and in fact, in one of the instances where there was a complaint related to the boiler, the person ends up showing up to fix the boiler, and the daughter, who again was originally pitched as an underage girl going to high school or something of the sort, turns out to be a criminal adult, and she actually assaulted the repairman, thus exposing the landlord to additional liability, because the theory is, at least according to the tenant, this person who said she wanted a wonderful relationship with you, or this elderly woman, yeah, she said that she wasn't properly informed about when this person was coming, thus it was viewed as a break-in, and of course, in the city of Boston, the charges were dismissed. Well, that was the scenario that this woman ended up finding herself in, again at age 75, in that particular city, and it turns out it's actually significantly worse than we can possibly imagine, because the woman who initially paid her security deposit didn't actually ever pay it. She actually got that subsidized by the taxpayer, and it turns out she actually worked for the city of Boston as a mediator between landlords and tenants, and she's been using that knowledge over the course of a year to essentially never pay for rent. Everything, the complaints, and of course the not letting the maintenance people in order to inspect the property nor fix anything that's being complained about, is all a part of a strategy to extort this elderly woman out of tens of thousands of dollars, let her live rent-free, and this is something that she's been caught doing not once, not twice, but 7 different times in recent history. 7 different times she's run this exact same scheme, and normally it results in a settlement and a payoff to her. So that's the nightmare that this woman was living under for well over a year, and to make matters worse, it was subsidized and backed up at every step of the way by the city of Boston through tax dollars and regulations that again favor the scammer. So this is what we're going to talk about today. This is what we're going to discuss. But before we do, I want to thank everybody who subsidizes my rent over on actualjusticewarrior.com/join.
Oh, give me the money. Give me the money. Okay?
How do you describe what she's doing?
Well, she's a serial non-payer. She's a serial abuser of the system.
The NBC10 investigators confirmed Saunders has worked at agencies around Boston as a housing mediation coordinator, an employment background that explains how she learned to navigate the ins and outs of housing court.
This is basically a retaliation case. She basically retaliated against me.
That's Saunders telling a judge that Jackson was only trying to evict her because she reported code violations to the city, adding that she initially thought her landlord would be more like a family member when she signed the lease.
So that was audio from this particular woman, Kenyatta Sanders, again of Boston, and I'm going to put her face up on screen for everybody out there in the audience to see, because if you see this woman, absolutely under no circumstances should you rent her a property at all whatsoever, because as we're going to find out through this investigative report from the local NBC affiliate out in Boston, she has run this scheme at least 7 times in the city of Boston, and Lord knows how many other additional times that she was able to run it. But as you just heard right there, she is making the case, according to this audio, that the eviction that she's facing is actually retaliation against the complaints that she filed against her landlord. And again, those complaints were immediately filed right after she ended up moving in as a mechanism to not actually pay her rent. And what's really sad about this particular case back in November is that you have a savvy scammer going up up against an elderly woman. So what actually ended up happening here is that the judge was forced to dismiss this case because the elderly woman did not properly list the parties on the eviction notice. However, the reason she didn't do so is that she was informed by Sanders, the scammer, that the person who was her daughter was actually under the age of 18, and thus you don't actually evict a child, you evict the parent and the child goes with them. However, that was a lie, and a strategic lie, in order to again subvert the eviction process. And I really want you to hear the audio from the judge and the reaction of this woman who again is being ripped off and scammed before this judge's very eyes, so you can understand how brutal and disgusting this is.
We look to her as a guiding light, my children as a possible potential grandmother-esque type person. It was refreshing.
The judge dismissed Jackson's first eviction attempt last August on a technicality because Saunders' daughter Ananda was not listed as a defendant in the case.
So yeah, you hear the scammer lady right there talking about how we were looking at her as a potential grandmother to our kids, and it's really unfortunate that she's doing this retaliation. But then you hear the judge say that the case is dismissed, and again, it's dismissed because they did not include the adult on the lease in the actual eviction filing, even though again, she was told deliberately false information at the time that she brought these people into her property, and that was done strategically to get this particular outcome. And again, I want you to hear this woman and what her reaction is to this judge dismissing this eviction on this technicality.
Jackson said Ananda wasn't on the lease because she was told she was a juvenile and only learned she was an adult when Boston police arrested her and charged her with assault for spraying someone with mace who'd shown up to fix the boiler, a criminal case that was later dismissed. Following the ruling, Jackson broke down in front of the judge.
I need this lady to go. I need her to get out to my house. There's other places. I cannot handle this lady on my property. Oh God, nobody knows the pain.
Yeah, so this elderly woman had an emotional breakdown at the courthouse after it was dismissed because it was a deliberate trap that she fell into, again, that she was completely unaware of, because you have a savvy scammer versus an honest old lady, and unfortunately, in the city of Boston, everything cuts in favor of the savvy scammer rather than the honest old lady. So yeah, in this particular situation, it was dismissed. That was from back in November. Eventually, it was resolved this month, or actually in the month of April. So we're talking about probably 6 months that this woman had to deal with her.
The elderly homeowner also feared for her safety, filing this restraining order against her tenant after an incident where she says Saunders pushed her on the steps leading to her basement.
And that was after she had already taken her to eviction court, so it was obviously clear that she did not want her there. So of course, Saunders, for revenge, time and time again, would destroy the property, issue threats, and again, it got to the point where this old lady who lived in the particular building, again, there's only 2 apartments there, the one that the old lady lives in and the one that she was occupying and destroying, ended up having to file a restraining order against her because she did not feel safe on her own property. And of course, her criminal daughter who assaulted a maintenance person, that case was dismissed because the city of Boston is like, oh my God, innocent Bubba Angel, how can we expect her to not attack somebody to fix the problem that they've repeatedly reported and filed complaints about to the city and said that they desperately wanted fixed? Obviously, we are going to be in favor. We are going to support that particular criminal right there.
But I'm living there. I'm telling you, a lot of days I don't want to get up. A lot of days I don't want to get up out of my bed because this is not a life to live.
We started going to court with Jackson to document her experience.
Can't rob him.
The first time, Saunders was a no-show.
He's down for a bit. I didn't mean that for that to happen.
It's terrible because I don't drive.
But
Each court
it
date
happened.
requiring her to hop on a bus, take the red line, and walk a half a mile, sometimes
Hey,
in snowy conditions.
how you
to the
doing?
downtown
You want to buy
location.
something?
How
Nah?
many times do you think you've been in
Alright.
housing court for?
And the last time you exploded, that's why, isn't it?
So one
Isn't
of the
it?
great
Just
things
admit it.
about this NBC 10 investigation
You're not
is you
into that
actually see it
exploding
from the
weed.
perspective of the landlord, because we're fed a lot of propaganda about how, oh my God, the innocent Bubba Angel tenants, they don't do anything wrong, they're constantly being scammed. But again, what are the odds? What is the likelihood that Kenyatta Saunders just happened to be scammed with all these different maintenance problems and code violations
Phil,
7
he's
to
Right
times
behind
in
me,
a row
huh?
in the city of Boston.
Oh,
And in
maybe
each and
he's
every
in this
one
building.
of these instances, the landlord who had to hire maintenance personnel
Hey, Phil.
in order to address this
Can I introduce
couldn't
you to a
get them
free
in
sample?
because they didn't properly
Whoop,
give
I
notice
didn't mean
to the
that.
tenant
I meant
in
that.
order to fix the problems that allegedly Saunders desperately wanted to fix, because this is an ongoing pattern. And by the way, there's actually an attorney that represented 3 different landlords in cases against Saunders, and I want you guys to know and understand that Saunders lost
All right,
every one
he
of
didn't
these
go back
cases,
in.
and we are supposed to believe that 8 times in a row this woman had these exact same issues, and it was all the fault of the evil landlords, and we should hate the landlords, when in reality we should hate the tenant. We should hate this scammer, and we should hate the
It would
city
have
of
been so
Boston
cool if he
that
blew up
wrote
by
the laws
cops.
in such a way that enables this behavior, and in addition to
Whoa!
that, train Saunders to manipulate the housing court system by no-showing on strategic dates and doing all sorts of other things, again, to delay and drag out the process. So this is obviously something that should be criminal. It's fraud, and again, this woman benefited from a taxpayer-funded program that she was also in violation of, and yet she is still
Crazy.
able to gain access to
That was
those tax
crazy.
dollars
Did you
in
see
order to
that?
start
He
up this
just
scheme
exploded.
each and every time.
Into that unit with dirt on the floor, with bugs crawling out of the radiator.
This time, Saunders was there to argue why she should be allowed to stay in the property.
It's over a year that she hasn't paid any portion of her rent.
So was attorney Schreier, hired by Jackson to get her case across the finish line.
Have you paid any rent since you moved in?
Must be.
I mean, again, people, who do you believe? This is basically an IQ test for everybody out there in the audience. Do you believe Saunders that 8 times in a row she had slumlords, that 13 of these windows are broken, that there's rodent issues? I mean, again, do you believe the woman who's filing the exact same strategic complaints in every single property that she's in order to forego the ability to pay rent? Also, I want to point out that she's making the case that her portion of the rent is 0, and this is because she's a part of a city program in Boston that's funded by the taxpayers, where they cover like the first and the security deposit, and then over the course of the next months they start reducing what the city covers, and you're supposed to make up the difference.
How much rent has she paid?
Nothing.
After several months of not paying her portion, Homebase kicked Saunders out of the program, meaning Jackson had no money coming in.
And eventually, even though you're still getting a taxpayer subsidized rent, the portion that is subsidized by the taxpayer goes down as what the tenant pays, who again just needs a hand up, allegedly, actually ends up going up. But guess what? She's paid nothing, and in fact she's so derelict in her duties under that particular program that she actually is not qualified for that program, even though again, when she moves out and when she applies for a new apartment,
You gotta admit that was kind of funny. Hey, you want to buy something?
it will in fact be restarted, even though again she's done this
Good luck with that.
in a row.
Let me go get my.
This is number 8 right here.
Is she gonna go back in the restaurant? That's the question.
This woman, who again is doing the 11th hour appeals, all the strategic things, not showing up. I believe you get like 2 or 3
Hey, you
no-shows
wanna buy
for the
something?
Senate court hearings, so not showing up for 2 or 3, so that way she could drag it out even more. Then the appeal, then all these different strategies. She's faced this attorney 3 other times in court and lost. Do you believe the tenant? Are you that stupid? Do you think this woman's the most unlucky woman in the history of the city of Boston, or do you think she's running a scam?
Following the hearing, an NBC 10 investigative producer asked
So I can see her
Saunders for
underwear.
an explanation.
Facts are facts, and non-facts are non-facts.
She described the woman living upstairs as a slumlord.
She refuses to fix anything. There are 13 windows and they're broken. There's rodent issues. There's ticks. I have a 3-bedroom apartment and I can only use maybe 1 bedroom. She has turned off my heat. She has turned off my water. She has turned off my electricity. She's done a lot of things.
To be clear,
Why won't you flip over?
Harassing you?
Oh, definitely she's harassing me. I came here with open arms and willingness to provide assistance for her.
The fuck you're cuffing me?
Understand.
I'll kill you
why
if I
she
have
has
to.
Decided to be so
Let me get out my jammy.
Now,
There we
according
go.
to that NBC 10 Boston segment, this elderly woman did in fact win her case that final day, and by the way, this was released 3 weeks ago, and they ended up concluding the segment by showing what a hollow victory it actually was, by showing showing this elderly woman going into that apartment for the first time in over a year and seeing the absolute destruction of the apartment that was perpetuated by Saunders. And by the way, this is something that is very common amongst these tenant scammers, where they destroy the property repeatedly because their goal, their intention is to produce enough damage to get a settlement from the landlord and then move on and do it to other people. If you want to see that part, if you want to check it out, as well as the bulk of that segment, it will be linked in the description. It's 10 minutes long. It is very thorough. Definite recommend. But we're actually going to jump forward a couple of weeks to another segment that was released the other day, because guess what? Saunders still qualifies for these programs in order to do it to somebody else, and she's using this exact training that she got from the Boston city government in order to do it. And obviously something should change, but guess what? The representatives seem totally inadequate. They're not up to the task.
The NBC 10
Because of my
investigators found
explosive
evictions
shelf.
all over Boston, stretching back more than a decade. But despite that pattern, we learned Saunders still qualified for a Massachusetts rental assistance program called Homebase. Attorney Stu Schreier handled 3 of her cases.
How does someone with that kind of eviction record for not paying rent continue to get taxpayer rental assistance?
Wow, that's a question I can't answer. I'm shocked, I'm horrified.
It's a question we posed to Saunders when we spoke with her outside of housing court.
So how do I feel about the taxpayers' money being used? I feel a certain way that is being misused by the property owners that are slumlords.
Now, of course, this woman Saunders is saying that the money is being misused, the taxpayer money, not by her, for running this scam over and over and over again. Again, 7 different cases. This attorney has dealt with 3 of them. The same attorney beat her 3 different times, but she says actually it's being scammed by the slumlords. Now, of course, the NBC News 10 Boston affiliate actually has done multiple of these segments. As you can see right here, we have the Kuhn family, and by the way, this is a white family. And for those of you listening via podcast, they are also tenant scammers or professional tenants, and they're using this program. So this is something that is an ongoing problem, and I want you to know and understand all of this background.
There are going to be instances where, certain bad players are doing what they shouldn't be doing, and when that happens and that is brought to our attention, we're going to move swiftly to rectify that.
What would you like to say to taxpayers who want to make sure those funds are going to people who need it most and aren't people that are just gaming the system?
We are fully committed to program integrity. When we are made aware of instances of this nature, we take them seriously and we move quickly to rectify them.
Matthias told us the program helped 12,000 families avoid homelessness last year and believes stories like the Dorchester nightmare we highlighted are not the norm.
At the same time, we're going to make sure that if there are ways that we can improve internally our work to be able to prevent this from happening, that we do that as well.
So here you have the Secretary of Massachusetts State Housing Authority, and by the way, this program has blown up in recent years. It's tripled in size according to a welfare audit that was done by an independent agency, and she's saying, look, it's no big deal, it's nothing to worry about. The program in the overwhelming majority of cases is not being abused, but the thing is, you have the elements for abuse, and I will remind you that the only time that it was cut off was after this woman had done it multiple different times, and the way that it was cut off was not that this woman was forcibly removed from the property that the state was subsidizing, that the city taxpayer was subsidizing. It was cut off in that the landlord wasn't getting any revenue, so she ended up losing a crap ton of money over the course of this year. And according to this elderly woman, again, fixed income uses the rental income from that property along with their social security to pay the mortgage on this property. The total cost of this, damages, unpaid rent, I believe the rent was around $2,700 for this 3-bedroom Boston apartment. That all adds up to $80,000. $80,000 this old lady's in the hole, and it was subsidized and backed up in every way by the taxpayers of the state of Massachusetts, of the city of Boston, and of the Democratic politicians that enable scammers like this, and it's not the first time. So yeah, happy Mother's Day to everybody out there in the audience in the city of Boston and in the state of Massachusetts that's a hardworking mom that pays their taxes, that helps scam this elderly woman, while this scammer woman is pretending that she saw her as a mother the whole time, but she just turned out to be a slumlord. This is absolutely reprehensible and disgusting.
Right, hang on, I'm going to run to the bathroom right quick.
Fare for your left-wing paradise. But you know what? Those are just my thoughts. I want to know what you guys think down in the comments below. As as usual, if you like this video, show them by leaving a like, subscribe for more content, follow me on the social medias. You can support me via the support links in the description of this video. This has been me talking about madness in the city of Boston. Till next time.
Just something for me to do. It's fun, but I don't have a problem. She blew through hundreds of thousands of dollars there. I had no idea it was that bad.
With Pamela's credit cards missing, investigators begin to trace where they may have been used. On April 6th, a woman claiming to be Pamela Hutchinson entered a Wells Fargo and withdrew $5,000, as seen in still images provided by the bank. The distinctive white hat, sunglasses, and blue shirt are the same clothes she was wearing in the surveillance footage at Marina Village.
So does she have a gambling problem? Or?
Absolutely.
So
$400,000 worth 2 years ago.
How much?
400 stolen out of a trust that belonged to her dad and brothers and sisters that she was managing.
Did you say 400,000?
Yes, sir.
As investigators continue to follow Lois's trail, receipts show that she withdrew $1,500 from an ATM on April 7th, one day after leaving Marina Village in Pamela's stolen car.
How did he make it so she couldn't have any money, do you know?
Well, I think the last go-around, you got to read between the lines with me. This is just conversation between Dave and I know all credit cards were taken away. I know she had no bank account. She wasn't a signature on any of his accounts.
Investigators also discovered that Lois had recently checked into the Hilton Hotel in Ocala, Florida for a day, using Pamela's credit cards and forging her signature on the room service receipts.
When all the money stuff came up after he realized, that she has a bad gambling problem and she went through all that money, she was put on lockdown, she couldn't have access to any money. And I told her many times, I understand why my dad was doing that. I get that. But I just told her that she should just, come live with me or my brother, because it wasn't a good situation to be in for either one of them.
Brianna further explains that the financial issues Lois faced as a result of her gambling problem led to an attempt to take her own life 2 years prior.
My dad found out about something, probably money related, I'm guessing, and he was yelling at her, and he said a bunch of awful things to her, and then he left to go to the bank, and she said that she just felt like she just didn't want to deal with it anymore. Sure.
As Brianna continues to explain Lois's financial troubles, she recalls a recent situation involving her disabled sister Kim that landed her in legal trouble.
My mom actually took care of my aunt for 2 or 3 years. She lived with her, and was really, really, really awesome, and did everything by the book that she was supposed to. And when she got into gambling, I think she took some money from my aunt Kim. They were going back and forth. My mom skipped the court thing. Her lawyer was gonna settle for $30,000, but then my mom, her behavior, she just doesn't address anything. She just pretends like it doesn't happen, so she didn't go to court. And because she didn't, they put a full judgment, so $100,000 is I think that they're trying to get from. Yeah.
Though Lois's alleged gambling history provides valuable insight for the detectives, they still have yet to establish her current whereabouts or the driving factor behind this horrific crime spree. With Lois's location and her motives still unclear, the fear that she may be armed, dangerous, and hunting for a new victim fuels their efforts as they continue following her trail. On April 8th, one day before Pamela's body was discovered, Lois attempted to use Pamela's credit card at an ATM in DeQuincy, Louisiana, but the transaction was declined. Investigators learned that Lois then traveled to another casino in Louisiana and won a $1,500 jackpot. As the interviews continue, one investigator brings up a possible concern that may make finding Lois an even more challenging endeavor.
I was just wondering if she was could make it to where she looked something different with makeup beyond the hair color, that she had some kind of a talent of what do you call the people out?
Oh, makeup artist?
Makeup artist, yes.
But I don't think that, but I think that she was skilled enough with makeup that she could make herself look a little different. But I would say with a gambling problem,
Yeah.
And now she's got time on her hands.
Right.
She'll be at a casino.
However, Lois's son Billy has a far more grim expectation for how this fugitive search may end.
Based off her past actions, I'd say, I don't know, finding her alive probably isn't very good, as sick as that sounds. Right. She's obviously tried to do it before. I think this is a little bit more serious than that was, spending money.
Right. Right. Do you think she has any means of doing that, or?
Of hurting herself? Yeah, if she killed my dad.
At 11:16 p.m. on April 8th, Pamela's stolen Acura is seen traveling westbound on Interstate 10 in Lafayette, Louisiana, and once more on a license plate reader in Texas before the trail goes cold. With Lois continuing to cross state lines, a U.S. Marshals task force takes over the investigation and issues a BOLO for Lois Reese. She's now wanted for 2 murders, grand theft auto, financial theft, and identity theft. As the case gains national attention through widespread media coverage, she earns the nickname Killer Grandma. News outlets nationwide ask anyone who sees Lois or her vehicle to come forward. When a promising tip brings investigators one step closer to ending her reign of terror, one question remains: can they get to her before she disappears once again? At 6:58 p.m. on April 19th, over a week since she was last spotted on traffic cameras, Lois enters Dirty Al's restaurant on South Padre Island in Texas, just 30 miles from the Mexican border. She lingers upon entering, taking a moment to look at the posted menu near the main cash register. It isn't long before an employee sees Lois and stands watch. As she suddenly makes for the exit, the 2 male employees briefly converse before following her.
Sorry about that. I decided to get my lunch started.
The man takes down her license plate and local authorities are contacted. Police arrive at 7:50 p.m., nearly an hour after she left the building. It seems as though she slipped away once more. It's a devastating blow to their search, but in a shocking twist of events, while officers wait for someone who can show them the surveillance footage, they begin to search the conjoined parking lot and spot the stolen car at the restaurant next door. They enter the restaurant and find Lois sitting at the bar, talking with an unknown male, but wait for backup before moving in for the arrest. At 8:25 p.m. on April 19th, multiple officers move in and finally make an arrest, unaware of just how close Lois may have come to claiming a third victim. With Lois now in custody, one chilling question remains unanswered. What drove Lois to commit not 1, but 2 brutal acts of murder?
Lois, what's your last name? I'll find out. Right now, you're going to be paying. One to take. Double lock it. Okay, no problem.
According to the man she was with, he and his friend met Lois at Padre Rita's Grill. She told them she was staying next door at the Motel 6 and was a widow searching for a place to live in South Padre. But jaw-dropping evidence in her motel room will later be found in a search by investigators. For now, the man explains that he and a friend went with Lois on April 17th for drinks before dropping her off at her motel. Both men found Lois to be completely normal, never witnessing any emotional breakdowns or outbursts, with one mentioning she was even flirting with them.
Is your driver's license in here, ma'am?
Yes.
It is. The way I can run it real quick.
How did you get here?
Okay, this one right here. Okay. It's not really your car. Okay. You wanna run it real quick? It's out of Minnesota. It's out of Minnesota? Yes, sir.
Yeah, but the warrant I do believe might be out of Florida. I didn't get a chance to even look up our stuff because it's like.
Yeah.
How that
is. Lisa, if you wanna.
I'll get my cuffs back in.
Yeah.
There.
Just go ahead and grab your unit and just follow him to the station.
When news of her arrest broke, a woman came forward with a harrowing story. She told investigators that while eating alone at a restaurant on the island, she befriended a woman who identified herself as LaDonna, who was recently widowed and spending time away from her family to grieve. They met again for drinks on April 15th. The woman allowed LaDonna to come home with her, letting her stay in her guest bedroom. They had plans to meet again on Friday, April 20th, just one day after her arrest, where she learned LaDonna was Lois Reese. When investigators from Minnesota and Florida learn of her arrest, they fly to Texas to meet with Lois for an interrogation. However, Lois invokes Miranda rights and asks for a lawyer. Eventually, Lois will break her silence and recount the shocking details of her final moments with David and her motives for pulling the trigger. For now, Lois raises an unusual concern.
The process for getting you out of here takes a little bit of time, and you gotta get transported back to Florida. So I imagine in a couple weeks, we'll see you back in the Lee County Jail, and then from there you'll be eventually going back to Minnesota to deal with the charges up there. Do you have any questions of us right now?
Will they put me in a room that has a bed?
I'm sorry?
Will they put me in a room that has a cot or something?
When you come to Florida?
For 2 weeks,
Oh, here?
I'll sit in that room.
No, I believe you're going to be transferred to a sheriff's office in the area.
Sorry about pulling the gun on you.
See a judge, I think,
Going
for,
through some things, man. I
magistrate.
didn't mean to take it out on you.
There, you'll be going to a sheriff's office where they'll house you until
She's cranky.
And they'll be able to answer some of those questions that you have along with that. We just don't, we're not from here. So if you do have some of those concerns,
Well, they just-
when you go downstairs, I would
Just
say,
know it'd be better for my edema and my blood pressure, like
Yeah.
they said.
It probably better if you ate some food too.
Yeah, but it'd be worse if I had to go to the hospital and have an attack. It would be worse.
Well, for sure. Alright, that's why we're getting you crackers right now.
That's fine.
One final question from Lois leads to a shocking revelation as she learns the truth of just how far her notoriety has spread.
I guess one question I have is, do my kids know I'm alive and here?
Yes. I don't know if you know this or not, but your whole story has been national news. Okay. It broke last night. It broke last night that you were arrested in South Padre Island, that you're alive and well, and that you were found by the U.S. Marshals and the local police department here. So,
So they know.
I don't personally know that they know, but I can tell you that every local news media outlet nationwide has picked up the story.
Before searching Lois's motel room, investigators spoke with an employee of Motel 6. She says Lois claimed to be a victim of domestic violence, hiding from her husband, who was a cop. When she next saw her, she appeared to be completely different, even dressing more provocatively. During one conversation, she heard Lois say, "I need a sugar daddy," before asking about another customer seen driving an expensive vehicle, raising unsettling questions about her future plans. A search of her motel room uncovered a mountain of evidence. Among the discoveries is a white towel wrapped around a pair of sunglasses, previously seen to be worn by Pamela. Lois's distinctive white hat, earlier seen to be worn as she withdrew $5,000 using Pamela's identity, is located on a pile of clothing. They also locate credit cards and checkbooks belonging to both David and Pamela, along with Pamela's luggage. A road atlas is found, and tucked within its pages is a brochure for a casino in Eagle Pass, Texas. They also uncover Pamela's driver's license, and finally, 2 loaded firearms. With a mountain of evidence against her, Lois is extradited to Florida and held without bond to face charges for the murder of 59-year-old Pamela Hutchinson. To avoid the death penalty, Lois pleaded guilty on December 17, 2019 to 1 count of first-degree murder, grand theft of a motor vehicle, grand theft of property, and criminal identity theft. She later returned to Minnesota to face charges for the murder of 54-year-old David Reese. At a hearing on August 11, 2020, in the auditorium of a Minnesota high school, after delays due to coronavirus, she pleaded guilty to first-degree murder and shared with the judge her version of what happened on the fateful night of March 5, 2018. According to Lois, she and David had a heated argument following their grandson's basketball game. She claims David handed her a loaded firearm, encouraged her to turn it on herself and take her own life, saying, "Maybe you will get it right this time." In her own words, she explains, "He was right in front of me, and I looked right at his heart and I pulled the trigger." However, this is based solely on Lois's account, and David will never have the opportunity to confirm or deny her claim. As for Pamela, Lois never provides a reason for taking her life. For both murders, Lois Reese was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. She's currently serving both life sentences concurrently at the Shakopee Correctional Facility in Minnesota.
All right, hang on, I gotta find something to listen
I have
to.
that feeling about her leaving, especially like around like almost 11 o'clock at night and going with somebody that I don't trust.
We've had
flowing in oil that they cannot contain, and it's going into the sea. It is an absolute nightmare, and they are flailing, ladies and gentlemen. Breaking: Trump and Netanyahu, that's Big Jew Yahoo for those of you paying attention, just spoke for 30 minutes by phone. Netanyahu immediately entered a limited security cabinet meeting after the call for Ynet. White House reporters have been called to an unknown event on the South Lawn. What could this possibly mean?
Reportedly are weighing whether to restart military action against Iran.
Uh-oh.
Mr. Trump calling this moment the calm before the storm.
Uh-oh.
Fox business correspondent Ashley Webster reports live from Tel Aviv. Ashley.
Yeah, hey there, John. I think it's true to say that the air of expectancy has been cranked up a couple of notches here in Israel today. As you mentioned, President Trump talking with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu earlier this evening. They reportedly talked for about 30 minutes, and then shortly after that, President Trump taking to social media to tell Iran that, yep, time is running out. Time is of the essence, he said.
Oh boy!
But with a stalemate still in place, Netanyahu...
Calling this a stalemate is such a massive flub up of what's actually happening, right? This quote-unquote stalemate is they are drowning and gargling in their own blood and literal fluids, all right, while we just basically sit there and reap the rewards of every country wanting to buy our oil instead of Iran's, all right? This quote-unquote stalemate is absolutely devastating.
Netanyahu holding a
donkey fuckers across the Middle East crying and in shambles over this, by the way.
Security cabinet meeting tonight with top military leaders and advisors to discuss the next move. All of this coming as reports claim the U.S. and Israel are making intense preparations for renewed attacks against Iran. The Iranian foreign minister, meantime...
Oh my God! That means terrorists might die! Heartbreaking news! Heartbreaking news! Hassan Piker losing it. I hope he doesn't lose too many of the people in his audience when we kill more Ayatollahs.
There's another attack makes no sense if the U.S. and Israeli military have already, as they claim, destroyed the country's nuclear...
I love that these people are so fucking retarded. But why would you even do it? You said you already destroyed our military. Don't worry. Don't worry. There's more dog fucking rapist pedophiles that we could kill. And we can do it for the love of the game. Don't you worry about it, homies.
The facilities. Listen to this.
These contradictory statements truly indicate the depth of America's confusion regarding their objectives.
Ah, the confusion. Yes, we really don't want a regime.
No, he's still sleeping in the tower.
Nuclear weapons. Yes.
He just changed positions.
Your Navy, your Air Force, your missiles. We've done all of that. All right, and also making sure that you will never have a nuclear weapon. So we are going to continue killing your leaders until you actually have a leader that's willing to suck the glorious orange cock of America. All right, and until that happens, we are going to keep killing you, actually, because you have been waging war on us for 47 years, and the clock is ticking. Tick-tock. Tick-tock, terrorists. Blow yourselves up or we'll do it for you. And that's the game, all right? So all these guys, like, grandstanding, like doing, oh, but America doesn't even know what their objectives are. Yeah, our objectives is killing the terrorist regime, and if you refuse to surrender, we will just help you along. We'll get you to your virgins in hell very soon.
This war.
I need...
So Iran Iranian state TV also has been showing video today of government supporters, some receiving
That's right, baby. We're gonna get fat old women in hijabs holding assault rifles. That'll definitely stop the United States Air Force. This is how you know how fucked they are. They're like, oh, we're armed and ready to go. Show a 60-year-old woman, baby factory, out here with a fucking assault rifle. Oh yeah, bro.
Fence trading inside of mosques, weapons and all.
Yeah, Donald Trump is so confused. He just has no idea what he's doing when he systematically obliterated our entire Air Force, Navy, missile facilities, nuclear sites, and economy.
All right, I'm hanging out waiting for deliveries.
Bro's hoping to hit gold as he annihilated 2 generations of our leadership.
I didn't give him anything. He's just... He either sleeps up there or he sleeps in the chair next to me. I mean, he sleeps a lot. He does get up and move around.
Look at this. This is incredible.
And all. And one Iranian had a more direct message for Donald Trump.
No, I don't know where Shoujo is.
You cannot take this trade.
Where's your husband?
She's not in the basket. She might be in the other room.
For moves from Iran. I have come to destroy you.
Hang on, I'm gonna get up to go stir my stuff
Holding a shotgun.
right quick.
Yes.
She's probably in the bathroom laying in the sun. Of course, that's not going to last much longer because the sun is moving.
Yep, and we are getting there. This is massive right now, by the way.
Yeah, Chief Foreign Correspondent Trey Yinks is live in Tel Aviv. I'm sure he's got more for us.
Yeah, she's in the bathroom laying in the sun. Hey, little girl, what are you doing? I'll give you a little pat in there. Ooh, you're nice and warm. Yeah, you're going to lay there for a while, I bet. Or you're gonna nope, you're gonna follow me now.
UAE has a nuclear power plant.
All right, let's get that out of your way.
Very much don't want Iran to have a nuclear power plant.
And I'll fill your bowl. How's that? Oh yeah, you're excited about that.
It's simple. Because the UAE enriched uranium to 2% to use for civilian needs.
There you go.
Iran enriched uranium to 60%, which is
and then if you want to play, bring me a monkey.
To destroy us. Therefore, the UAE is our friend, and we don't mind.
Or a mouse, whichever one you want.
And they're gonna fucking die. All right.
She's been favoring the mice lately.
Winning wars is based, actually. Yes, it is not hypocrisy when our buddies have nuclear power plants, but our adversaries get killed. Actually, that's based. All right. I'm tired of people being like, you're okay with Israel having nukes, but you're not okay with Iran having nukes? Yeah, Israel's not nuking us. Iran wants to. Yes, actually. That's not hypocrisy, all right? We want to kill our enemies, actually.
At a generator on the outskirts of the facility. This is a significant attack and likely conducted by the Iranian regime. It comes as tension continues to rise across the Middle East.
Oh, it's gonna get airy.
To see if the war will resume in the days ahead. So far, efforts toward...
But I was told that the Iranian Islamic regime, they just wanted to fuck camels in peace. They didn't actually want war or anything.
Diplomatic solution with Iran have been unsuccessful, with officials in Tehran unwilling to make the necessary concessions to reach a deal.
Oh well,
President Trump
now you're gonna
on
die.
His return flight from China, indicating he didn't like the first...
How can you be celebrating the deaths of people that are trying to kill you and raping children? I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. My purity test failed you.
Sentence of the Iranian response to the U.S. peace proposal.
I looked at it, and if I don't like the first sentence, I just throw it away.
Hey, Mr. President, I don't have time for that. I gotta call Netanyahu. Sorry, bro, it's over for you. Now, Cuba, all right, another one of the tentacles of largely China, the communist retards in our hemisphere. Cuba acquired more than 300 military drones and begins discussing plans to attack Guantanamo Bay and U.S. military vessels, according to Axios. Cuba is discussing striking Florida. Guantanamo Bay, U.S. vessels, after acquiring 300 military drones. It would be fucking retarded, because that means you're going to obliterate the shit out of them. Just to be clear, if they actually do this, it would probably be one of the dumbest fucking military moves in recent history. I say one of the dumbest, because October 7th is probably the dumbest military move I've ever seen in my life. All right, a couple of goat fucker pedophiles decide to kill some Jews, and now all of a sudden there's no more Hamas, no more Hezbollah, no more Houthis, and no more Iran. So realistically, that was probably the worst move anyone could have done. This would be the second, and it's honestly shocking that they're even considering this, because in my opinion, I think they know they're fucked. They know that we're gonna overthrow their regime inevitably, So they're like, at least let's go down swinging. Or this is a lie. Now, I am not going to just sit here and mindlessly believe everything the media says. This could actually be a lie. This could be a CIA op. Because we know that CIA people were in Havana, Cuba over the last couple of days. I think it's very likely this is CIA manufacturing consent for war. Now, I personally don't need them to manufacture consent. I consent already. I fully consent.
Oh, here comes Mouth, meowing her ass off for unknown reasons.
Also, oppressing their people. I consent to the Don Roe doctrine, just completely controlling our hemisphere completely and not allowing these communist tentacles to oppress people in our backyard. So my consent does not need to be manufactured, but I think other people's consent does. So this could potentially be a CIA op lying to you. And the only reason why I say that is because I assume these people aren't fucking retarded enough to try to actually bomb Florida. Now, that is the mainstream media. That's what they're saying. Now, Hassan Piker, with his wit and political analysis, has this to say. Cuba has never been a threat to the U.S. This guy just loves sucking communist cock. It's crazy. Like, has this dude never heard of the Cuban Missile Crisis? Remember they had nuclear-tipped missiles, medium-range missiles from Russia they were planning on using on us? Remember that? What are we even doing here? Like, this guy just lies. He just openly lies to you, and then just makes you exist. He just lies to you. He expects you to buy it or not. They use weapons to manipulate you. Cuba has never been a threat. That's the first sentence, and it's a lie.
Not as much as I was hoping for, but it was satisfactory amount. Let me zip on over to the laundromat.
Because Cuba is better than us. It's just communism is just superior to capitalism, and we're just fucking jealous. We're jealous of the Cubans that are starving and fucking eating each other out of hunger while they're being thrown into gulags for speaking up against their government. Like, this is absolute insanity. A country that fought and won its own sovereignty and dignity. You know, honestly, we're a country that fought and won our own sovereignty.
Alright, my next move is to move
the
marijuana operations to the barn. And then the bungalow is going to be used for growing mushrooms. The mushrooms will probably have their own mixing area that I will share with the meth area, because I can't get deliveries to the meth area, and I don't have the room for mixing there. However, I'm coming to check on progress now.
To not have a fucking adversary in our backyard slinging shit at us every 2 days. This dude is just a straight up anti-American communist apologist and loves terrorism. Right? It's unbelievable that this guy exists. Now, Trump and the Nigerian army eliminated a top.
I might be able to fit another meth lab in
my
here.
opinion, this is charity work, and I
maybe not.
It, by the way.
I think 2 is kind of probably what I'm.
Money to taxes, and then they take that money and abort babies with it. You know, I would much rather.
All right, what time is it?
Terrorists in the Middle East that are massacring.
Dude, it's only noon.
Babies, personally. So whenever I see
I gotta wait. I mean, I gotta buy more supplies for Home Slice.
Not like the retards that continue starting wars and losing. And
you know what? She could really use some more shelving in here, more storage.
This shit is actually real. And it's
I got it right there.
U.S. Nigerian forces conducted a joint military
Let's see,
operation.
there's 4 of those.
Senior leader and second in command of the Islamic State, ISIS, globally. And this dude has been actively
hang out here and go mix my lunch.
Out Christian Nigerian villagers and churches for executions and kidnapping to fuel their Islamist propaganda. Thank fucking God he's dead. That's right, killing him is awesome, actually. And I'm really tired of making believe it's not. Oh my God, but violated the sovereignty of another nation. Fuck yeah, he did. What are you gonna do about it? You're gonna cry? You're gonna maybe bitch and whine? But he violated international law. I don't give a fuck, bro. International law is fake and gay. Oh no, how dare you do something objectively awesome? No, please. A piece of paper said that it's bad. The terrorists voted, and they all said that you shouldn't be killing terrorists. Wow, I'm really glad the terrorists got a vote. Just in, U.S. military strikes additional ISIS targets in Nigeria. Based, by the way, killing terrorists is fucking awesome, and don't let the communists trick you into thinking it isn't. Now, Mexican senator linked to the Sinaloa cartel was arrested in San Diego. Right, these fuckers are in our country for some reason. And finally, finally, the FBI is actually cracking down on extradition and arrests of foreign terrorists, including an Islamist terrorist, in our country. Quite literally, get them the fuck out. I'm told desperately that we need to defund these agencies, all right? But this is like news every single day right now.
A remarkable effort by our FBI and Rekt leadership and our international partners, and we were able to intercept and get in the middle of this man's attempts to wreak havoc and terrorize not only the United States, Canada, Europe, and so we were able to introduce an undercover working with our law enforcement partners. So I think what our U.S. attorney just said is dead on, that President Trump's leadership around the world allows us to have the credibility and the partnership to allow us to work with folks overseas, and that's what happened here. So he was brought here and appeared in court this, earlier today, and it is on the one hand should be very alarming to the people in this country that there are men around the world trying to exact this sort of terror. On the other hand, it shows the success of good law enforcement work and good police work and working hard to protect our borders.
Every day, it's like, thank God Trump is president and not Kamala Harris. All right, I'm not even kidding. This is insane.
Which is what we do every single day. And so this investigation is ongoing. It's just a complaint. I expect the next steps will be an indictment, and obviously we're still investigating and going to make sure that anybody that was involved with him will be brought to justice as well.
Was he picked up in Iraq, and when was he brought to the United States?
He was recently brought to the United States. I want to be careful talking about the operation so I don't put anybody in danger, but it's enough to say that this was an effort that included not only the FBI but our law enforcement partners overseas as well.
Yeah. Understand, this is an Iraqi terrorist in retaliation for the Iran war, targeting Americans and Jews in the United States of America. Islamist Mohammed al-Sadi plotted multiple violent attacks across America, primarily on Jewish locations, previously responsible for plotting nearly 20 terror attacks.
2 hours to kill.
This motherfucker is in custody. Now, this is so weird, because I really don't see a lot of Americans just murdering random Iranians in the streets, or Jews murdering random Palestinians in the streets, but I do see a lot of Islamists just trying to murder Americans and Jews. That's so weird. It's almost like
Nobody in here, so I can't do nothing there.
I'm not saying every Muslim's a terrorist. Every terrorist is a Muslim. No, I'm kidding.
Come on, I got a lot of shit to buy from you guys.
The largest attack on Moscow since the Second World War. This is insane, by the way. This is Moscow, literally the capital.
Come on, it's me. You can let me in early.
Holy shit! Large Ukrainian drone swarm struck.
I don't like hanging out here. I'm vulnerable.
This is wild. All right, so Zelensky actually made a tweet about it. Our responses from Russia's prolongation of the war and its attacks on our cities and communities are entirely justified. This time, Ukrainian long-range sanctions reached Moscow region. We are clearly telling the Russians their state must end the war. Ukrainian drone and missile manufacturers continue their work. I am grateful for the security service of Ukraine and all the defense forces of Ukraine for this precision.
Tighten that up, because that's a
state border is over 500 kilometers. The concentration
quick way out of this hole.
defense in Moscow region is the highest. We are
Parkour.
overcoming it. Glory to Ukraine. This is actually insane. Holy shit, dude. The obvious commentary here.
Come on, what time is it?
This means that they're really not trying to end the war.
I got 20 seconds.
Look, I'm not being like such a bitch about it.
Look around.
Realistically,
What are you doing?
I think that the
Alright.
invasion of Ukraine
Look
was
at that shifty ass look.
A lot of people say it
This
was
guy.
unprovoked. I think that's a lie. Everyone knows that Ukraine is trying to join NATO and build missile defense systems around Russia and stuff like that. So saying it's unprovoked is not true. But at the same time, this massive invasion, they took 20% of Ukraine already. Tens of thousands dying. You know, Zelensky
Hi, Oscar.
talking about how he wants peace.
How you doing?
This isn't going to get you any closer to peace. Russia has so much superior.
I'm gonna want 40 of these and 40 of these.
The reality is, while I
All right, I'm gonna be right back. I got more stuff. I just gotta go drop this off. All right.
escalating the war forever. I, for one, am tired of America being on the hook for every single global war. Whether it's Ukraine or Israel or anything, I do not want to be handing out infinite money to other countries so that they can do their shit. Not my responsibility. I want to be out of NATO. I want to be out of the
I wonder what I'm gonna
I don't
play
wanna do
tonight.
Any of this shit. I care about America. All right, let's be real. Sure, I care about all this other stuff too. I'm gonna be honest, but there's so many conflicting agendas. It's like, what am I supposed to do? So I will absolutely support Trump obliterating some Nigerian terrorists trying to massacre Christians, because that's objectively good. Close the book. We did something fucking awesome. Moving on. But wiping out Iran or Venezuela or Cuba, it's absolutely within our interests. I support it. Giving $350 billion to Ukraine to supposedly end a war, and both sides are just going to escalate it forever because no side wants to give up on what they expect to gain. It's just like, why am I writing this check? No, just putting that out there, because a lot of people are like upset when I criticize Zelensky, and they're like, yeah, but he's the victim. I'm like, yeah, he's the victim. You're right, sure. But he doesn't want to end the war. That is not, I'm right, and I'm paying for it. Right, I am paying for a war that he is not trying to end, despite the fact that he's losing. All right, I'm sorry, man. That's where I stand. Never come between a Jew and his shekels, all right? Before getting too deep into the chaos, free cash was promised to me 3,000 years ago. One thing I recently added to my daily routine is using free cash for a few minutes here and there. If I'm going to play games as a time sponge, I might as well make...
Told you I'd be back, man. I need 6 of these. I need 6 more of these. And I'm gonna need, ooh, I actually need 2 of these. Hang on, give me a sec here.
We get instant payouts with a really easy process through PayPal, Amazon, or Visa. There's already over $250 million paid out to over 60 million users worldwide. It's a win-win. They get someone to test out their games and fill out their surveys, and you get paid. Use the QR code on the screen or click the link in the description to sign up and get a $10 bonus today.
Alright, I need 2 of these.
Sign up literally supports the channel, so if you can click the link.
Alright, yeah, I'm ramping up production, so.
Now, one of the major Trump nemesis, right, in the Republican Party is Thomas Massey. And Thomas Massey, he's having his gigantic giga election tomorrow. Will he remain in Congress, or will he be primaried out? We will see. Word is Rand Paul, Low, and Borber, 2 very difficult and very unreasonable Republican voters. Right now, in the great Commonwealth of Kentucky, which I won by 31 points, parading around like fools, for the worst Republican congressman in the history of our party. His name is Thomas Massey. Is disloyal, ungracious, and the sanctimonious fool. Who almost never even votes for the best Republican values. The man running against Massey, Ed Galloway, true American patriot, a farmer from Kentucky, a military hero.
Oh, it's the fuzz.
MAGA all the way. Vote for Ed Galloway and wipe away the stench of one of the worst congressmen in the history of our great party, Thomas Massey. May we never have to deal with him again, President Donald J. Trump. Now, I see a lot of Massey defenders whenever I criticize that guy in my comment section, and I want to let you know, Thomas Massey has been slandering Trump as a pedophile for the last year. They said that it's the Epstein administration. He never votes on anything that wants border security at all. He is a mass migration voter. He claims to be America first because, well, at least he doesn't want to fund foreign wars, but he wants to import and literally the third worldists into our country. He works with the Democrats to destroy Trump and his credibility, and honestly, fuck him. Get him out. J.D. Vance explains back in the day why he was against Massey.
I think the problem with Thomas, and I've told him this in private, and now I guess I'll say it in public, is it's one thing to disagree with the party on a particular issue. It's one thing to to have your independent stand on a number of questions. And by the way, some of the stuff where Thomas Massey has been independent against the Republican Party, I've agreed with him with. Thomas and I worked together during 2023 where I was trying to stop the limitless flow of American money to Ukraine, and Thomas was one of the people I was working closest with it.
And Thomas is against sending money to Ukraine, which I agree with. I'm for it, actually. However, he is a radical libertarian. He's like, I don't want to send my money to Ukraine. However, I want to bring in 1 million Indians to do jobs for better prices here.
But that's one thing. Being independent, having your own opinions is one thing. Voting against the party on every single issue, you're eventually going to make too many enemies.
That's right.
And that is the problem that Thomas has had. It's not one issue, it's not 3 or 4 issues. It's that every time that we've needed Thomas for a vote, he has been completely unwilling to provide it. That is why the President of the United States has trained his ire on Thomas Massey. It's because we can never count on him for some of the most difficult votes.
Yep.
I wish that that weren't the case. I say that as somebody who's known Thomas well before I got into politics, but politics is politics, and when you always vote against the party, you can't expect the party to actually back it.
And he's just completely correct. He's completely correct. Why should the party bend over backwards for Thomas Massey when he backstabs them every step of the way? Now, a lot of people are immediately
All right,
taking
that's
the line
not
that,
exactly
oh,
what
well,
they were
he
saying, but
endorsed the other candidate, not Massey. Now, Massey is
Get
against
your
all
point.
foreign funding, which includes Ukraine, which includes Israel, which I agree with, by the way. I also don't want foreign funding. However, so AIPAC, obviously, the American Israel lobby, is fighting against Massey also because they want infinite money to Israel, which I disagree with. That's why I don't like AIPAC. I am way too Jewish to be giving money to the Jews, okay? So people are already pushing this narrative that the Jews are buying this election. Now, let's look at what the Jews have been doing, all right? Let's see. Is it the Jews that's forcing Massey to vote against every single standalone immigration bill? What's going on? All right, this is a secure border, D-. Massey was watching tens of millions of illegals flooding into the country under Biden, and he was, like, voted against H.R. 2 to strengthen border security, blah, 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 blah. All right, what about this one? Refugees and asylees voted against H.R. 2 to reduce asylum fraud. Massey voted against it to stop asylum fraud. I'm sorry, man. That is the #1 issue plaguing our society right now, and we need to stop it immediately, ASAP. So, of course, new all-time high. Ed Galbraith has a 58% chance to defeat Thomas Massey. This is massive, by the way. Now, a lot of people are saying, oh, Israel is rigging the election, which is unbelievably stupid. They both get funding from foreign countries. Thomas Massey's biggest supporters are Pakistani Muslims, all right, and Iranians. They are all pledging and funding his campaign, all right? So while there's foreign lobbying absolutely on both sides, and I'm against foreign lobbying, I fucking hate it, man. I really hate that we have foreign countries having a say in what we're doing in our own country, man. The reality is, it's the Trump endorsement, all right? That is what's destroying him. It's the Trump endorsement, all right? Ed Galbraith is finally picking up because we're close to the election, and Trump has been dropping straight fire on his ass. And also, look at who's endorsing Thomas Massey. Cenk Uygur, communist, Muslim, mass migration, pro-Islamic terror, all right? It's a foreign government trying to control a Congress, spending millions of dollars against anyone who dares to stand up and for America. Instead of being real. We have eyes and ears. We see them trying to buy our government. Thomas Massey is coming on the Young Turks. Thomas Massey is going on the Young Turks, a radical pro-Islamist leftist talk show to fight for his position in Republican Congress. Like, do you see who's supporting this guy? Ken Klippenstein, by the way, who's a radical communist, right? Thomas Massey's opponent, Ed Galbraith, is running a ghost campaign. He did no interviews. He skipped all debates. It's impossible to find out anything about the guy. No, he's evil and bad. We have to have Massey win. All right, let's see who's endorsing Massey. Code Pink, all right, so they are the jihadi, the trans jihadis. Ro Khanna, all right, foreigner, here's what this foreigner guy. New York Times, Grant Hassan Piker, Mother Jones, AOC, Rashida Tlaib, Ilhan Omar, Summer Lee, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson. Wow, what a list of glowing endorsements, ladies and gentlemen, for Thomas Massey. You almost wonder why people aren't voting for him. All right, bad Congressman Tom Massey voted against tax cuts, the border wall, our military and law enforcement. Actually, he voted against almost everything that is good. The worst Republican congressman in history. Kentucky, vote the bum out on Tuesday. We can't live with this troublemaker for another 2 years. He is a true negative force. President DJ. And you know what? He's right. So when Thomas Massey loses on Tuesday, don't forget the vote. You could thank the Donald, all right? Everyone's going to say that Israel's buying elections and shit because this guy's anti-Israel and he's losing an election. But it has nothing to do with Israel. It has to do with the fact that the #1 most popular person in the United States of America, bar none, with the most sway and the most impact, has been campaigning against him every step of the way. All right, Donald, the Donald also posted this one.
What happened to Thomas Massey? When did he decide to start voting with the radical Democrats? Massey voted against President Trump's tax cuts. Massey voted against finishing President Trump's wall. Massey even voted against Trump's ban on taxpayer-funded sex changes for minors.
I don't think Thomas Massey understands government. I think he's a grandstander. I think he should be voted out of office.
Let's fire Thomas Massey. MAGA Kentucky is responsible for the content.
Right, so you're going to tell me that these campaigns by the President of the United States is going to have zero impact, but a couple of Jews spending a couple of $100,000 on an election, which, by the way, millions of dollars are being spent on this election by all faces for both parties. Yep, that's what's going to do it. It's not going to be the glowing endorsement of Cenk Uygur, all right, whose nephew says America deserved 9/11. It's definitely not that guy that's going to get hardcore Republican boomers to vote one way or the other. You are coping, my friends. These guys are shaking because they realize that Donald Trump has a stranglehold on American politics and has had this stranglehold for 10+ years now. They're shaking and they're scared because all of the campaigns, all of the psyops, all the anti-Iran war propaganda, all of the Epstein propaganda, literally all the fucking shit that they've been shoveling amounts to fucking nothing. Because this super well-known guy is going up against Ed Galrain, who basically no one knows, but just the Trump endorsement is going to flip this shit on its head, and they can't stand it.
And so, yes, you're going to Saudi Arabia, you're going to China, Tencent, because you need somebody to bail you out, because you know that you're fucked. That's the real reason.
So apparently there's a deal with them to make DLC for Assassin's Creed Mirage, but I think a lot more relevant to today, quote, discussions between Microsoft, Electronic Arts, and others that are interested in acquiring IPs from Ubisoft. And if true, that is a perfect wedge issue for AJ Investments.
Yeah.
And they note, this letter says that they will hold a protest in Paris this May, and that if things don't improve, they'll actually sue.
Wow.
And look, examine all of this. It's hard to not see a lot of it as just the final nail in the coffin for Ubisoft. They've had nothing but bad news. You know, even their own shareholders are turning against them. But it's not all of their shareholders. It's a group of them. A group that is led by AJ Investments. And it's not hard to see.
Just because you have some investment activist group complaining, that doesn't really fucking matter. What really matters is the quality of the games and how many people are buying them. That's the bottom line. That's the lifeblood of your business. And if that's not happening, you're fucked. That's it. That is the beginning and the end of this conversation. Hey, Saudi Arabia, want to cash us out after almost going bankrupt for being woke? Yeah, that's basically what they're saying. And you know what? If I was Saudi Arabia, I would say, yes, please, let us cash you out. We'll make the new Assassin's Creed. We can set it in, you know, like Middle Ages and like, you know, medieval ages like Arabia. And the game is going to have a, you know, dark, edgy male protagonist. And it's going to sell 10 million fucking copies. Prince of Persia, yeah. Yeah, wow, where was that? Is that, oh, geez, I forgot. Yeah, so you just go right back to what you were doing, and you do it again. That's the first game. Exactly. Yeah, so of course they're going to be down for that. You're describing the first game? I know that. That's my whole point. Do it again. People buy Call of Duty every year. They'd buy this too.
Actually doing here. And that's really because they've played their cards, like, openly for everyone to see. It's bloody obvious. And, well, they're not the sort that we should trust. Even sometimes they'll say words that we agree with. Let me explain why. Reading AJ's letter, the one thing that will strike you is that it's dramatic, right? Ubisoft are keeping secrets. Shareholders are going to protest. Lawsuits are coming. That is all emotive, spicy stuff. And it is spicy. It's kind of fun to talk about. But here's the thing with that. We've been watching this story since it began, and it began last year.
Yeah.
What this letter is, because if you only see a little fragment here or there, you won't have a full picture of the story. What this is just another play in a war game that's been going on for a while. The first letter actually came last year from AJ Investments.
I watched this whenever, I remember covering this when it happened.
And this open letter blamed Ubisoft management for everything wrong with the company. And in fairness, a hell of a lot of blame does rest with them. But why was this new open letter released to IGN first? That's no slight, of course, to IGN's news department.
All they're doing is they're trying to position themselves in a way that will pressure the company publicly in order to change what they're doing and change their leadership so they can probably get more stock control. That's the reason why. It's obvious. Now, sometimes you can be doing that for a good reason, but that's exactly what's being done.
But the whole letter, I mean, it's a shareholder letter. It's corporate talk. Why are you giving that to the world's most read gaming site for gamers instead of, say, the trade press.
They want me to react to it. That's the reason why. They just want me, they want an Asmongold react video, obviously.
I mean, if the intent
That's
is
gotta
to
be it.
actually get shareholders and investors to protest with them, that does seem kind of counterintuitive. You would not go to IGN if that was your goal. What you would go to IGN for is to get public eyeballs on the situation.
Yep.
Eyeballs
Of course,
that
that's
are,
what
of course,
they're doing.
part of gaming
Makes
brains
sense.
who generally are pretty
Sure.
frustrated with Ubisoft, but not really people who will be thinking about who AJ Investments are. Who
Of
might
course.
think, oh, look at that, even the shareholders are turning against them. Damn, those shareholders are our bros. Oh,
Yep.
no. Like, look, the headlines maybe just got to laugh at Ubisoft against the headlines trending. Here's the thing. Investment firms generally don't care too much about the detail of why gamers are mad. They just want to harness you and further their own game. And their game is...
I think that's fine, by the way.
Alright, this is the last mix for
I
these.
need you to care about my feelings. Just make a good game, and that's it. We don't need to be best friends. We don't need to be in a relationship. We just need to, all I want is for them to make the game good. That's it. Just make good games. Use them, and we use them, and they use us. And this is a perfectly great relationship. Let's not rock the boat. That's right.
I wanna.
More and more pressure on Ubisoft. So if news sparks because of their open letter sent to IGN, which it absolutely has, then that does further the pressure on Ubisoft.
Damn it.
That's right.
Demands. They don't actually need to do a protest or a lawsuit to accomplish that.
Yeah.
They just need to harness public relations against Ubisoft.
That's right.
Now, what about the meat of their letter, right? That Ubisoft are meeting other companies.
That's a lot.
Secret and spooky stuff. Well, it is newsworthy, right? Yeah, okay, then talking to these companies like EA, that is newsworthy. But it's also exactly what Ubisoft promised they would do, which was to, again, quote Ubisoft's
Which
own
is
words.
smart. That's what they should be doing,
quote,
obviously,
various
right? Yeah, of
transformational,
course.
strategic and capitalistic options. And to kind of cut through business speak, that basically just means layoffs, closures, and possible sale options. And so far, we've seen layoffs.
I think they might have to sell off some of their IPs or split the company or do something really big. Because I just can't see how you can have such a big company lose 80% of your value and then release kind of a mid-game or slightly above mid-game, and then suddenly now everybody's supposed to be okay with it. I just don't see that happen, man. Yeah, I just don't. They have 13,000 employees. Well, the problem, and I think this is also another big issue that Ubisoft has had, is that they've tried to release too many games. It's like, stop doing that. You're making too many games. You can't release a new AAA game every single year and maintain a high level of quality. Says you? Yes, exactly, says me. Yes, yes, there's too many mid games. It is better to focus entirely on making one really, really good game than make a bunch of different games, diminish the brand value, and then hope that one of them pops off through some sort of viral, internet marketing campaign. It's just not what's going to happen. Yeah, it's like you can't just, well, if we sell one game and we get $10, we can sell 5 games and we get $50, and we sell 10 games and we get $100. Oh my God, let's make 20 games, we'll make $200. You can't do that. You're going to hit market saturation at a certain point. And I think that they have, and it's also the amount of bandwidth that the leadership has. Because fundamentally, leadership is now being spread across so many different things. You can't do that. It's not how things work.
Closures.
They're set up to
looking into
fail.
Possible sale options is, not really surprising because they literally said they would do that. And when you actually read Ubisoft's statement, they say that when there is a transaction, the market will be told. And you may then think, why would you be secret about it? Why would you not announce talks? Well,
Insider
if talks
trading.
fail or a deal falls through, that can really hurt you as a company.
Exactly.
Just ask the Embracer Group.
Yeah, they don't want to talk about this before it's settled, because if they do, then you're going to have a lot of market speculation one way or another, and it could make the company look bad if it doesn't happen, or it could make the company look bad if it does happen. So they want to save that until it's actually a defined entity. I think that makes perfect sense.
well that went for them. So, given the risk, why would investors want Ubisoft to talk? Specifically, these investors, AJ Investments. It's pretty obvious. Rumors of a deal will shoot the price up. This quite literally happened. For short-term investors, that is the business model, and you don't even need to take it from me. We can just read AJ's own website. Quote, AJ Investments take advantage of events and take such steps that will help correct and optimize the running of companies. Basically, they capitalize on a problem. They force any solution that raises a short-term stock price, and then they profit.
Yeah,
they
of
don't
course.
so much care about the long term when they say, save the company. As an example, they only started their position in Ubisoft a few weeks before they published their first open letter. Prior to that, they're actually long-term shareholders of Activision Blizzard.
It does seem like it's very obvious, advantageous. Like, I mean, they're not necessarily good actors, but at the same time, you can agree with people that are bad actors, but you can still acknowledge, yeah, they are bad actors too.
Which obviously worked out fairly well for them in the end. But in this case, right, their letter, their pressure did kind of work. Ubisoft's studio closures and layoffs in the last few months happened at least in part because of that pressure. And now the stock price is somewhat rising up again. But not just because of this letter. In fact, it's because Ubisoft might actually be close to a deal. What if I told you we might actually have Ubisoft 2? I'm not shitting you.
I think that it's going to happen. I do. Yeah, I think it's going to happen. Just too many L's. The best thing that Ubisoft could do is take half of the company. Okay, let me think about how this would work. So, what are the big Ubisoft IPs? Give me like the top 3 biggest Ubisoft IPs. Okay, Assassin's Creed. Okay. Sell Assassin's Creed to either Saudi Arabia or to China. Sell Prince of Persia to Saudi Arabia. Sell Far Cry to probably also China. Sell Splinter Cell to I don't know, probably also China. Rainbow Six Siege, sell that to China. Okay, a lot of these would go to China. Persia's not in Arabia. I know, but it's the same type of vibe, right? Like, I mean, I think, I'm not saying it's the exact same thing. My point is that I think they could make a really good fucking version of it. It'd be good. That's it.
A new company created by Ubisoft that will include, quote, some of Ubisoft's IP, like Assassin's Creed. That is apparently something that could actually exist. That is looking for minority investors.
That's what they need to do.
This is according to Bloomberg's reporting. What it would essentially be is a lifeboat to save the company and maybe save management as well. Now, apparently offers are being made to Tencent as well as various investment funds, and preliminary bidding is actually being sought this very month. Now, obviously, right, this is all stuff that's not settled yet.
Maybe
I
should bid for the company.
But it does, in fact, align with Bloomberg's previous reporting. Bloomberg, back in January, claimed that Tencent and Ubisoft were in talks to establish, quote, a new venture
Save
where
it,
Gilmo's would be backed by Tencent. Of course, the Gilmos are already backed by Tencent. A whole bunch of the Gilmos' control over Ubisoft is actually via a company that's called, like, I think it's Gilmo Brothers Limited or whatever, where basically the Gilmo Brothers company is like a joint venture or whatever with Tencent.
It's crazy how many roach things that people do in, like, business in order to, like, obfuscate who owns what. Like, and it becomes immediately evident that the reason why this is because the people that are inventing these roach solutions are the ones that are paying the government to add in little holes so the roaches can go in and out of the holes. That's it. I hate that. Yes. It's a roach economy. Zero accountability. I don't know about zero accountability, but it's just harder to see what is what.
So suffice to say, the boys at Tencent have got decent leverage.
As much to own the company. I mean, if you want me to be totally honest, I do not want to deal in video game development. I don't want to manage video games at all. I would manage, like, I'm not passionate about making video games. I am passionate about maybe media, but not making. I'm just not. Like, it's just not something, like, it's weird, right? Because I play video games. I've always played video games my whole life. I'm one of those weird people, maybe, that I never thought, oh, I'm going to grow up and I'm going to make video games. I always wanted to grow up and just collect money from the government and play video games. Mission accomplished, by the way. But other than that, yeah, that was it. That's not weird. Yeah, it's insanely difficult to make video games. Yeah, but it's insanely difficult to do a lot of things if kids still want to do that. Yeah, that was it.
The Gilmores, it's fair to say. Anyway, what's maybe more curious here is that Bloomberg are reporting that Ubisoft may, this is a quote, seek evaluation for the yet-to-be-formed IP unit that is higher than the size of the main companies.
Man.
So let that sink in. A unit of Ubisoft being worth more than Ubisoft. How can that make sense? Well, honestly, it's actually extremely simple. Efficiency. If you take one unit of Ubisoft and take it away...
That's true. I mean, apparently they have 13,000 employees. And this goes back to what I was saying earlier. It's like if you have a game and the credits for this game are 2 hours long. Dare I say it, you might have a little bit too many people working on the game. Maybe it's just a little bit too much.
But then you look...
You know, it's a little bit bloated. Yeah, just ooh. Like, wow. Like, and keep in mind, the Concord credits were like an hour or an hour and a half. And everybody was joking about that, about how bad it was. Ubisoft said, hold up, I can do that better. And they did.
Ubisoft and you sort of
2 hour credits.
Lots of bits of Ubisoft are actually of a negative value. Well,
yeah,
of course, it actually makes a lot of sense that this sniped away thing, this scalpeled away thing, will.
This looks like this is like the Chinese or like the third world version of Valorant that like you buy guns with real money that do more damage. Like and it's only on mobile, and it's called like Firefight Warriors. Really? Like,
might as well run on here and get Cranky Frank.
Actually have a higher value.
I'm gonna give Cranky Frank
pay for bullet, yeah. Shooters, yeah.
Not developer headcount, but actually intellectual property. A bit of a smaller, more focused company that only cares about
some of that. That's what I think of Cranky Frank.
And honestly, I think it's pretty obvious why when you take a look at the games industry. So
yeah,
if this is to happen, and there is,
yeah, the IPs have a lot of intrinsic value, but the company structure clearly
he's gonna like it, and he's gonna explode.
Like I've said this before, that like my dream is that Nintendo will have From Software make a Legend of Zelda game. Like, I'm not, like, Tears of the Kingdom, Breath of the Wild, it's like, oh, this is nice, I guess.
Alright.
But I want Twilight Princess, I want Ocarina of Time, I want Majora's Mask, I want Link to the Past, I want that, plus Elden Ring. That's what I want. OBP? Yeah. And so the IP has a lot of value. Have you played them? No, I haven't. I'm talking about the style.
You know, good reporting from Bloomberg that it is something that's being investigated. How would it happen? Well, broadly, there's two ways that could go down. Number one, the new company will just hold no developers. So
I love that every single $1. $1 in mouthwash. You wear a pot in your head and you walk around in your underwear. The dollar doesn't surprise me. The mouthwash does.
Has more control, which gives them a real good incentive to buy in. It's basically saying, hey, do you want a slice of Assassin's Creed?
What is that guy doing?
And, all these big hood things, and not any of that other junk. Could be pretty good for them.
It's actually crazy that they're doing this. That they're basically saying, like, we give up on making the games. We're just going to own the IPs and register and run the IPs instead. Like, this is basically admitting defeat.
For them. There's, of course, another way. You just do a split in terms of development and intellectual property. Yeah. You could perhaps imagine one side taking these smaller yet beloved properties like Rayman, Trackmania, and Anno.
Somebody says the problem is when the layoffs hit, they're laying off seniors and good people. When Ubisoft layoffs happen, the people who ruined Assassin's Creed will stay at the company. You bring up a really great point, and I think what you're saying is true. And that's why I always say, like, if you really want to see change happen, look at C-suite accountability. If you do that, things change instantaneously. We should not fire any people ever. I don't think that's what he's saying. I just think that he's saying that it's it's disappointing that in a case where the reality is in a lot of these like you know, these companies, like, yeah, you're gonna have bad people all the way down for sure, but like really the heads that should roll are the decision
Blup,
makers.
blup, blup, blup.
That's why they get paid a
Oh,
bunch
that would
of
have been
money.
2 guns.
They get paid like millions of dollars in stock options because of that accountability.
One side taking the smaller yet beloved properties like Rayman, Trackmania, and Anno, and maybe the other side taking the big AAAs, the Rainbows, Assassin's Creed, the Crew, all that stuff. The point is
Like,
that basically,
I don't want to make it like political, right? But it's like you saw this with Joe Biden. It's like how many border crossings were last year versus this year in February? It was 1. It was like 35,000. It changed to 1. At the end of the day, leadership does matter. And having leadership that puts a priority on certain things, that will change the direction of the company. It absolutely will. And I think that leadership bears the most responsibility and also the fault. That's it. It's all the difference. Yes. All the difference. It was like 70K plus? Yeah. Imagine being that one guy, unstoppable. Got away.
in theory, both sides of the business could here be more efficient and be more focused.
Yeah.
Now, there is a problem that efficiency is a fine idea on paper, and the other side of this is, yes, there are all of these rational arguments, but perhaps also
Oh, cool.
say this would
You're right, dude.
the Guillemot family would be using something like this to basically retain control of Ubisoft and solve their current predicament.
Well, yeah, of course. I mean, you're licensing out the IP. You fire like 90% of the employees, and all you're doing is running a skeleton operation.
Eugene and Lisa are down there.
You already had to people to do it better than you can. I mean, I feel like if I were them, that's a huge W for me. Yeah, that's a massive fucking W.
Of course, the problem there, the thing with efficiency, is that it's fine on paper, not necessarily reality. Here's the rub for today. Assassin's Creed saving the company does not mean better games for you, okay? How many games does Ubisoft make that are more efficient for investors on release than just putting your money in the stock market, right? Like in the S&P 500.
Yeah.
Well, the answer basically is most of Ubisoft games aren't really worth it.
Well, Ubisoft games are really good if you want to take $100 and turn it into $20. If you have $100
I just
and
gave
you
them all
want to
that
turn
weed.
that into $10, maybe $20, Ubisoft is a really good place for you to start. But, you know, for people that want to make money, probably not.
Just throwing your money in the stock market.
Does the game cost $80?
Worth it.
Yeah,
Rainbow
that's the
Six
reason.
Siege is worth it. Valhalla's worth it. Some of their other sort of live service and sleeper hits are probably worth it as well. Just about everything else, those are risks. They're taking up resources.
Well, it's also like these other games like Brawlhalla, and these are very small games. It's nice to have.
Didn't help me
a
any.
good
Didn't get my
game that
weed
has
back.
A small audience that's well designed and people enjoy it. But the problem is that that isn't necessarily going to justify 13,000 employees. The fact is that if you have a company of over 10,000 people and you make video games, you need to be making the Lord of the Rings of video games. That's it.
Be going to making
And if you're not, you're done.
Guaranteed profitable games.
Blizzard used to do
so
it.
efficient for Ubisoft to produce Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown, right? Under pure market theory, that game was a bad investment. It was a waste of time. None of this is about the quality of the games that are being made. AJ Investments may
Well,
say
it's about, the thing is that I agree half with what Bellier is saying and not with the other half, is that the quality of the game, I think, also has to deal with the delivery method of the game. Like, for example, taking the character and then giving him that, like, you know, super generic Killmonger haircut, and then making the narrative of the story that's just like kind of paneling and it's not actually animations, and also selling it at such a high price in a Metroidvania genre where the average price is $20. You went into a market, you didn't advertise the game very well, you're selling it way above market cost, and you're making it in a way that's not really resonating with the audience. You're fucking up. Like, that's really just, it's a marketing department L, right? Whoever decided the production and distribution for this game should be fucking fired, because they totally messed it up. The game was fine, but if you design it this way and you make a game this way, you need to have and you need to fit inside of the market expectations, and that's not what they did. Fucking up on like multiple points, exactly. And so you see a lot of games, like I think Assassin's Creed Shadows is kind of the same thing, is that if they had never used this like argument to authority of like Yasuke, he's real, he's a real samurai, racist, like if they never used that type of messaging, I'm not saying they said that directly, but they clearly implied it, and they clearly went in that direction. If they had never done that, they would have never had this problem. It would have never happened. And so the problem is that at the very highest level, decisions are being made that are stupid. Stupid decisions are being made, and because of that, the games suffer. That's what it comes down to. That's what really matters. And like if I look at like Assassin's Creed, for example, the combat is very one-dimensional. It's bad. But like everything in the game generally works. It looks good, etc., right? What that tells me is that the people that are working on the game at
check
a baseline,
my lunch again.
Those people know what they're doing, and they're good at their job. To an extent, right? At least to enough extent, because they're following directions. But the people that are deciding the big picture ideas for the game, they're the ones that are totally wrong. They're the ones that are making bad decisions constantly. And that's the big problem. I wouldn't even call it bad, it's just mid. Yeah, the combat, I would say for an action combat game, I think it's below mid. But, I mean, that's my opinion. The combat department needs to be changed. Yeah, but like what I'm saying is that like I think that a lot of Ubisoft's, and I'll give you the best example and the best frame of reference for this, then I want to continue the video. It's almost over. Is that the guy, the CEO of the company, was like confused the reason why his video games aren't selling very well, but they review so well. Well, why are these games reviewing so well, but they're not selling well? Well, it's because they're not reviewing well. You're listening to a handful of retards that are, you know, journalists about these video games and not your actual customers. I think that, just by itself, is the biggest self-report you can possibly have. How do you self-report that hard? That you're focusing off of that?
They want that. They may say that and try to harness your anger to put on more pressure, but at the end of the day, we know that they were pissed about the delays to Assassin's Creed Shadows, and whether you want that game to succeed or not, game companies delaying their game so that they can have more polished releases is almost universally a good thing for the customer.
It is.
So if Ubisoft are forced to sell off half their intellectual property to the highest bidder, while throwing pink slips at thousands of developers and doing all of these short-term things and, pursuing getting that stock price up ASAP, but not necessarily at long-term value, long-term quality, will that be good for the games? I would not necessarily think so, especially since this is the type of the investor who is anti-delay, even though the likes of Star Wars Outlaws clearly tell us those delays are.
I'm gonna be honest, it can't get worse. Fuck it, send it to China. Maybe they can do something right with it. They didn't fuck up Wukong. Seems like they're not fucking up a number of other games. Like, I mean, you might as well. It can get worse? Not really, though, right?
Need it. And so regardless of how well Assassin's Creed Shadows sells, expect them to do more things, to drum up more headlines, to try and get a bit more leverage, a bit more control, and turn that pressure into something that they can profit off. Meanwhile, though, on the Guillemot front, well, they might be trying to restructure Ubisoft, doing something with Tencent and potential other suitors to get around this problem. Will that be good for the actual games? I don't necessarily think so.
I think that anything that involves a leadership change will be a net positive. If you want to use another D&D analogy, I think that their leadership is a 5. It's by the way, this is not a 6-sided dice. It's a 20-sided dice, D&D dice. Do you re-roll a 5? Yeah, you do. You re-roll a 5. I think that, they should re-roll it.
So, at least it basically means, who knows if Assassin's Creed Shadows is going to be some amazing banger or terrible failure, whatever it is. At least, what I can say, a good degree of surety, is that it does make for a pretty damn good episode of corporate drama. We could at least enjoy that. Okay, I'll see you when there's a new update to the story.
I think this is so funny.
Once we know how the game launch is actually shaken out. Till then, though, do you want more drama? Corporate drama? Well,
I'll link it to you guys. This is a good video from Belluor. I pretty much agree with everything that he said, except for like maybe a couple of things. I think that Ubisoft, here's what's really fucked up. The gameplay in a lot of these Ubisoft games, aside from like the stealth gameplay, like the Prince of Persia combat on a fundamental level, like the Lost Crown, and the Assassin's Creed combat feels relatively good. Like, it's not bad combat. But the big problem is that the leadership and the way that the games are delivered and the way they're marketed and like big picture design decisions are bad. And when you think about that, I'm looking at it from the perspective of like, if I'm just a grunt and like my job is to just program things to look good and to feel good to play, I'm doing my job. And I think it sucks that if they do this restructuring, that all of those people that do good work, all of those people are going to probably be let go, or at least the majority of them. Yeah.
All right, guys, I'm gonna log out for lunch.
I mean, I think it's okay. Right?
Actually,
It's
you know
not-
what? I'm gonna
it's
finish
not
mixing
amazing,
all this
but,
stuff
like,
up.
It's okay. Yeah, once you get GOT, you realize how bad once you get, oh, if I play, as soon as I play Ghost of Tsushima, yeah, I mean, maybe you're right. I mean, that's the thing. There's a
Yeah, I'm
very
gonna
good
finish
chance
this up,
that
and then I'm gonna
if I
stop for
play the
lunch.
game
I'll be
and,
back
I
like
see these
probably
other
around
games are,
4 o'clock.
working better, then, you know, sure, that maybe could happen. But I do think that in a general sense, the big problem of what happened is that I think a lot of Western game studios have totally lost their focus, and they don't understand at all about like what should or shouldn't happen in the game, and what should or shouldn't be in the game
Alright,
anymore.
I will be back.
And
I'll
I
be
think
playing
that's
this
really the
later.
big weakness that a lot of
Unless
these,
somebody tells me to
development
change it.
studios have,
And
is
I
that
will
they
talk to you
don't have
guys
a
later.
focus in a way that is meaningful and that matters. Western games are just DEI instead of a good game.